Happy Christmas, everyone, and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa, whatever else you celebrate, holidays. I'm here with Jeff from
How's it going?
Traumatite. Merry Christmas, Jeff. What's up?
Merry Christmas, I guess. Not a big Christmas person, but yeah, just getting on here and chatting. It's been a few months, starting a new job and just trying to iron out the kinks.
How's that going? What are you doing now?
It's like a crisis mobile specialist. Basically, I go out with somebody else in a car, and somebody's having a mental health crisis, or they're homeless, or they want to go detox or get like a rehab program. We go out there and assess them and try to get them to the right place. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh, how do they access that? Is it through the 911 or whatever the new emergency number is for mental health?
Yeah, it's 988. It's a nationwide thing. So if you are having a mental health crisis yourself, just dial 988 and they'll connect you to a crisis hotline. And if you need somebody to come out, they'll send someone like me, I guess, in your area. I'm sure most places in the US have this by now.
Yeah, they're supposed to. Seattle has a mobile crisis team too. Is it just you, or do you go out with a team of people?
Typically we go out in pairs, but staffing and politics that sometimes you're alone. But yeah, it's kind of better to go out in teams. Usually I don't like working with other people too much, but in this case it can get a little dangerous, so it's probably best to have another person with you.
And how long have you been doing that now?
Going on 3 months, about 2.5 months, something like that.
Okay. And do you like it better than your last job?
Oh yeah, I was just working with in rehab with addicts, and that's just not my favorite population to work with. They're the most entitled people I have ever met in my life.
We've been getting a lot of them on some of the streams.
Oh really?
That I hang out on, yeah. I assume they're addicts. They seem like addicts, or maybe ex-addicts. Which ex-addicts I don't have a problem with because they've put in the work to overcome and they're on the path to recovery, and I think there's great value and wisdom in that. But the ones that come on, like the alcoholics that come on drunk, or the meth addicts that come on and disrupt the stream for everybody else,
They come on your show, or
no, not on this one. On some of the little partner streams.
Like, who are you partnering with? I know that PF Jung guy.
Well, I say partner. It's an informal streaming community. We share viewers and audience and stuff like that. It's not official partnerships. No. I don't want to call out names because they know who they are. But for some reason, they let the trolls on, and then the trolls dominate the conversation and they displace the constructive conversation, like the people like you and I that are there to actually contribute something useful to the show. Gets deprioritized so that the trolls can come and do their drama. But apparently that's what gets ratings.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's just kind of like a publicity thing, just get people out there saying crazy stuff. I remember I was watching Modern Day Debate that Hanko Flamo turned me on to, and there was this one like flat earth guy who just lost it, and he was just throwing a big old pissy fit for like 3 hours, and it was just ridiculous. But it got ratings, so they let him back on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's one strategy. It does work. I've seen it work, but I'm trying to do something a little more sophisticated here.
I get enough psychobabble out in the community and everywhere else. I don't really need it on a stream, kind of like a safe zone here, I
guess. Well, what's going on your stream?
I haven't done it in a while. I mean, I've been wanting to. I just with the new job, and I have to work a lot of overtime just because of all this inflation. And my son's just having a lot of behavior issues. And it's just hard to keep up with. And
how old is he now?
He's 7. Like, I know he tore up a classroom not that long ago and destroyed a computer, and I have to pay for that. I just found out.
What? He's in 2nd grade?
Yeah.
So what? Did he know he was doing it? Like, was it intentional or just impulse control?
We're starting to think he's actually autistic too.
I assumed he was.
Yeah. We thought he had ADHD, but he didn't have a very good reaction to the stimulants at all. It like kind of made him a little more suicidal and stuff. Poor little guy, but yeah, he just
Oh
seems
my
like he
God!
gets
At
overloaded.
7 years old, he was suicidal.
Well, he was saying things and getting like really, really upset and just saying it. I don't really think he actually was. Because when you're suicidal, you just don't bitch for 10 minutes about being suicidal, then you're done. It kind of lasts and lingers.
Still, that's early to even be able to articulate that.
Yeah, kids kind of grow up fast in a sense of watching stupid stuff, I guess, and learning from it. A little bit anything and everything you watch anymore at any age, so it's kind of weird. And I'm like monitoring that, but sometimes it's hard. He's not always with me, and so I don't think that's really good for kids either.
Does he have an IEP? All of that.
Yeah.
What are they going to do about the classroom issues?
Well, he's in a self-contained class right now with like 9 other kids or 8 other kids or something. There's 9 kids total, so he's not in a traditional classroom. He's in one that's a little more structured and a little more quiet, but I'm gonna try to work on getting him autism diagnosis and see if he can get the help that I never got.
What do you think would help him?
I don't know. I think you said something that you're against it, but maybe ABA therapy. I think
well, in cases like tearing up a computer, there's probably ways to help him regulate so that he doesn't tear up computers. My criticism of ABA is how it stigmatizes ordinary neurodivergent behavior and it's like conversion therapy, and it tries to get them to change their behavior to meet neurotypical standards instead of their natural behavior. So for behavior that's harmless or not harmful, like rocking or stimming, or even like some people try to control how much they talk or their tone or pitch, I oppose it for. But for stuff like getting them to not be violent and vandalize shit, probably some of the techniques are useful. That's why I take ABA on an individual basis. But I think it has very specific targeted uses for the extreme cases, but it's spread to cover cases that I don't consider necessarily like the rocking and stuff. I don't think there's anything to use ABA on, because I don't think there's anything wrong with a kid sitting in his desk and rocking. It bothers the neurotypical people, but it's perfectly normal for an ADHD kid or an autistic kid. And so normalizing the behaviors that are harmless, I think, is in the long run going to serve them better than trying to change their natural tendencies.
Well, I'm sure a lot of like the parents and stuff have a lot to say. So like if he did something like rocking, which he doesn't really do, he kind of does some scripting, repeats things over and over. Like that's pretty harmless. And I agree. Like I don't really care about working on that. Let's work on the the explosiveness, because he's in behavior coaching and he's in regular therapy, but I don't think regular therapy is working at all for him. The behavior coaching is helping. And he's on some other meds, so we're trying other things for him. He's gotten a lot better. I mean, he's improved quite a bit.
Is he aware of his differences?
I try to explain what ADHD is to him, because he has real low self-esteem, unfortunately, and he says like, I hate my brain. I hate that I do these things. I think he just loses control and he can't help it. And I just explained to him like, everybody has something about them that they need to change and need to work on. And I try to point out all of his strengths and stuff. But yeah, poor little guy. He's just torn inside.
Well, he's lucky to have a good dad.
Yeah, I'm trying. I feel like a shitty dad sometimes, because it's just.
Well, you're not, because you can relate. Like you have that neurodivergent basis to relate to him from that an ordinary dad might not have. Although I do love my autism dads, like the dads that are neurotypical but are raising autistic kids. I think they're some of the best dads I've seen out there.
Some of them are just absolutely terrible, and just the moms too, because I've worked with kids and like that were like my son but worse and a lot lower like functioning in a way, and they're like feral animals. Like we'd work with them at the school I used to work with and try to teach them skills, and it'd be okay by the end of the school year, but when they come back from summer vacation or winter vacation, it's just like starting over again because the parents weren't consistent with it. So, some of these kids aren't getting a chance to do anything.
I know. My heart goes out. I can relate. I was kind of one of those problem children myself. But the thing that helped me more than anything was my grandmother. She knew how to talk to me. She knew the right approach to take, and I think she kind of set me on a good track very early. But when I first got to Head Start, and maybe not even kindergarten, probably by kindergarten it had smoothed out, but Head Start, that initial contact with like other kids your age in that kind of large scale setting, she had to come to the school a few times and pick me up and take me home, and whatever she did worked, because by the time I got to kindergarten, I think I was a little more able to integrate.
Yeah.
So it's having that right person, that right mentor that can reach them early and work with them and like establish those healthy patterns and habits from a very early age when their brains are still fresh and plastic.
Yeah, my grandparents are actually somewhat helpful too in their own way, I guess. I went to Head Start for like not that long. I don't remember how long, but I was taken out because the teacher got frustrated with me and slammed me against a wall.
Whoa. Wow. Do you remember what you were doing?
I was so young. I remember like they would pass out little stickers and stuff, and I would put it on my nose, and she would get super frustrated because the other kids would start putting them on their nose. Just things like, kids like running around playing and
That's
stuff.
not even like necessarily a neurodivergent thing. I could see any kid doing something like that, especially at that age.
But I was just really socially awkward and stuff, and I didn't grow up with any kids or anyone around besides my immediate family, so I didn't get socialized very well either.
Yeah. What happened to the teacher?
I don't think anything.
God damn it.
That was back in the 80s. No one gave a shit back then,
Oh my God. If you're a teacher watching this by any chance, don't throw your kids up against walls. Don't even physically. Because when I was growing up, you could still spank the kids. Like I got paddled. You get sent to the principal's office and he had this big paddle. I got paddled once. I had a teacher hit me with a yardstick on my hand. Like she made me hold my hand out and she popped me with the yardstick. You could still do things like that legally and get away with it. And then I think sometime in the 80s or maybe the 90s, they banned corporal punishment. And it might have been state by state or it might have been federal. And then suddenly you couldn't put your hand on a kid at all. You had to have alternative methods of discipline.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Do you think that's for the better or for the worse? Seems like
I don't know.
Control.
I wrestle with this. I really don't know because, like, my mom didn't spank, so growing up, I didn't get physical discipline. It was really just at the school. Did it help me? Did it make a difference? Could they have handled it a different way? Probably. I mean, I survived. It didn't traumatize me or scar me or anything. I understood it. Whatever they were whipping me for, I'm sure I deserved it. I don't remember what it was. The sixth grade teacher was my favorite teacher too, and I was an older kid then, so I think it was more. It caught me more off guard then because I didn't know what I had done to disappoint that way.
Mm-hmm.
But the one from the principal was like in first or second grade, and I think me and a kid were running in the halls, and then after he paddled us, he made us walk back outside to the playground because it was recess. And we walked slowly to the door, and then we got out the door on the playground. And the minute we got outside, we threw ourselves on the playground and we started laughing our ass off. We thought that was the funniest thing that just happened to us, that we had gotten paddled by the principal. Oh, yeah. So I don't think it had it didn't have any lasting, it didn't instill fear of authority or anything like that in me. We thought it was hilarious.
I remember when I was in third grade and there was a second or third grade and there was this area where certain grades couldn't go. You had to be in a certain grade to go to an area. So this kid dared me to run over there, and I ran over there and I ran right into the principal. And he grabbed me by my shirt and ripped my shirt. And I tried running away, and he grabbed my shoe and he threw it on the roof. Just I was trying to get away from him. That dude was an asshole, man.
Damn. What did you do? Did you get your shoe back?
Yeah, one of the janitors went up on the roof and got it for me or something like that. But nothing happened to him either.
Was that the only thing that happened to you? Or was there additional discipline?
I don't think anything else happened. I think they called my parents. And my parents got mad because he ripped my shirt and, manhandled me basically.
Yeah, I'd be mad too if they ripped my kid's shirt.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a little different these days. I know when I was teaching, you couldn't put your hand on a kid at all.
You taught?
When
did you teach?
Physical contact with a kid.
When did you teach? I don't remember you teaching.
Yeah, I was a sub in Vegas. I taught mostly middle school. It was I had my own classrooms. They call them vacancies. When the classrooms didn't have a teacher for the year, they would hire people like me. And back they had a whole department of deans, disciplinary deans that were responsible for school discipline. So if you had any trouble with a kid, you just sent them to the dean, and the deans took care of it. But it was stuff like suspension or detention, or they'd call the parents and have a conference, that type of stuff. None of it was physical discipline.
Mm-hmm.
And, honestly, when I think about it, there were some kids that I had to keep sending out over and over. So whatever the deans were trying to do, it wasn't working.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Just like, 25, 30 years ago, people weren't shooting up schools once a week, and now it's just all the time. I think a lot of it's a lot of different things like technology and drugs and the food, and I think it's an accumulation of things. I don't know exactly what one thing that it'd be, but it's definitely different than it was when we were kids.
Yeah, we didn't grow up with school shootings at all. That's just not something that we had to worry about.
I remember Columbine happened my freshman year. So
was that the first major school shooting?
Yeah. But it was like once a year after that, not once a fucking week.
The most you had to worry about growing up was maybe some fights, after school fights, maybe getting detention, like minor stuff like that. And the big fear wasn't really a fear for me, but it was nuclear war. Like nuclear war could happen at any second. So that kind of hung over everything, but it's nothing I worried about.
Well, you're still kind of in a Cold War area. Like when I started school, that shit was all ending and stuff. I remember like duck under the desk for a nuclear attack and stupid shit like that.
What's that going to do?
Yeah.
But you didn't really have to fear your fellow students. Like there were authority figures you might have to look out for, like certain teachers or maybe the principal. But it was like, Breakfast Club type drama. It wasn't violence and murder from your fellow students. That just wasn't a thing. You had a few bullies. The school took care of them, managed to take care of them pretty good. Like they weren't a big threat. If anybody was going to get bullied, it was probably going to be me, and I really didn't by the time I hit high school. So I'd say that schools were a pretty safe environment, at least where I was.
Oh, I got bullied really, really bad. They didn't do shit against the bullies.
I got bullied in junior high school a lot, and they didn't do shit. But by the time I got high school, I had enough of it, and I stood up to him, and that pretty much ended it. Like once you stand up to the bully, he's gonna go find a new target.
I always had like 5 or 10 kids usually just surround me and gang up on me. It was kind of hard at that time. I remember like when I said Columbine happened my freshman year, that's when the bullying kind of slowed down. That's when I grew my hair long and wore like black and pretended to be a Satanist and stuff. And people thought I was going to shoot up a school. I just kind of used it as a defense mechanism. Just like, leave me alone, So I didn't really want to hurt anybody or anything.
Me too. I became that kid. I wanted them as scared of me as possible. And they were.
Yeah. Yeah, well, most of the kids that fucked with me and fucked with other kids are in prison or dead right now. So, yeah. How it is, I guess. What do you think is the reason like kids are just shooting up schools? I mean, it's just like all kinds of people, going to malls and military bases and Walmart, and it's just insane. Do you think they just have like a community they can go to online, like forums and stuff, and just talk about this stuff? Kind of like egg each other on?
I think it's rage. Like I don't even want to say mental health because I don't know what gets somebody to the point where that kind of rage. First of all, they probably have no outlet for it, so it builds up. They probably have no good mental health tools to regulate it when it happens, or process it or deal with it when it happens. So whatever sets it off, and there's probably maybe some personality disorder behind it in the first place. I don't think these are like your normal everyday sane people doing this. It's probably your dark triads already, like from an early age, that went unchecked or unidentified. And then so whatever sets them off, and it could be the slightest little thing. Maybe it's one incident, probably some of it's ostracism, and also probably a sense of entitlement to go along with, like there's something they feel entitled to that they're not getting from the environment. And then either it's like one incident that just sets them over the edge, or it's this slow accumulation of just daily slights that they have no outlet to like get the aggression out against. And they probably turn it inward and obsess on it and start writing the journals and the manifestos and making the plans. And the internet probably helps because it probably puts them in touch with information and resources and maybe even communities that kind of feed and foster and normalize those thoughts and feelings.
I know, like on the dark web, they actually have like forums and stuff where they're a little more incognito, where they go and they talk about, you know, like school shootings and wanting to be school shooters and kind of aggrandizing that sort of thing. But the media too, they kind of fetishize it too, and that's how they make their money, and it's pretty sick too. I think a lot of these killers, like maybe like the older ones, would be serial killers, but it's so hard to get away with murder anymore. They just kind of hold it in until they can't anymore, and they just go out in one big bang.
You don't like, really what are kids these age doing with assault rifles and that kind of stuff to begin with, that they can even get them into the schools to do the shootings?
I don't know. A lot of them are like 18 and they go back, like that one kid in that Uvalde. He was like 18, 19, and he went back to elementary school that he used to go to, and he shot up the school. You know, it's crazy.
So this is like a historical grievance. It wasn't even present day.
Yeah. There's a lot that do that. Like, I think that one kid that did the Sandy Hook, he was like, he's supposed to have Asperger's too. He was like 19 or 20, I think. And I don't think he even went to that school. I think his mom just worked there. I think it was just because his mom was there, and I might be wrong about that, but I don't know why he targeted that school exactly.
And then there's I think it happens earlier. It starts early. I don't know what their home life is or what the competency of the parents are, but something goes unnoticed or unaddressed from an early age, and then it gradually, I guess, metastasizes into the kind of violence that would produce a school shooting.
But they had guns, you know, in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and it just didn't happen that often.
No, we had guns, but we had rifles and stuff, but no kid would dare get away with attempting to bring a rifle to school. Like, I don't know how they would have accomplished it.
I mean, if you have an AK-47 in your hand, there's not much someone else can do unless they have a gun, you know? I guess if you just want to do it, you can do it. There's not much stopping you.
Some of the schools in Vegas that I taught at had the metal detectors going into the school. I'd never seen that before. I thought that was very extreme. Like, what about this school needs metal detectors? But it was the new normal. A lot of it in Vegas, a lot of the kids, or not a lot of the kids, but there was a significant population of gang members. I remember one class I had to take a bullet away from a game. He was passing this bullet around in class. Yeah. This is one of the special ed classes. And I'm like, what is that? Bring that to me. And it was a fresh, like an unfired bullet that he was passing around and showing off to the kids. And I called the office so they could come and get it and take it. And the little office person came and got it. And he was like snickering and laughing about it the whole time. Like, he didn't take it as seriously as I was at all.
What years was this? Like, what time was it?
Probably mid 2000s.
So that's kind of like when they were starting up. I think that's when they really started escalating.
Yeah, this was post Columbine,
yeah.
and it was gang culture.
And that's when the gang culture kind of died. I remember the gang culture in the 90s was terrible. Then it kind of went down. Then now it's back up again. I have like a weird echo. I don't know if you hear it.
No. Let me go on mute and see if it's coming from me.
Test 1 2 3. Yeah, it's not me.
Is it me? Is it still there?
I think when I was talking when you were unmuted. I don't hear it now, so I guess we're good.
Okay.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Talking about school shootings and poor mental health. And
yeah. Merry Christmas.
I know one thing we were going to. What's that?
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I know one thing you're interested in talking about was when I worked at the inpatient facility and like
trans person. Yes.
So this happened numerous times. This just wasn't one incident. There's like a trans kid would come in, usually female transitioning to male, because when the unit I worked in mostly was females, and whatever, he would come in, she would come in, and there would be nobody else trans in there. But by like a week or two, half the unit was trans, and they had a preferred name and stuff like that. And we were also talking about cutting, like some kids like, look, I cut and stuff like that. And even like kids I go out and assess today in this job that I'm currently at, they'll be cutting and like, well, my friends do it, so I started trying it. You know, It's just like, I don't know. It's just like the internet, I think, too. Because like, well, I never heard of kids cutting until I got like a little older. You know, I don't know about you. Did you hear about kids cutting or see any cutters?
I had a friend that cut, but that's when we were like college age. So before that, and this was in the 90s, I guess. So before that, no, I didn't know. And I was inpatient as a teenager and didn't even encounter cutting from any of the kids there.
Oh, you were hospitalized as a teenager?
Yeah, just for a few weeks for like family issues, they called it, which that was true. There definitely was those. Yeah, I've seen the cutting too on the psych ward I worked on, like in 2009, like the end of the 2000s, like about 2009. So Obama had just gotten elected, and so that's when I saw the same thing with the girls, and it was girls that came along with, and you have one or two cutters, and you'd have to be very vigilant about their interactions with the other girls, or you could get more cutters. And they say the trans thing is not a social contagion, but I find that to believe, especially when contagion can happen on social media now. You know, it doesn't even take in person. The right TikToker or the right YouTuber or even the right Twitter account, people can, like, that's a form of socialization now, that parasocial consumption. Did you hear of any cases on the boys' side with like male to female trans? They would come in and all of a sudden the other guys would decide they were trans?
Not really. I remember, let me try not to violate HIPAA here. I just picked up this one guy, a young guy who's a young man now, and he was kind of trans. He had, I guess, DID, dissociative identity disorder, which I pretty much think trans is along the lines of for people who actually are trans. I do think that some people are trans and they have, like, you know, this internal struggle about their gender identity. But anyways, he was locked up in the facility I was at when I worked there, and he was trans and he identified as some, you know, female name. But no, the boys didn't really pick up on it and say I'm trans now. I only saw a few male to female trans people actually, but most of them were female to male.
I did hear that the highest rates of transition were from female to male, like young teenage girls transit, and a lot of them were on the spectrum.
I think they, like all women, are a little bit gay. They're a little bit lesbian. It seems like they're more inclined to explore with that sort of thing too. I think maybe their sexuality is a little more fluid in that way. They're just, I don't know.
I don't know about that. I mean, I know plenty of straight women, but I wonder if it's, especially with the autism, if women are, like, if you grow up a woman, hearing how second class or inferior or oppressed you are, and you have a chance to identify into the privileged class, just like poor people try to be rich. It's like a form of upward mobility. So if all you have to do is identify into the male category, and then you instantly get a status that you don't have as a female, I can see the temptation for wanting to do that. But I don't call it trans. I mean, I guess it's called trans now, but it's not what trans used to be, which was the medical transitioners that kind of they knew at a very early age.
I think a lot of people who have gender dysphoria is through sexual abuse. And I think maybe like, well, I got raped like I was a girl, maybe I'm becoming a girl or something along the lines of that. I think that stems a lot of gender dysphoria. And there's supposed to be a higher prevalence of women and girls getting raped than boys and men, even though I think a lot of the boys just don't voice it like the girls do. I'm sure it's probably still more female, but I think it could lead from that too. I think some people generally are trans, but 99% of the people who identify is just like a trend.
Tiny number of road trend, not even worth the social upheaval that is causing to me.
No, not at all. Cause it all. It seems like it's dying down a little bit. I don't know. Seems like
I noticed it died down when Israel happened because Palestine became the new oppressed, like the oppressed people, and it bumped the trans out, and so all of a sudden, oh, hang on, my captions are on for some reason. All of a sudden, the trans had to take second place to the Palestinians, and now, believe it or not, I think Donald Trump has managed to move himself to the bottom of the oppression pyramid.
What do you
He's
mean?
even displaced the Palestinians. Well, after all this political persecution that's being directed at him, he's like the new most oppressed person.
Really, you think so? Or is he? Well, he's a pretty big narcissist, so I'm sure he's playing it out to be.
He is, but you know what? Narcissists, sociopaths, dark triad, that is no excuse for breaking our legal norms, and he's still entitled to due process.
Oh, for sure. He should have been in jail years
and
ago.
So you become worse than the narcissist or the sociopath when you decide that it's worth breaking our norms and standards to persecute that person because you don't like them.
I think they should
You suddenly become more corrupt, more narcissistic, and more sociopathic than the narcissist that you're trying to prosecute.
And that's basically like what trans people are. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about the Palestine Israeli conflict. I mean, if I can,
Israel's the good side. Don't let anyone tell you differently.
Okay, because I know they got attacked by like 2,000 missiles from the Hamas or whatever they are, right?
Yeah.
And they started attacking the Gaza Strip, and
it was an act of terrorism. It was bad.
Yeah.
And so now they're retaliating.
And people are getting flack because they're defending themselves?
Yeah, because people are paying. The people that attacked Israel, the poor innocent victims, and Israel's the evil oppressor that's been harassing them. So they were just fighting back, and now Israel's being the aggressor. So they're reversing but it's all through that oppressed oppressor lens. It's colonial, like Israel's the colonizer.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Are people like pro-terrorist now? That's why they're supporting Palestine?
Yes. They are pro-terrorism if it's against somebody they perceive as an oppressor, just like BLM was pro-terrorism or Antifa is pro-terrorism. If it's against the evil, white, imperialist, capitalist oppressor like the United States or Israel, yes, they are pro-terrorism.
Yeah. That's weird.
Talking about school shootings and rage and all that, they have that same kind of rage toward America. And it's all taught. It's all a narrative that they pick. Like toddlers don't grow up hating Israel and America. You pick that up along the way somewhere through ideological indoctrination. And then that's what you filter all of your information through. And that's what produces the rage and the violent emotions that they feel around it.
I mean, it's nothing new in a way, I guess, because Jews have been the mankind's scapegoat since the beginning of time, almost, So I don't know why everybody hates Jews so much, I guess, because, well, it's Christmas time and they killed Jesus.
Joshua. Yes, you do.
I love violence. Oh, all dial 9.
Happy Christmas, Joshua. Merry Christmas. Ho, 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 ho.
Is that one of your regulars?
Yeah, it's one of our regular trolls. He's our resident troll. We I, I, the word like is trying to come out of my mouth, but it's get stuck somewhere in there. But we we uh, appreciates getting stuck, enjoys getting stuck. We tolerate his contributions.
All right.
Christmas suck, no food, rice and spring rolls. Ooh, that sounds nasty. I mean, spring rolls does sound good, but not as a Christmas dinner. So, what about your wife? No, she's not going to cook turkey. No turkey or ham.
You think a troll really has a wife?
She'll probably make you cook it. Yeah, he lives in Vietnam and he's married to this Vietnamese lady that makes him do the dishes. Wife cooked the rice, of course. No, it is good to see you, Joshua. I guess as good as it ever is. Dragon Lady.
So we kind of tied it back to rage, like, you know, the BML have rage, the trans people have rage, the Palestine supporters have rage, school shooters have rage. Do you think it's just because of like the colonization of internet basically like impeding on our social lives now? This is our social structure compared to actually going out and making friends and hanging out with people in person. Do you think that's a lot of it? Like a social disconnect?
I think that might be some of it. I don't think that that's all of it. I'm thinking about rage and why that emotion seems so like particularly targeted in these situations, because it's probably, I don't know, is it one of the why not? Well, I guess they do try to raise pity and compassion too with the oppression victimhood narrative, but I don't like, it takes a lot for me to get angry. I don't have this big deep reservoir of rage within me, although when it's activated it's definitely there, but it takes a lot. And I have it more toward individuals. Like it has to be an individual person, like an ex or something that I had this intimate relationship with and they did something to piss me off, and there's this deep personal connection that got violated somehow, and it's that sense of rage. I don't have this generalized rage for like group entities or nameless remote entities that I don't have some immediate connection with. So it's hard for me to relate to people that can feel that intense of an emotion toward like Republicans or billionaires or Jews or some abstract group entity. Like no group has ever evoked that kind of rage in me like an individual person has. And so like understanding, I'm very limited in my ability to understand the psychology of rage because mine is activated under such particular circumstances that these other people seem more prone to having it activated in more generalized ways.
Yeah, it's like school shooters and stuff. They don't seem to really target anybody. They just target everybody.
Yeah, but do you think that they had a personal experience with somebody at the school, maybe a bully or a teacher or like some one particular individual, and then that spread to associating it with anybody involved with the school? Like, I'm going to make the whole school pay for what this one teacher did. Or let's see, Joshua's going to clear. So he has a master's in psychology. So social definitions tend to okay, so what's the psych definition? Give us that one. I mean, I know what rage is when I feel it. And honestly, like even all the jobs I've gotten fired from and how I've been treated here in the Pacific Northwest by the people here, I don't even have rage over that. Like I don't want to go shoot up a former employer or anything like that. I'm it's very easy for me to move on, like to understand the dynamics of those situations and to process them and then move on. So like I had for a while some rage at the ex, the guy I came up here for in the first place. But even then I could see my own role in it, so I couldn't completely like target all of the rage at him because I had agency and control the whole way, and I made choices and decisions that contributed to the situation too. So even that helped to kind of dissipate some of the rage and keep him from being the full target of it. It is the uncontrolled part. Right. Yes, it's like it's a combination of things. I think there's a ratio between the intensity of emotion and the ability of people to, I hate the word regulation. I really do. But to maybe not regulate, but to master or stay in control of that emotion, and instead of letting the emotion control them. And I think that varies from individual to individual, but I also think it's a skill that can be taught and learned. Intensity is the social part. How so? To me, it's the internal part. Like when it reaches a certain internal level of intensity, then it overwhelms one's ability to, like they say suicide is your ability to endure exceeds your ability to cope. Like at some point, the pain and suffering your experiences exceeds your tolerance or ability to cope with that suffering. And I think rage is similar. Your ability to contain the rage. At some point, the rage exceeds your ability to contain it.
I mean, people had rage 30, 40 years ago. How do they handle their rage compared to now, you think?
Right. What's different about it? Because people have had rage their whole, like, even think of the Iliad. That's all about the rage of Achilles. And that was like over 1,000 years ago. So rage is an enduring constant in the human psyche and human civilization. I don't know that the emotion itself is any different. It's probably the same exact emotion that Achilles was feeling.
It has to be.
We have different ways of framing it, contextualizing it, thinking about it, different social outlets for it now, probably. Now, I have had blackouts, unaware of their own actions. But when I've been in that, it's under the influence of alcohol. When I've been in a rage, I'm aware of my actions the whole time. I've never been in such a rage that I lost awareness of myself or what was going on.
And that's another thing with autistics is like they can't really control their emotions. Like when they get mad, they get mad. When they're happy, they're happy.
Particularly ADHD, the ADHD, because of the executive functioning. It takes a certain amount of executive functioning to be able to manage those intense emotions. And that's one thing that ADHD and, or let's just say neurodivergent people can be a little deficient in. If it's not developed and actively learned. And because that's the other thing about coping and mastering your emotions is it can definitely be learned over time. So my rage as a kid, like as a toddler, I threw fits. If I wanted a candy bar and my mom said no, this happened. I remember it. We were in the grocery store and I wanted the candy bar and she told me no. And I threw myself on the floor of that supermarket and I yelled and screamed and kicked until I got that candy bar. Like she gave it to me just to shut me up so she could get me out of the store. My rage as a toddler and a kid, my ability to like suppress it was much lower than as I became an adult. Like even as a teenager, I had acquired a greater ability to control my intense emotions than I had even as a toddler. And then as an adult doing the mental health work, I said on stream the other day about a dream I had where my sister had pissed me off. And in the dream, I wasn't even conscious. Like I was asleep. This is my dreaming self. Started to engage in the emotional regulation techniques. And the dream self started to change those emotions in the dream by using the same techniques I would use consciously. Those techniques were learned. I didn't have them 10 years ago. And now even my dreaming mind is using them without any of my conscious control to regulate the emotions that I'm feeling inside of a dream. So all of this is learnable. It's remediable.
But
so I think people that have that intensity of anger, you can't control the intensity of an emotion, but you can control your response to it. And so that's the part where I think there's potential for a solution, is helping people, not stigmatizing the emotion itself, but helping them learn what to do when the emotion hits to a level where they feel like they can't control, like it's controlling them and they're not controlling it. and helping them get that control back.
But this is far more widespread now than it ever has been in history. So we're having these problems now. It's kind of odd.
I wonder if some of it is this new, like the parenting style changed in the 90s, and you got the generation of coddled, entitled, overprotected kids, and they haven't learned to deal with disappointment or adversity. Or like, one reason my tolerance is so high is because I grew up having to deal like not getting what I felt I was entitled to often enough, where I had to learn to adjust to reality that you don't always get what you want. The world doesn't revolve around you. And so I quit throwing fits every time the world didn't go my way. And I wonder now if these kids are like having the helicopter parents that give them everything they want and protect them from everything. The minute they're faced with any sort of like anomaly in their sense of entitlement, that toddler level of rage comes up because they haven't had enough experiences with adversity to adjust to a more realistic level of expectation.
I think one thing it is, like talking about the school shooters and stuff, is like back then, like I was ostracized and stuff, but I really didn't have anywhere to go vent to online about, like all my shortcomings and like all the shit that's happening at school. Now there's just online communities where they feed into each other. And there's probably like some actual psychopaths, some people who, the dark triad on there, like egging people on and glorifying like school shootings and stuff like that too. I think it's just like everybody finds their tribe, everybody just finds their tribe.
Yeah, that is a good point. Like, what communities are out there that might be exacerbating that level of I hesitate to call it psychopathy, because does it necessarily have to be psychopathy to shoot up a school? At the very least, there has to be some kind of detachment from the basic human empathy that would prevent you from doing it. So maybe so. Maybe it is a certain personality type. Joshua's saying no. He is our resident sociopath. So would you shoot up a school? Or do you have any insight into the psychology of someone that would shoot up a school? Lacking empathy yourself. You can come on, by the way, if you want. Oh, let me turn my banner. There you go.
I got to get going here in a few. I got to get ready for work.
You think you're going to have a lot of crises on Christmas Day?
No, it was slow yesterday. We had one call. I want to share this one story about this one guy we went to just a month or two ago. He was extremely, extremely psychotic. He was sitting there just yelling and screaming. His wife was terrified, and he had dozens of guns locked in a gun safe. And like TPD, due to like, Democrats and like the hate against cops and the George Floyd stuff and all that, they've defunded police here so bad. Like we're at less than half capacity, around half capacity for the police force. So it takes police forever to respond. We kind of pick up their light work and their heavy work. Anyways, there's a psychotic guy, and his wife said that he gets like super frustrated with like poor customer service. And we tried calling the police because, we want to get this guy to a hospital, and he wouldn't go. And the police never showed up. But there was nothing stopping this guy just getting his guns, going to a store or something, and just shooting everybody up. There was nothing stopping him,
Well, what was stopping him? Just himself?
I guess. I mean, we didn't give him any ideas, of course. He was just laying in bed, just screaming. He was going, that's another thing too. Our culture's just grind and work and work and work and work. He was working full time. He was going to grad school. He had wife and kids and stuff. And I think he just snapped from that.
Well, he didn't have any kind of help. First of all, he wasn't doing self-care, and he didn't have any kind of healthy, like, outlet for his stress.
That's what, like his wife said. I asked, like, what are some of his coping skills? And he said, well, he used to get together and go out shooting with friends or go and play video games with friends, but he hasn't been able to do that since he's been going to school and working. So he kind of just like lost it. He always had mental health issues, but it just accumulated. I think that's with the internet and with technology. We're just it simplified everything, but we have to do 10 times more stuff now. So we have less time. And just people just going out and just talking to one another, I think, is a pretty big hindrance. Like we're all isolated in our own way. People just on social media and just taking, being narcissists on their phone, taking videos themselves on Instagram and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I see that on some of these live streams, like with the trolls I was telling you about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. But they're a minority, but they have an outsized effect on the rest of the streaming community.
Well, morning for me. Merry Christmas.
Good morning. Merry Christmas. Enjoy your rice. I'm glad you're going to bring over. I'm serious. I want you to have a good Christmas. You deserve one.
Turkey. I want mashed potatoes. I want ham. Right? Like I want all of the stuff I cannot have here.
They don't have it anywhere. You can't like have it delivered.
Maybe, but I wouldn't even know where to get it, right? Like, it's not like you're going to walk into the grocery store and find a full turkey. And even if you do,
I don't know what's in Vietnam, but like, do they have DoorDash or Uber Eats or something like that?
Yeah, yes, but the idea of like, either a baked or a fried turkey doesn't exist here.
Oh.
In making your own, yeah, it's possible, but like, it's not. Ovens aren't a standard thing here, right? Like, they got the.
Do they have it at the supermarket, like the rotisserie?
They have rotisserie chicken,
not turkeys.
Yeah, I know it's got to exist here somewhere. I wouldn't know where.
Would wife know?
She would, but right, like she's not gonna allow me to enjoy it, right? Because she can be like, "Oh, you're homesick, so you're gonna go home, right?" Fuck that, stay here, be miserable.
Are you serious? She would do that? Like,
yeah, I'm sure she would. She wouldn't say it to my face, but yeah. That's why I don't have a boat, right? Because you might enjoy it too much and stay gone all the time.
Well, you got yourself in that situation. Do you have Jeff's gonna have to run real quick, but do you have any insight to offer into school shooting or rage or violence?
No. Like, I guess maybe you could probably draw some parallels for like some flags that would get you, but the accuracy kind of really suck, right? So really what you're trying to do is, if you're trying to like deal with like preventative measures, the only thing you can do is treat all flags as potential problems and do your best to investigate. But at the end of the day, right, it's going to be hit or miss.
I'm assuming you're American, but you're living in Vietnam. What's it like there? Like the rage culture and the violence, and compared to here, what do they do there to like what crimes?
Like street fights are kind of actually a little bit common. School shootings, no, but then again, firearms aren't. Like the last shooting I'd ever heard about was, I swear up and down, I think it was cops were involved. Like I think they were just undercover cops with shotguns, because I'm still a little curious where the shotguns came from. Just the law that came with it. But like, is violence? Violence is everywhere, right? Like it's actually just part of history. So it just depends on what you want to mean by like, how far is too far? Like grabbing a gun and shooting up a school? China's got like, I think the record kill on school killings, I think it was like 311, but that was done with a sword, right? Makes you...
Wait, they killed 311 people were killed with a sword?
One suspect. Well, no, actually it was two suspects. One school, 300, I think it was a total of 311 or 312, I think is what the record is. And it was done with a sword.
I never heard about this.
I can't imagine swinging a sword. Like my arms would get tired. So I don't even know how the hell you pull that off. I'd get tired after using a kitchen knife for more than like 20 minutes. So I don't know.
I seen 16 people killed with a knife in China.
Yeah, that was recently. I think the 311. I think it was like it's like maybe 9, 10, 11, 12. I have to go back and get the date. I know maybe I might be able to pull off the name again. 1 second.
Wow, this is pretty common.
They said the Jinping primary school stabbing happened hours after Sandy Hook.
Yeah, I mean, like it's not like we talk about it like it's an abnormal thing. It's probably not as abnormal, other than the fact of there's a lot of questions as to why kids, right? Like if you're mad at this system, why go after the kids, right? But you know, there are probably some answers. I've never dug into it, so I don't know. Like I got nothing to offer here, bro. I really I don't.
It's just easy target. I mean, kindergartens are defenseless. It's sick, but it's it's true.
Now, if you're trying to go for like an impact on a society, like you really want to leave your mark, yes, kill a whole bunch of kids, right? Like you'll go down in history.
Yeah,
That could be the case.
Well, I gotta get going, guys.
Okay, it was good to catch up. I hope your day it's not too.
It's probably gonna be boring more than anything, but I'll talk to you guys later. I'm gonna try to stream and stuff some more, hopefully soon.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Take care. Have a good holiday.
Take care, man. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Joshua, I'm determined to get you help you find a way to get a turkey.
Yeah, it's too late, right? Like it's midnight now, so Christmas is over, right?
Oh, okay. Well, then
time
too bad for you.
Yeah. That's why I say
it breaks my heart. It really does that you can't get your American Christmas meal over there.
Yeah, thanks for the thought, right? Like, I mean, I don't have like high expectations. I'm okay with it because I don't have the expectations, right? But it is the thing that it is. So the other guy, Jeff, I've never seen him before. Was he like a hotline counselor, crisis counselor?
He worked inpatient psych for a while. He just got a job on the mobile crisis team.
Oh,
like when someone has a crisis, they go out to their house and try to help with it. And he runs a channel called Trauma Type, where it deals with personality typing. So I posted his link in the chat for everybody.
Yeah, I absolutely would hate his job.
He's good at it.
Well, yeah. You generally, I would think you'd have to be good at it, but I think that's one of those. Yeah, that's one of those jobs that it takes a really specific type of person to deal with, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't put you on that. I mean, I used to do it too, and I worked for a crisis hotline before. But I definitely would not put you on it.
Yeah, you wouldn't want me talking to dude from a ledge because I'm the first person to say, "Jump, you big pussy!" Right? Like I'm just not that. I'm not that guy.
No, you're not.
Like I don't care enough to talk a person down from a ledge. That requires more faith in humanity than I absolutely have. So, yeah.
Were you always this cynical?
Ooh. I honestly don't think I'm actually that abnormal. I think a lot of people actually act like this way, but within social media, right? Like it's an uncouth thing to say, oh, well, like I care about the people, right? The reality is the actions never really back up most of these people's claims, right? Now it gets a little different when you run into a dude like, say, this Jeff guy, right? Like, so there's clearly some action, right? He's doing this job. Now, if I put myself in this position, right, like I absolutely would drive myself nuts within first 2 weeks, right? Guaranteed. If they aren't like, offing themselves, I'm going to help them off themselves. Like it would just be that bad kind of thing, right?
Why? What would motivate you to do that?
So my specialty would be like behavioral modification, right? And there is a point where there's too much energy from a totalitarian or like a total sum concept. I'm of the view that there's too much energy trying to save way too many people ought not be saved, right? But now it's a value judgment call. So like, my perception of people is the vast majority are generally just dumb people. And it's that they don't even care about themselves enough to try to improve themselves. Just a really large number of people that have life too easy. And so like, they allow trivial problems to blow up into something that really don't need to be. So it's like self-inflicted misery that, you know what? Why do we have to like waste all this energy saving you from yourself? So I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to help give you that push off the ledge because it's cheaper, easier, more efficient. And at the end of the day,
Damn, I'm a Satanist and I'm not even that cold.
yeah, I mean, and it's weird because it's not.
I agree with everything you said about people. I just don't think they deserve to die for that.
Right, and that's the concept. Is like most people believe that a mistake should just be that, a mistake, right? And so there should be a lesson to be learned from it. Not many people believe that. Okay, some mistakes come with such a detriment cost. It does equate to your survival. Yet you've got like all kinds of biology that's tied into these exact things, right? Species go extinct all the time because by a large degree stuff doesn't work out, right? And we're constantly, this is the nature. It's one of the things that men strive to be, and it's benevolent, right? Like people want to be this benevolent thing. I'm fine with it. Like religions are stacked with this, this type of teaching, right? It's just not really based on human nature, right? I'm okay with that.
Well, maybe not your nature.
Well, no, human nature.
I certainly do feel an impulse to try to be benevolent when I can. There's like an internal satisfaction I get from that.
Right. But definitely that wouldn't be altruism. Now, the concept of benevolence would be you have had enough experiences within your life that you've formulated shit. It would be like an ideology of a religion, right? But I don't want to describe it that way. It would come across as a little disingenuous. But
even as a kid, I felt benevolent. Like I was very religious as a kid, and the idea of striving to do good appealed to me. I wanted to be a priest.
Wow,
that's it's not. I don't think it's anything I developed. Like I was this indifferent kid, and then I suddenly developed benevolence. I think it was always kind of there.
Well, so like the concept of benevolence, I mean, it's like a goal to strive for, right? Like people generally want to be that way, or at least at the very least be perceived as such, right? I think it's generally a good goal. I think it's an unattainable goal for the vast majority of society.
It's not even that hard, really. Like when you're faced with an ethical choice or decision,
I think it's an easy thing
to maximize for benevolence.
Yeah, I think it's an easy thing to talk about. I don't think it's such an easy thing to do, because true benevolence requires a lot of self-sacrifice. Really? Like, is that like, a lot of people talk a really good game. I
don't find it so, but like, yeah, there's a little bit of selflessness involved, but
I don't think it's a little thing. I actually think it's a lot of selflessness to even get to that.
Well, to you, that's what I'm saying. Like we probably have different natures, and not to mention, I don't presume to be able to determine who deserves to live or die, or who. So that's the reason I wouldn't like.
That's the ugly part of the concept of like, if you're like put in this position where like, let's just say you could save, trying to think, what would like the trolley dilemma, right? There's that issue with where really the main conflict with the trolley issue is you're put in a position where you have to make this dilemma of deciding who lives and who dies, right? That's actually the real problem that people kind of contend with, right? It's not the whole, you could look at it like a mathematically, the one deserves to die to save the five, right? So like kill the one to save the many, like that's one option, right? But that's the whole point of the trolley problem is to put yourself in a position, or it's usually the reaction is people don't want to be put in that position to have to make the decision. And that's the contention with it, right? Nobody wants to make that decision.
Well, you don't seem to have a problem with it.
See, now my answer to the trolley problem is to flip the switch, hit the 5 first, then put the trolley in reverse, go back, and then go back and get the 1, right? Like they're both like, why were you tied on the track in the first place, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, very, very different natures.
Yeah, I kind of like people. I've come to conclude that most people generally deserve the crap that comes their way. At the end of the day, I can always trace back.
So including yourself, I'm glad you didn't get your turkey.
Yeah,
you put yourself in that situation.
I don't claim to be like this moral person, right? Like
I was trying to be all compassionate toward you.
No. The reason why I'm not. Yeah, the reason why I'm not eating turkey and ham and mashed potatoes and gravies is clearly because of my previous choices, right? And this is my punishment for those choices, right? So I don't make any bones about it. I'm gonna bitch because fuck that, gotta have some kind of pleasure out of it, but I don't blame other people for it.
See, I was trying to be, but you activated my benevolence with just your Christmas dinner story. I was all ready to be benevolent.
Well, see, I don't even think. I don't now. Okay, taking pity on me, right? Like feeling sorry for me. Pity and benevolence, not similar things, right?
I was ready to help you strategize how to get your turkey dinner. That's more than just taking pity.
Yeah, but benevolence would require some type of action, right? So you'd have to
investing my time to help you brainstorm ways is action instead of just moving on in the conversation to something else.
Who that's some egotistical stuff, right? Like I'm going to utilize my time to spend some thought and some words with you, right? Like now that's kind of egotistical, don't you think?
You can see it that way. I don't. Like you can't appreciate it for what it is.
Oh no, I was appreciative till you decided.
I think it's less egotistical than somebody who didn't care at all and was not going to spend any time on it.
Wait,
so now if you're benevolent, it's out of ego.
No,
so there's no winning with you.
No. Well, okay. Now the whole benevolence thing, I think is kind of like a really high metric right up there. I don't put it as any willy-nilly.
Maybe thing. I have a benevolent ego. Maybe my ego prompts me to be benevolent. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Right. Prompting, right. See, okay. So here's the distinction, right? Talking about a thing, right? Like it's real easy to talk about doing a good thing for other people, right? But benevolence requires some type of.
I have a feeling if I had actually somehow purchased you a turkey dinner and had it delivered to your house, you'd still find some way.
No.
Complain about it and make it into a negative. So I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't waste the time I was planning to waste on it.
Yeah. If it is the case that you would somehow learned how to speak Vietnamese in a short amount of time period, right? Even if it was my next Christmas, right? Yeah. Well, good luck with that one, right? Like I've tried that. Good luck with that. But like you've gone through that much trouble and then found some way to communicate with whatever party sells these like Christmas, Thanksgiving, Christmas turkey dinner things, right? Like and gone through that. That's self-sacrifice. That's not a little bit of time. That's a whole lot of time, right?
Not to me. It would not have been that hard,
right?
Especially in this, like you can do anything at the tip of your fingers now on the keyboard. That's not sacrifice to me. Technology has made benevolence has never been easier.
I can give you some Vietnamese terms, right? Like this is the contention with Google Translate, at least here. Like I give you some terms that Google Translate. Yeah, Google Translate will translate one way, but that is not really what it means. But there's all kinds of weird stuff here. Like it's just one of those weird things. Nobody cares about Vietnam. That's why probably Google's not accurate, right? Like even these people here, like nobody here is working for Google trying to fix their shit, right? Like they're trying to make their own stuff, right? It's just it is what it is.
Well, you did give me a good idea for a movie.
Uh-oh.
Trying to get you a turkey dinner overseas and all of the
so
the farce of trying to get a turkey dinner delivered.
I've had some interesting conversations lately. I kind of want to pick your brain on. The first one is like and I didn't even know this was it because again I don't watch enough TV, but apparently like the Color Purple remake is now a thing.
Oh, the remake.
it?
Wait, well, hold on. They're remaking it?
Yeah, apparently.
I know it's a musical, but that's one of my favorite movies. That was like the one movie growing up that I had memorized by heart. I know the entire movie. I've seen it like 100 times. Don't tell me they're remaking that movie.
Yeah, Whoopi herself.
Are they going to do a woke version with white people?
I don't know. I haven't seen the thing. For all I know, it could be out now. I honestly don't know. So
and when you said Whoopi's involved,
I think she's not Whoopi. Yeah. Isn't that her? No, Oprah Winfrey. That lady, right? She's the I believe it's her specifically that's doing the remake. And I don't know.
How do you remake a Steven Spielberg movie?
Don't fucking ask me. I what do I know about movies?
I'm watching the trailer now. Oh my god, you have ruined my Christmas, by the way. They're on a beach? Where the fuck is there a beach? Wait, in The Color Purple. The African scenes look nice.
So, I guess to get to my question here is so now that you know this thing is here.
It's like the same girl from the original movie. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So keep in mind, like I'm just now finding out about this thing today, right? Like keep in mind, I also don't watch a lot of TV, so like new releases, I'm the last person to know, right? But apparently, there's a form of contention within this, not from the white community, but from the black community.
Okay, and the new movie or the original movie?
Technically both, or at least hear a lot of people talk about it, or a good group of people, a good number of people to talk about it is it's the perception that it depicts black men in a violent nature, meaning like black men are like violent toward their spouses, that kind of thing.
I kind of always took it just as a man thing. Not necessarily. It happened to be black men because the movie's about black people, but right. I didn't necessarily take the message being the remake actually looks kind of good. I want to see it. I didn't get the impression that she was making there was a message there specifically about black men.
Right. So here's the question, right? Because there was another conversation that I had with a guy by the name of well, everybody calls him JP. On Risky's channel, he pops up every once in a while. But I finally had a conversation with him about the same topic, something similar to the same topic. And the claim is that society, or media, not just like the internet, but like say films, books and things like that, at least for the last like 30 or 40 years, generally speaking, by majority, tend to portray black men in a nature of like violence, the first to die, like in horror films. Like it's always in like a negative concept. And I started trying to go through some movies to see, like, is it the case that, it's not just his personal perception, but is it the case that it's a commonality? And I'm starting to think that there's a lot of truth to his claim. Now, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say that, things are intentionally designed this way. That could be the case, right? But I don't know, like getting down to intention to me is real touchy, right? Because now you're doing a lot of speculating what's in people's minds that I hate that rabbit hole. But it would seem to be the case that there's a viable claim to it. Now, Jay is actually a really difficult person to deal with. I get along with him.
Jay, who's Jay?
JP.
Hey, Cascadian, welcome.
Jay.
Hello, Merry Christmas.
Jay Prince, I think is. Jay. Yeah, if you ever like visit Risky's panel again, Jay Prince for president is usually his YouTube name. He's a difficult person to talk to. I don't have a problem, but like I can almost talk to anybody, almost. Damn it. I guess the conversation kind of got me to thinking about it because I never really thought about it, right? But it's not been the first time I've heard that claim, and damn it, because it's now like the second or third time within the community that I've heard the claim. I'm starting to think that there's a little bit more to it than being touched on. So now I'm kind of curious.
I don't know that. Well, what are you asking me? If black men are more violent than other?
No, I'm asking. Have you ever thought about the idea that media, not just like say YouTube? I'm talking about like yes, social media, but also like films, books, literature for like at least the last 30 or 40 years. Generally depict black people one way and specifically white people another way. It wasn't, strangely enough, the conversation.
Do you think that's
the conversation itself was not actually based on racial grounds, right? Like it wasn't like, oh, these are racist people, right? He was like, there's always something being projected one way or the other with media. And I'll get down to some other topics where it's kind of the same thing, but it's like, damn it, right? Like,
well, that might be a bad example then, because do you think that it's not a reflection of life? Like they are different.
They are different, but the question is the projection even remotely close to being an accurate or even close to a depiction of real
okay
life?
Having grown up in black culture, most of the depictions I've seen in my lifetime, and I can't speak for recent,
right,
have been more or less accurate, and I've even enjoyed them with other black people who've also found them accurate.
Okay, so like the concept of the general, so let's take like the concept of the color purple, right? So this is this I think
but I don't think the color purple is setting out to specifically portray black men. I think it's just portraying men who happen to be black. Because the white men are just as violent in the movie.
Yeah, technically, right. But their claim is like, so the black family, or okay, so like
Walker was a feminist. So
yeah,
I think her portrayals of men in general are what a feminist would portray.
Right. Okay, so then there you get the portrayal part, right? So the depiction has some type of narrative. This is why I'm saying, God, every time I hear it, I'm starting to think there's a little truth to the claim, right?
That the media, but you say the media like it's one entity that.
Yeah, no,
this is individual artists, and you'll find movies that portray something completely different
right.
too.
It could be the case. I'm not speaking on the intention, because it could be the case that human nature is generally drawn toward conflict. I kind of tend to believe, and so the idea of stories about conflict being more appealing, and thus you're always going to look for storylines. Like if you're an author or something, or some type of publisher, you're always going to be looking for that type of content. And so you're going to basically focus on that just because that's what, the general public has a demand for. But this still doesn't address the concept of the accuracy of things, right? So if you watch 50 movies and say 47 of them typically portray black people one way and white people another way, right? Is it reflective of the reality of society, or U.S. society, specifically Western society?
I think you're asking to what extent does art reflect reality?
Yeah,
I don't think of art that way. I think of what you're calling reality is the material that art. That's the content,
right?
That art shapes into form. So art is the relation of form to content. And it doesn't necessarily matter what the content is. I don't reference the content against some realistic standard. I reference the content against how it relates to the form, and that determines
okay
yeah, that's the quality of art to me.
Okay, so that was more along the lines of the conversation I had with Flow State. So yeah, it's kind
There
of
is a theory that art is a mirror held up to life, but I think that's only one type or aspect of art, and that's not the part that interests me most. So when I'm watching a movie, I don't ask how realistic is this. I ask like, what kind of artistic experience is it giving me?
But that subject makes me want to talk about something though too.
What's up?
Because
and hey, Merry Holiday.
Because I remembered when Devin Stack of Blackpill did a stream about Norman Lear, and he was really critical of Norman Lear for saying that Norman Lear pushed like anti-white propaganda. But Norman Lear's argument for a lot of the shows he produced is that he was just wanting to show American audiences what reality is. And a lot of what inspired him to do what he did was listening to Father Coughlin and being like really upset and offended by Coughlin's anti-Semitic remarks.
So he was trying to. You talking about All in the Family?
Yeah, like he produced that show All in the Family, and a lot of racist guys were like, "Oh, cool, Archie Bunker said you know the N-word," and then he's like, "No, Archie Bunker is you. They're making fun of you. They're not promoting how cool it is. You're the joke. You're the punchline."
So what if I said N-word? What does that matter?
Well, no, hey, this guy is like a white nationalist and a total anti-Semite, and he's all whining to other people because he did a post on Twitter celebrating the death of Norman Lear, and a bunch of people, a bunch of baby boomers got really offended about it.
Damn, I grew up watching it, right? So damn, I didn't even know he died.
I'm not offended by it, but it's kind of sociopathic to celebrate someone's death like that.
Wait,
it doesn't offend me, but it kind of distances me from that person.
Wait.
I'm gonna put celebration my death in my will. That's weak.
Hold up.
Hank, do you have opinions on The Color Purple? Did you know they were remaking it?
I didn't watch the first one either. So
you didn't watch? Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Uncultured Philistines.
Well, I'm cultured, just not in that culture.
Well, I watched it.
It's one of Steven Spielberg's best movies.
I think I watched it when I was like 13 or 14, somewhere around in there, right? Like I'm pretty sure I was a teenager when I watched it, but I remember to watch
it today. Let me put it this way: if Hollywood didn't get Lamar Smith to do that Stop All and Piracy Act, I would be more cultured. But since they did, I'm upset with them. So I would play video games instead. But that's just a personal preference.
Yeah, the last movie I watched was Twin Peaks: Fire Walk with Me.
Wait, are you serious? Like, what do you mean the last movie you watched? Period, or in a theater?
No, just the last one I watched, like last night when I was watching it.
Oh, recently. Okay.
Okay.
That's
before we go too far,
good series.
Before we go too far, I made a blanket statement. I just want to validate it. It's all I want to do. How do you feel about Hitler's death?
That was probably a good thing for the world.
Okay. How do you feel about? Wait.
No, I don't equate Norman Lear with Hitler either.
Right. Okay, right. How do you feel about Stalin's death?
No, Hitler did kill himself.
Yeah.
Again, probably a good thing for the world.
Okay. Fair. How do you feel about, say, Pol Pot's death?
Same thing.
Pol Pot's death was different though, because
you're leading somewhere.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, where his line
when do I stop feeling bad about somebody's death?
No, which deaths do you celebrate? Which ones do you not?
The ones that are destructive to the rest of humanity. It's like a relief that they're.
So, will you celebrate my death then? I mean, I ain't got a couple million dead bodies on me.
Does it will mandate that I'm supposed to celebrate?
I would not celebrate your death. I would be very sad if I were to hear of your death.
Well, I know
because I know you personally.
If
I thought you were a destructive force, you wouldn't even be on the stream. I wouldn't be talking to you now.
Absolutely, by definition, exactly designed for that.
So am I. And my
destructive of others, but supposed to be.
Are you wanting
others.
to be like Stalin and Hitler? Are you like?
Well, I mean,
trying to
want to? No,
No. It's just like
you seem disappointed that I'm not going to feel the same way about your death that I do about Hitler's.
Just do what I do, Josh. Mandate in your will that your death must be celebrated.
I got a
question. There's no choice.
Okay. Got a little question.
I understand what you're saying, Josh, because you're asking, where should the line be drawn on how we should feel about somebody's death? Because, like Henry Kissinger recently died, and some people were either celebrating his death or some people were just like upset about his life and talking about how he was a war criminal and how he had a lot of blood on his hands.
The questioning was just in response to Jeff's claim. It's got to be pretty psychopathic to kind of
to celebrate the death of Norman Lear.
Yeah, I'm trying to do is figure out where is the line.
Some people could say like Norman Lear was a very subversive person on television, and Norman Lear was an activist against evangelicals. But I don't think Norman Lear was like was an evil person either. Like
that wasn't the point. The point was
I know
the claim was made that it's kind of psychopathic to kind of celebrate a death, and I'm just trying to figure out is there a line or is there not a line, right? Like
I gave you my line.
I got it. Wait, is there a line on how much destruction? A little bit, a lot?
It's subjective, but I feel like it's not conscious. Like the emotion's going to happen. The emotion of like joy or relief, whatever, is going to happen before I process and calculate how much destruction.
Yeah,
and Norman Lear is not one of those people that would evoke that emotion in me. Like, yay, finally he's dead.
You ever put it this way, Josh? You have to destroy way more things. If you steal as many things before the Satanists will worship your death, celebrate your death. Yes, so you need to get back to work, bud.
Yeah, but to go after the Satanists, right? Like to get them to hate me, you know what I'd have to do? I'd pretty much have to lead, like, I don't know, the world church to like, back to, I don't know, burning Satanists and witches at the stake again. Like we'd have to go
try it.
Yeah, and we got resistances for that. Yeah. So I'm figuring something else out. So like, just put me in charge. I don't know what to do.
No, for the Satanists, specifically the Satanists, to come after me like that would have to be.
Wait, which Satanists are coming after you?
None of them, because nobody cares.
Well,
just give me resources, put me in charge. I can get it done for you.
Now, keep in mind, I'm not really good at management, right? So, like the whole idea of being in charge, at least within government,
just be the chairman.
It's really
I'll
a manage
for you. Just get me resources.
Yeah, you can't even manage your wife to get you a Christmas dinner.
This is true, right? See. So management's kind of a problem. That's not my skill set, but.
You be the figurehead. You just be the face. You just let me be the operations manager.
No, I know a lot of people that are a lot more meaner than me. So like, if I somehow became in charge, I would just relinquish control to one of them.
Exactly. You relinquish control to me. I'll handle it for you. You just sit there and look pretty.
No. You're.
Are you afraid of me?
No offense by this, but you would be kind of a cheerleader compared to them. They're 100 times.
Nah, he's afraid of me. I understand.
Okay, that's what it is.
Exactly.
So, did we clear up the confusion about art and media representation and all that?
No, but now I've got to go back and I think I need to actually ask that. Like, I need to ask is like our movies, films, TV shows, magazines, news articles, or any type of publishing, like, is it construed as an art form, or do people generally take it as like a tool to kind of, I don't know, describe society kind of thing? So it's a little bit more questioning that's involved. So to answer your question, I have to go back and ask that same question to them. I think it's a fair point.
I think it's taken more as assertive of reality. than fiction is.
Well, yeah, but now we're talking
fiction
about,
is hypothetical, and things like journalism and news and science is assertive.
We hope that is, what society thinks, but now we got to figure out, like, does society look on, like, I don't know, the latest Facebook blog and say, is this news, or is it, just
I would hope that whoever this society person is, that they could tell the difference between a movie, a Facebook meme, and a news or journal article.
Yeah. The claim is that the media projects something, right? So I don't know, right? To even address it, right? Like, you have to find some way to figure out whether the vast majority of society actually finds reality within media.
Well, the answer is quite simple. The answer is yes. The people use the media to express themselves, and by extension, just understand how other people feel rather than what they say.
Right. So now,
I don't think media gives us reality at all. I think it gives us a sense of reality.
Yeah,
and your sense of reality can be different. Like Fox News will give someone a different sense of reality than MSNBC will.
Yeah, right. That's why we have been hyper reality now. Post truth, Julian Bolliard. Yeah,
the simulacrum.
Right.
Yes, that guy.
Just to be fair,
guy.
Just to be fair, because I don't want it to be so cut and dry as saying is the news kind of thing, right?
It is.
Point it more to, like, say, movies, TV shows, things that are supposed to be that are questionably the difference between entertainment and a depiction of what could be or might be reality. Put it that way. Try to use those as opposed to, like, Fox News or CNN, because those are supposed to be by definition, they're supposed to be informative of what's going on.
They're supposed to be, but
whether they are, right? Yeah. But that's not the form of contention. Is our media itself. So that would be like talk shows. It could be anything that's based on the concept of could be entertainment, but is that entertainment having something else added to it, aka like propaganda?
So we can go one step removed and go to. What's it called?
Well, go ahead, Hank. I'll go ahead and take this.
PragerU. You can go to PragerU and just be one step removed from Fox News, and they still use narratives, but they're just longer form narratives.
Here, let me ask the question. Do you believe that somebody would watch a film, right? Any type of film, just not a documentary, but any other type of film, and believe that there's some type of reality within that?
Some people probably. My understanding of propaganda is it has to be intentional. Like it's created specifically to be propaganda.
So here's the thing: you can go on TikTok and verify for yourself that there's people who believe the movies are real.
Right, and that now, but like verifying a source that you're questioning against it's like basically verifying the truth of the Bible by citing the Bible, right? Like there's a problem with that, right? You need something else. You need an outside source if it's the case that you're trying to measure media in that concept. So
yes,
you can't use media to verify media.
Yeah, well, you can. You technically do that, but I'm not sure there's a metric you will want to use in your case. So you can definitely use references and media to other media, but I would not. It would not get you to guess stuff. We only in this universe for sure. Mm-hmm. You'll leak into other universes if you try to do that.
I think it's even more complicated than that because our brains work off of stories anyway. Like all of reality is a narrative or a story that our brains put together. So whether those stories are influenced by the stories from movies, media, news, other people, Twitter, whatever, ultimately reality is going to take the form of some kind of story. And there's always going to be some kind of fictive element to that story.
Ooh, damn, I forgot about that one.
Yeah. And there's people who disagree with us that say, well, they got the truth. They got the truth. But the truth happens to be just another story, except with the exception. The narrative sucks, so they can't lean into it. It never makes no sense. So you get them when you ask them to elaborate, explain why this. They just said, "I don't know, but I know I have the truth," and it's ridiculous.
So hopefully we cleared all that up for you folks. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, I've got to go back and ask more questions in that conversation. I knew it was a never ending, or it wasn't going to be an end to that conversation.
No,
so now I got to go back and ask these specific. You gave me a different approach to question to try to see if I could comprehend it more. So yeah, it was helpful.
Yeah. Don't worry about because I've got to explain the same thing to Rocky Shepherd and Nachikita again too.
Chiquita, I just met
Chiquita's a flat earther. Why would you waste your time trying to explain anything?
Jeff, you were there, weren't you?
It's education. It's education. Someone has to do it. So, and I think Redrick's taking a break, so I'll step up. I haven't been carrying my weight for a while, so I had to get my hands dirty and stuff.
I'm guessing you were there yesterday, Jeff, with Flo. Yeah, that's right. I said hey to you in chat.
So I was.
That was my first.
I like Flo. He's one of the better streamers out there. Like one of the streams I watch more often than some of the others.
Yeah,
because he's capable of having the interesting conversations and managing the trolls, I think, a little better. Although sometimes his conversations go in territory that I don't find helpful, like Flat Earth. And every now and then the trolls do get the better of him. But I think he does a better job than most.
That was my first run-in with Notch. That's the first time I'd ever met him.
I like Notch. He's a nice guy. He's just like the Flat Earth thing is bunk. I can't take him. It cuts into his credibility for me.
I have to admit, right? Like I conveniently had a phone call. I had to get off panel. The conversation was like it had a good start, and then everybody popped on, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Right? Like, and I'm the dumbass that asked it. Like, I'm the stupid one that because somebody said something that hinted at it, and I was like, "No, now I got to ask the guy. Like, do you believe in flat Earth?" And that was it. Just my own stupidity allowed it to open the door. That was 100% my fault.
Yeah, that's why you need a smart guy to be your operations manager like me. I mean, I paid to change Nachikita's name to Dr. Disc.
I didn't realize I had fucked up, like not at first, right? Because my first response was shock, right? I'm like, oh, this is the first Asian dude that I've met that believes in it, right? I'm surrounded by millions and millions and millions and millions of Asians, right? And he's the first one, and then used math, right? I'm done, right? That's when I learned. Okay, I've made a mistake by asking the question. Now I'm the asshole, right? So yeah.
Just lean into being the asshole. Then people will respect you for it.
Yeah, no. I prefer to be a little bit more honest with it, right? Like if I'm going to do something intentionally and then like credit, right? Like if you're just going to lie about your intention, then there's no credibility. There's no usefulness to it, right? So you can't be an asshole by accident. That doesn't count as being an asshole, right?
Yeah, but what you do instead of pulling back, push forward, lean forward.
I would dispute that because I've been called an asshole by a lot of people where I wasn't intentionally trying to be one that I don't even know what it was about. So a lot of it is subjective on their part.
No, yeah, but it's a reflection of them, not you. Thus, the label doesn't get to fly. You can't lay claim to it, and they really can't blame you for it other than
how do you separate the genuine asshole from the perceived asshole?
Just how the term you would use with propaganda. There has to be some intention behind it, right? It's harder to measure. Definitely harder to measure,
so when
right?
someone calls me an asshole, I can just say, well, no, I'm not trying to be. That's you. Because when I'm actually being an asshole, I can be an asshole when I intend to be one. I can do it very well.
So instead of doing that, I'm not trying to be, I just go ahead and poke at them again. That's what I do.
You can't be an asshole accidentally, right? Like this isn't the policy. There has to be the intention behind it, right?
Yeah.
Like you have to be doing the thing or doing or saying the thing that is obnoxious to the other person intentionally to wear the title, right?
So instead of being clumsy about it, I signal that I know what I'm doing.
Sort of. I mean, if you're trying to brag about the concept, right?
Of course, I'm trying to brag about the concept. I'm trying to get you to hire me as your operations manager for your dictatorship.
You can't mistakenly ask a question, right, and derail a conversation, by accident, thinking it's going to derail the whole thing into a flat earth. Like, I'm an asshole, yes, but that one was not like me intending to do it, and wasn't aware that I really made that mistake until like 8 minutes into the conversation, right?
Yeah, but I actually put a super chat in. I think it was going to work that day. I asked them. I threw some gasoline on fire. I asked them, if Earth is flat, why is there hills? It seems to anyone reasonable that seems like a stupid question, but it's still on the wavelength of a conspiratard. So then they had to figure out a way to defend themselves.
Not particularly, and they did actually answer that. Now, not on the first stream, but on the second, they definitely addressed it.
Yeah, but then I put them in a mode where they had to defend any wild accusations I come up with, because I at the point of weakness for them. I know they don't.
Well, hopefully we're not going to spend Christmas Day having the flat Earth conversation here.
Yeah, we won't.
Okay.
We're talking about narratives.
Yes.
I avoided the conversation because I conveniently had a phone call and had to get off panel and take the phone call for the entirety of the conversation.
Yeah, I understand convenience. But yeah, the thing is, when you're armed with the good information, you could just keep poking like an asshole indefinitely.
Yeah, now that part would be the asshole move, right? Like poking the bear and then walking away and just watching it maul a freaking, panel of people, right? Like now that
if it was intentional, is that something you would do?
Well,
I did that today. I did that today on Flow State. So yes. So of course it would be something to do. I did it today.
I absolutely never got off that panel. That really was a phone call. That was a real reason why I had to get off the panel. Yes, dude. I accidentally poked a bear, and then everybody else on the panel suffered. It wasn't me.
That bear gets poked all the time. It's a lot of those panelists come from the truther and flat Earth movements. So that's a bear that's always getting poked.
Yeah, yes. But then you also had people feeding the fire like Angry Man. Like Angry Man's not a flat earther, but boy was he feeding it. It's like now he was an asshole. Like he was being the asshole thing. I'm like, oh Jesus, I'm done. So I ran. I ran away.
We are training back up.
No, I don't generally. I'll have the conversation if it's going to result in a claim that can be falsifiable, right? But not if it's going to be a claim that can't. You can't do it. If one person lied, everybody lied. That's never going to be that's a never-ending conversation.
I think unfalsifiable claims are the funnest to set up an experiment for. And I mean, you probably have actual experiments. You were a real police officer, and like Officer Snaps and Officer Tarek, who are mall cops. So I'm not going to talk to you about calling you officer.
Yeah, it's actually part of a job title, so it's not really an insult. I don't even know how we insult any of them, but what do I know, right?
Well, they're truther, propagandists, so and they're around people. A lot of people who or like, police auditors. So the people they want to impress would not be impressed with them because officers and them acting like officers on the internet because they think officers are assholes.
Well, see, now I don't have contention with any of those people. I don't even have a contention with like auditors.
Mm-hmm.
I actually don't have a contention with sovereign citizens. Like I believe it's kind of like a complete fiction, but I don't have like a problem with them.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, somebody there's always going to be somebody that's going to push boundaries, right? It's just always going to be somebody. The idea that, plus they're good practice, right? Like if you get a new baton, right? You have to break the thing in, right? So somebody's got to get hit first, right? So you just start with that.
Yeah, you can't just use a dummy. You can't just use a stack of potatoes. You have to have a live practice object, or you don't know if you can get it when it's moving. I understand.
I just want to point out, though, the real truth is they don't give us batons. That's not something they give us. Like, that's a beat cop or something. It's definitely not us. We don't get nothing. We're not.
Are you considered a cop?
Yeah, it's actually in the title, Foreign Service Officer.
Officer. Oh, is that? Yeah. Because there's other types of officers.
Yeah, there's
but you have law enforcement, like you're a law enforcement officer.
Yeah, you're enforcing legal standing for literally the federal government just on foreign soil.
Oh, okay.
So there's legal precedents. It's just not the same legal precedents that exist on U.S. soil. So, like, example, like whatever orders are being dictated out here, there's no such thing as due process. There's no such thing as freedom of speech. There's no such thing as like
habeas corpus. Yeah, habeas corpus.
Yeah, none of that. Yeah, none of that.
So you can just abuse your powers.
You literally
still regulations.
Yeah, the only check and balance is your supervisor, right? And then the thing that I guess apparently checks and balances him would be reputation, diplomacy, publicity, those things.
Oh, okay, so that's why they put social justice warriors in as supervisors now.
Right.
That makes sense.
It would sort of exist, but you'd go after the branch and then the branch. So, like, it's shit. It's kind of a weird thing, right? It's if you have the expectation like your civil rights exist off U.S. soil, that's where you're in for like a horrible surprise.
Even for you, because you only patrol police U.S. citizens.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with foreigners. If you do have a run-in with a foreigner, right, you are also immune from prosecution from this government or whatever host government it is, right? But but that doesn't apply to your own country or like into the local country. So here's an example. Let's say I don't know, accidentally discharge my firearm, like I'm waving it around carelessly, right? And I shoot somebody, right? So I'm not going to get
you would do.
Yeah, no trigger control.
No, like I absolutely do not use, like rarely ever. You're not really even supposed to show your firearm. It's supposed to stay hidden at all times. It's a policy thing, not a law thing. But anyways, let's just hypothetically say I accidentally discharge it, right? And I do mean accidentally. And you hit somebody, right? So I would be immune from prosecution within the host country, wherever I'm posted. I'm not immune from a prosecution administratively, meaning it's kind of like a loophole. Not like you're actually committing a crime on the books, but the Department of State can administratively punish you, even criminally, right? Like, so they can just kind of like willy-nilly toss you in jail, make up laws, rules, right? There is a catch-22, right? Nothing's ever free and clear.
So basically, the Secretary of State is your monarch. They can just do whatever they want.
Yeah. That would be one way of actually describing it. Probably not, right? It's just not the same kind of concept of a law that like a civilian would be. Like you're not.
Well, here's what I really want to know: do you have to wear a uniform?
Technically, yes, but not what you would think what a uniform is. So there is a dress code. In the dress code, slightly a little bit different, depending on like necessity. So if you were to ask me like, what is the one job I do? There's no such thing, right? You get all. I have. In one instance, I've had to babysit port entry. So like when a naval ship does a port call and they get a furlough and they're get to run around, sometimes those people get babysat so they don't get in trouble. So you got like, I don't know, 25, 30 naval soldiers that are, off on shore leave, right? And so they get a babysitter, aka me. A whole job for me is to make sure they don't do something stupid to get themselves in trouble, because they most often do dumb shit, right? Like get married to a bitch, right? Get drunk and literally get married, right? Like this is a problem. It happens enough that they actually have a policy for this shit, right?
What do you tell them? Don't make the same mistake I did.
No, you physically have to get involved.
Oh,
so if
so what does the uniform look like for that?
A suit and tie.
They listen to you?
Who? No.
You. Oh.
No.
Well, then how do you? So are you good at your job?
Well, okay, so like convincing a person that's been trapped on a boat for 6 months, right, to not drink, not go fuck that prostitute, and damn sure not to get so drunk that you just inadvertently find some way to like get yourself up to their little it's not a clerk of court, but their government office and sign a paper into marriage, right? To convince them to do that, that's never going to happen, right? Because they're just, going hog wild, right? But you can get involved, like AKA go up there and really cause some problems.
Well, maybe you're just the wrong person for the job.
I have an idea. I have an idea how to do your job more efficiently. So suit and tie, dress like a Men in Black agent, and then give them some alien bullshit that would change their behavior to whatever you need it to be.
You're a tactician, and you can't influence them to not behave
right.
Like you don't want them to behave.
Imagine this, right? Imagine you've been locked in a cage for 6 months, right? No alcohol, no.
Yeah, but also imagine that you are a tactician with a master's degree.
You're not going to do it for the same reason that if you tell somebody not to do something, they're most likely going to be drawn to do it. And I don't mean the concept of
well, then you should easily be able to reverse that.
No. Don't get married. Don't get like, it's not like saying don't get married. It's like saying don't get drunk after you've been denied alcohol for the last 6 months, right? And you're just trying to blow off some steam because you've been locked on a boat for 6 months, not seeing anything but, I don't know, your naked supervisor in the shower, right? Like this is all you really get, right? Of course they're going to want to go crazy and go hog wild.
I don't know. Fentanyl's in that alcohol, and it'll kill you. Don't drink the alcohol because they put fentanyl in the alcohol to try to get you.
It sounds like a bunch of excuses to me.
No, if it was the case that you could, within the span of a short while, talk somebody out of, I don't know, jumping off of a ledge, suicide wouldn't actually be a problem now, would it? Right? So you've got a demand on one side, and then you have an expectation on another side.
But wouldn't someone like you have a higher chance of being successful than the average ordinary citizen? So they're hiring you for a special skill set that you're saying you can't even do.
They're not hiring you to talk somebody out of doing a stupid thing.
You just said that they were.
No, they're hiring you to use a specific set of power.
You're playing mind games right now.
No, I'm dead serious, right? So, like, if it is the case that I've never seen it happen, but the policy is like, if the dudes like find some hooker or get drunk, right, and end up out there at their local government building and signed into marriage, your job is to go up there and reverse all of that.
What if you could get them to not do both at the same time? Would it be safer at least?
Talking naval personnel like, out of doing something on their furlough? Are you guys kidding me? Like it's
so my job is to do this thing that nobody can do.
Why would you even have the expectation that you think a person can?
Well, apparently they do because they assigned it to you as a job duty. So they take it seriously as something.
Take this in the concept of a prisoner or somebody, just not even a hardcore prisoner, a person that's been locked in jail for 6 months. What do they get out and do?
Whatever they want because they're free now.
Whatever that thing they desire. Now, do you think that it's possible to stand there at the exit door of the jail and say, hey, look, this thing that you want to do, don't go do it?
So what you tell them is that the thing you want to do, it's dangerous, do it my way. then you
are a law enforcement officer. Your job is not to tell them not to do it. It's to enforce.
No. It's not technically law enforcement.
Yeah. So you tell them, well, okay, I know what you want to do.
You were a law
just do it my way, and you'll stay safe.
Not in the.
Then you waste your time with all kinds of stupid rituals.
Not in the case that you think it is, right? There are some laws, very few that would apply to a U.S. citizen off U.S. soil, like tax things and stuff like that. But you're not enforcing those. You're exercising the force.
Jeff, were there any crises yet? We think we're having one. Right.
Oh, dial 988 if you need me.
I'm
pretty slow right now.
I had some actually questions. So like a crisis hotline, is that the thing you do?
Yeah, people call the crisis hotline or get transferred over from the police department, and if they're having some sort of mental health crisis, me and other people go out and assess them and try to take them to a higher level of care.
Is there a surplus in service requirements or calls or something like that around the holidays, say like Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Other behavioral health fields see an uptick in it, but we haven't seen that. Usually around here, I live in Arizona, so it gets really hot in the summer. I guess that's when they have a lot of their calls, like homeless people and stuff, or trying to get shelter and stuff. That's something we take care of too, is like people who are homeless and stuff, try to help them find shelter.
Okay.
Joshua said he would just kill him.
Oh, I'd push him. I'm not talking somebody off of a ledge. I'm gonna. Well, that's gonna be my response. Oh, I don't believe you. Jump, you big pussy. I mean,
I may do that too. It depends on who they are. That's why I learned MBTI, so I can know what their reaction is going to be ahead of time.
There's absolutely no way in hell you could convince me to work for a crisis hotline.
Yeah.
There's
absolutely no way in hell I would let you work for a crisis hotline.
Oh, I know what crisis hotline that would hire you. So if you know Collective Dismal, he's a eugenicist. If he made a crisis hotline, he would totally want you to manage the workers.
Oh no, I could work for like a crisis hotline, like a suicide hotline that also happened to double over for like, I don't know, organ donation or something, right? Like that I could pull off, right? Because but it's a little contrarian to what the title is, obviously. But no, I was just talking to Jeff about that. The other Jeff was talking to him about it. It's like that takes a person with a lot of toleration and a lot of patience for society. That is definitely not me.
I was going to say really quick, you know who Collective Dismal is, Hank? Because
absolutely.
I only knew about him like when he was on the infrared a Telegram channel for briefly until they kicked him off.
Yeah.
I'm looking him up now.
I'm on his Discord server. I'm friends with him.
Yeah, he's like a major eugenicist, isn't he?
Yeah, but the rest of his politics, he's a neoliberal.
These people y'all hang around.
What is a major eugen? I know. Obviously,
it's not he's a normal eugenicist.
Why the term major? What is?
There's no major.
It's not like anything specific when I say major. I'm just saying like he is an advocate for that position. Like he advocates the idea of eugenicism in general.
Yeah, he's just a normal Canadian. He's just a neoliberal.
Wait.
My ex was a eugenicist. That's one reason we broke up. I can't be with somebody that thinks
hold
that
up. I hate you. Do I really need to play devil's advocate here?
Yes, please.
So, like, there are some concepts from eugenics that can be argued for. The question is right? Cascadian is claiming the dude's distinct. I don't know, but he's claiming that like there's some type of extreme. Is it like eugenics?
No, I'm not making that claim
or something.
No, I'm not making that claim that there's anything extreme about it. I'm just saying that like the person advocates for it. That's all I was saying.
So like birth screening for let's say genetic defect, right? Like that's one form of eugenics, right?
Yeah, that is one form of it.
Right. So like
there's selective forms of it. There's different forms of it, by the way. I mean, it's not all just like, oh, we just only like breed for this. Like they look for defects sometimes they don't like a lot of like when eugenics started, it was more about like getting rid of like, the mentally deficient, getting rid of the more crime ridden people. And it started during the progressive era.
Right.
It wasn't
it was
really
the
a position.
that started.
It definitely was not a position that was held by more conservative minded people, obviously.
Yeah, society kind of frowns on the idea of, claiming that skin tone might actually be a genetic defect, things like that, right?
Yeah,
Like, that's where things become problematic.
Yeah, because that's absurd. Only retard press would say skin tone's a genetic defect. Pretty much the research moved on mostly. There's only like small edge cases where it would make sense.
My ex
I know what they say about. I know what they say about like red hair. Red hair is a genetic defect, and like pale skin with freckles.
So is blue eyes, technically. Like if you really want
or being left-handed.
Yeah, which is why we don't bother.
Recessive is not necessarily defect. All you're saying is it's recessive.
Yeah, it's recessive. So until we identify what an actual defect is, it's a non-starter really. But
what's defective about red hair?
I don't know.
That's what I just heard.
Well, I mean,
apparently,
do you? I can't do
it. It doesn't prevent someone from doing
it. Do it. Oh my! I'll do it for you then.
It's Christmas. We got a new guy on the panel, right? Like I can't just go straight and dump him in the hellfire kind of concept, right? Like you got to work him in here, right?
He's older than you are.
ITJ equation. That other Jeff is older than me, even so.
I only go off the deep end like after I get to know somebody, right? So like, we'll get the panel or two, right?
I'm not saying I have anything against red hair or anything like that. I just heard that it was a genetic defect, so they consider it.
I can.
I think what Jeff said, it's recessive.
It looks like you're against all hair. So
no, I can make anything sound good or bad. Doesn't really much matter, right? Like
except you can't get the Navy people to stop doing what they're not supposed to do.
But
you have these miraculous powers of persuasion. Otherwise,
I did say I'd never seen it happen, but it happens enough apparently that there's a policy to deal with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people like you to enforce it.
You're there to utilize diplomatic immunity to throw your weight around within a government building.
Yeah,
but you also have to be aware of what that it happens, and you've got like that whatever furlough time, whether it's 24-hour period, which I don't understand how they could even do it within that 24-hour, but the 72-hour furlough, that one's a little bit different, right? That gives you a little bit of time to play with.
Yeah. So what you do is you dress like a Men in Black agent and say you're going to help them with whatever the debauchery, but actually you waste your time and you just won't be able to get to anything.
I want to point this out here. Like, I'm always the asshole that's being dressed up as the jerk that doesn't have any empathy, right? And I'm the one feeling empathy for these dudes that are locked on these boats for like 6, 8,
maybe that's what's interfering with your ability to do your job.
No, I won't. I'm gonna
get rid of that empathy, bud.
I would give you that one, right? If it was the case, I was ordered like they couldn't go in this part of town or they could only be there. Do you think I would enforce that? Hell no, right? Like there's no way in hell I'm telling these dudes, look, you can't do this thing. Go do the thing, get it out of your system, get back on the boat. Please don't cause me any more work than you absolutely have to. We're fine.
Tell them that. Tell them that then.
Isn't there like some type of obligation for brotherhood of service kind of thing? Like, my God, you guys are more dicks than I am. Gee, mini Chris.
We know. That's why like half of us are peer counselors.
Peer? Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, half of us are peer counselors, and I'm not that. I'm just a trainer.
You know what?
Trainer.
You know what? Like, see, maybe some training is required here. Maybe you two need to be like locked in a cage for like 6 months, and that right, and then immediately coming out of that cage, whatever the thing you most desire, try to find somebody to convince you to like not do that thing. Come on,
you can't do it now. Yeah. And I'm freaking out. Politics are trained with underworld goddesses. I mean, there's probably no that could stop me. I'll probably be training in my head what to say to get people to do what I want them to do. So it's probably whatever they're gonna do is probably not gonna work on me. But I'll pretend I won't do it anyway, so they won't take their eyes away from me. So Good
So,
luck.
Joshua, all anyone has to do next time they get stopped by a cop is say, "Officer, I didn't get to do this thing for however long, and I can't control myself to do it."
No.
Like when has that ever stopped any other law
Hold
enforcement officer from
Hold
doing their
up.
job?
Hold up. No, but you can show your military
It sounds like
ID,
you're just a
and you don't think
pushover
that gets you out of some
for these
tickets?
army guys.
Wait.
Navy.
Do you not think that when a service personnel gets pulled over, they don't show like a military or even a vet, pulled over and show their military ID, and not, like to get out of a ticket? Like you don't think that's a thing?
Yeah, I mean these cops pull each other over, so it's hilarious.
Yeah, but that wasn't the argument you were using. You were using being deprived and not being able to control your desire for that thing.
I'm saying that I have enough empathy that these assholes are locked onto a boat without any access to pussy.
Well, I think it's misplaced empathy. Like you would, if someone get a suicide call, you would push them off the building. But the army people that want to get laid, you have empathy for.
Yes.
So I think your empathy is just misplaced, and I don't think it's serving you in your career.
Okay. So it's not the case that like every service personnel is dedicating their life kind of concept.
You've already changed it so many times.
No.
Any of it anymore.
Here's the value of the appreciation, right? So a dude, even if it is the case, it's a dude that joined the military because it's an easy way to get out of a small town, and I'm going to get a paycheck for like 4 years, right? No, damn it, right? But it is the case that these people, if put in a position where all the shit hits the fan, right? Like these are the first people to die. Isn't there any type of gratitude here whatsoever?
I mean, that's what they signed up for, though.
Yeah, it is.
There's plenty of gratitude. That doesn't mean I have to bend the law for them.
Oh, okay. You know what? Right. So okay, let me reverse this, right? So the person that's trying to off themselves because they're having a bad Christmas, right? Well, they signed up for life, right? Why didn't they commit suicide? I don't know, at 4 or 5, or I don't know, go find a swimming pool to jump in and drown themselves. Why are they waiting now to cause me problems? That kind of thing.
Here's what I would say. They have the right to do it, but they're missing out on all this other stuff. So, like this, technically, you do have the right to offer yourself your body, your choice. But if you do that now, you'll miss this thing you're interested in. So, probably better hold off.
Jesus, this is a double-edged sword, but you guys are still trying to make it a one-sided. So this is just so unfair, right?
No, don't put this on us. You're the one doing all the equivocating here.
I've got some. Okay, so now I've got some empathy for some dudes that have been locked on a boat for like at least 6 months, right? So I've got some.
You're having the empathy is one thing, but you are actively taking action based on that empathy, counter to what your duties are. So it's not just having the empathy; it is impacting your behavior in a way that negatively reflects on your ability to do your job.
If by action you mean I'm turning my head and refusing to see a thing that they're probably not supposed to be doing, and then going about it.
Yeah, you're a corrupt cop. That's what corrupt cops do.
Well,
So be a better corrupt cop. Be their tour guide. Help them.
And you're corrupt, like for the dumbest thing, for wanting guys to get laid.
Yeah, so you can do that. Just make sure you do it right.
What? Wait.
Just trust Josh, and he'll make sure you do it right and do it safe and get back to the boat.
Hold up. Should naval personnel on furlough not be allowed to get laid, right? Like, are they prisoners?
Well, I don't care.
Isn't that what you said your job charged you to do? Is to keep them?
Aren't there women on ships anyways?
That's correct. There are women on ships.
Well, so there's... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, there are a few.
It was something about don't get married. Like, is your job to keep them from going to prostitution at all?
The problem is the negativity that comes with it. It's not the getting drunk part. Well, it is if they get drunk and get in a bar fight or something, right? Like that's a problem, right? But it would be the excessiveness and all of the, I don't know, the debauchery that comes with drunkenness, right? Like that would be the problem, right? Am I going to sit on top of them and say, hey, look, don't get drunk, don't get to act stupid? I might say it. Am I going to stop them from doing it? No.
Yeah, absolutely. So just tell them you'll be their tour guide and take them to places that they have a really hard time getting in trouble in.
I'm confused what your job duty even is.
to basically be there in case they get in trouble. Mostly, usually to try to head off the trouble, but I don't. I wouldn't do that part.
So offer to be their tour guide, take to the places where it's really hard for them to get in trouble, and then you don't get in trouble.
Well, no, fights are a little bit more common. They're not that common, but they would be more common than I've ever, like those I've seen. But the getting married thing, I've never seen that. I just know it's common enough that they have a policy to deal with it.
Yeah, just done
somebody's
yourself.
been doing it on some type of basis. I don't know what percentage, but
you only seen it in the mirror.
They don't write up. I'd like to say that they don't write up policies for fantasies that, they don't have any examples of. There's got to be somebody that did it to even come up with a stupid. Oh my God.
So it would not be illegal to run for a political position. Is that right?
Huh?
So you could come off the boat in furlough and to say, "Oh, I'm going to run for mayor." That's fine.
I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know. Like, if you're within military service or you're not also, I don't know. I know that one I do not know.
So here's something else I want to get your take on. This Trump Colorado ruling. Did he get his due process? Because to me, it seems like he did not.
Must be a current affairs thing that I'm unaware of. What do I know?
Oh, you're not aware of it?
Oh.
Which one?
It's been all over the news for the last week.
So this is where Colorado removed Donald Trump from the ballot because they have ruled in the Superior Court that he has practiced insurrection. They
determined they had a 5-day trial where they as a fact finding, and they determined that he participated in an insurrection, and they took him off the ballot.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment.
That is not due process.
Well, hold up. Now, wait. Right. So now we got a problem here, right? You realize that the vast majority of states are allowed to determine their own election process, right?
Yes, the election process. But
Right. And so what they're doing now, and I mean, I hate to say it, like I dislike it, but it is the case if they decide, look, this type of person cannot be on a ballot. That's kind of arguably within that purview.
But who determines?
The state.
Who determines what an insurrection is and whether he participated in it?
In this case,
is like overreach on their part.
The judges do.
Right.
So they can arbitrarily determine anything about anybody and keep them off the ballot. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't seem like there's any due process around this.
Yeah, technically it is the case, right? The due process that you're expecting is it's supposed to go up to the Supreme Court. It might.
So the appeals is the due process, which it is. It's going to end up on the Supreme.
Yeah, but things to go to the Supreme Court till they go to the appeals court, so they have to rule on it.
Hopefully, the Supreme will say that this trial you did was not due.
Here's the question. Here's the real important question: how long is it going to take?
They're expediting it. January 4th. They're expediting it.
Now, that one was the one I read about. Is it the case that the Supreme Court is going to hear this?
They probably won't. They'll just say, well, the states can pick for themselves.
We don't know yet. I don't think they've decided.
Okay.
If they hear it, they're going to rule by January 4th.
Yeah. Okay. So you wait till January 4th and you'll have your answer, right? Like,
I was just trying to get your take on it. Being more on the inside about it than I am.
Well, no, this is more like a states' rights thing.
Because it seems like but even there's got to be checks and balances on even states' rights. Because what keeps them from going in a little room with each other, making up a verdict, and then saying we've determined that you have done this, therefore there's these consequences we're going to impose. That seems like abuse of power.
Oh, you mean like the concept?
Because if they could do it to Donald Trump, they could do it to any citizen.
Well, they could do it to any citizen, but that would be stupid if they just accuse any willing person to have insurrection, because that's a factual claim. So they'll lose in court.
But they did it to Trump. So why would you think that they would not do it again if it were in their interest?
Well, here's the thing. Most people did not do an insurrection. So if they accuse them of doing insurrection, they'll look stupid.
But the ones that did the insurrection had the trial. They were convicted. They were sentenced. They paid the consequences for it. They had due process, and some of them were determined that they did. Some of them were determined they didn't. Donald Trump did not go through that process yet.
Yes,
he has
because
4 criminal indictments he's facing. The trials have not happened yet, and they're already predetermining that he.
Here's the thing: a lot of people already went to jail for participating in insurrection, and there's another trial involving Trump that determined factually that he was involved in insurrection, even though they didn't give him the charges.
Right, but that has not happened yet. So how can they hold him accountable for a trial that hasn't happened yet?
Because there's other trials that have happened, but it sent people to jail for 20 years based on insurrection, and Trump also represents.
But they've had those people had due process.
The thing is, for they to do the ballot, they had to rule before they make the ballot, so they had to hurry up.
But how can they rule on something like that without the kind of due process that everybody else got in this situation?
Because it's not a criminal case.
4 indictment trials.
Because whether you're on the ballot or not, it's not a criminal case, technically. So they could rule based on less evidence.
I don't understand your logic, because their ruling is they're taking him off the ballot based on the fact that he participated in insurrection, but that fact has not yet been determined.
Right.
By you. They determined themselves based on their own.
Right, but they determined it without due process.
They don't.
What about all the due process that he escaped earlier? Because he was impeached, technically. He enticed a riot on the Capitol. What about all the due process he escaped, though?
Exactly.
That's what has not been factually determined. What authority has determined that?
The judge of that case.
He was impeached. When he was in president, he was impeached.
Yeah, that's a fact. He was impeached for that.
And if any of us enticed the riot on the Capitol, we'd be in prison right now, and he escaped that.
And a lot of people are in prison.
I thought the impeachment determined, because they tried to use that, but they determined that he wasn't.
No, they determined that he was.
Well, they determined he wasn't because he's rich and got out of it.
No, actually, they didn't convict, but they did impeach. So,
well, if he got out of it, that means that he wasn't impeached.
Okay.
No.
So I hate I got to point this out, right? So this might be a semantics problem, but like the concept of being impeached is to be charged in the first place, right? What Jeff is talking about is the conviction part of it, right? So like the conviction would have been him being unseated as a president, right? That was the part that failed, right? But the idea, like the wording of it for a president to be impeached is, well, exactly what it is, where they basically say, hey, look, we're going to put this on the docket. We're going to have this discussion. That's the impeachment process, right? Now, Jeff, you have a completely unreasonable thing. Like you're claiming like there's this.
Well, I just want to point out that the dissenting judges in this case said the exact same thing. So it's not just this crazy idea that I came up with.
Don't get me wrong. Like I'm a GOPer. I'm not an always Trumper, but I'm definitely a GOPer, right? But now to be fair, right, to lay claim that a state cannot do the thing that it wants to do is like saying all 50 states don't really exist.
Just make up charges, to have a trial without due process, determine that the person is guilty of that charge, and impose consequences. That sounds fucked up.
Right. I know, because within how you're describing it, you're describing the United States as one government. It's really not. It's 50 governments plus one.
But even the states, individual states still bound by due process.
Oh, okay. Here's a question. If it
just say yes or no before you give your question.
No.
They're not. Okay.
I agree. No.
Right. Not the starting point.
So the right to due process does not exist at the state level.
For getting on a ballot, no, it's a political issue.
No, not the way you're defining it, right? Because you're saying that due process has to be this thing only at a federal level, but it has.
No,
to
I didn't make claim for any level. I'm even arguing that it's supposed to apply at the state level as well.
In that case, then due process was served in that state because they decided so.
Correct.
But they decided without Trump's involvement. Like he never.
They're allowed to per their own guidelines.
Etc.
They're allowed to by their own guidelines.
The show trial, a kangaroo trial.
Yes, and they found the Constitutional Amendment that allowed them to enforce that.
It was finding of fact. They went in a room and examined documents.
Right. So
one of it was the J6 testimony.
So
that's
determined based on that.
You didn't like the first. You didn't like the first answer, right? You want it to be. You're saying due process must be this thing that I dictate, right?
Joshua,
but I'm
it's
telling
not
you the
about
answer is
it's about not understanding. I'm trying to understand how people going off in a room without the defendant and determining something about him without his participation in that process.
Right.
Because they weren't putting him in jail, they were listing him on the ballot. It's their ballot. They can.
I'm asking Joshua because I want it to be less. I'm trying to keep it as less confusing as possible. So 3 or 4 people giving their opinion to make it more confusing.
Is it due process for slavery to have existed at a state level?
What does that have to do with Trump?
It's an example. It's an example of a state deciding a thing that it wanted to do against what you define as a due process.
So like marijuana legalization.
That would be another one, right? We're at a federal level. It's completely.
How does that apply to an individual in due process?
Because they get to decide on the policy.
Yes. Bingo.
When you accuse an individual of doing something, that individual has the right to defend himself against that accusation.
Yes.
That's different from legalizing marijuana, legalizing slavery. There's no individual that's being charged with something.
Right. Here's an example. I'm going to send you an
email. I don't understand why you're pulling in examples that have nothing to do with individuals.
And here's a way that can take place. Look, Jeff, okay? I am, I think, 12, 13-hour plane flight away from you. But I'm getting ready to charge you with a crime. I'm going to send you this information by email. You have exactly 5 minutes to show up in my office and answer to these. Or I'm going to charge you and have a court with you in absentia.
And you're saying
maybe they're looking at the
due process does not require or does not imply what you define as fair or just. They're very subjective, and especially at a state level.
So it is fucked up then.
Do I consider it unfair what they do? The answer is yes. But keep in mind, within the process of election, the vast majority of states are allowed to define and dictate their election process as they see fit. It's a little bit different. I think there's like 4 different methods across all 50 states. They're not all the same. Some are, but they're all pretty much like at some point deciding their own process. Now,
so it sounds like any state can accuse a candidate of anything, decide that they did that, and then take him off the ballot.
All the fucking time.
Free and fair elections go.
All the time. This is just the first time that it's been technically over a president.
But to your ears, it sounds legal. So my intuition that this is fucked up and unfair, I feel like I'm being gaslit. Like there's something wrong with me for thinking that this is unfair.
No. It is.
And the normal thing to do is to think that this is legal, and why am I reacting this way? Like this is totally above board.
It happens all the time. 14th Amendment to the Constitution.
It's a problem. Legal. It's a problem.
Even though half the lawyers on Twitter and some of the justices are saying the same thing, but somehow I'm the one with the oddball position.
That's correct. You had an oddball position. The Constitution allows them to do this.
Maybe Colorado's looking.
I want to hear from Joshua.
It's a problem with expectation, right? You have this expectation that
the legal system should be fair, because I grew up with this idea that people are entitled to due process, and you're saying that that's off.
Right. Correct. It is unfair. I'm giving you that one, right? If you're looking for fairness, right? That part is wrong. A state is entitled constitutionally to do this thing,
to to accuse people of things that have not been proven, and use that to take them off the ballot.
Now there is additional steps to this, and that would be up to the Supreme Court. It's not like due process doesn't have that would be the final thing, right? Well, now that technically is not the final thing. The Supreme Court would eventually be the next step, part of that due process, but the state can, under its purview, do this thing unfortunately, right? The check and balance.
But if the Supreme Court determines that they did it in error, then it's not what you say it is, and they can't.
Right. And that's part of the due process also. It's another step that comes on with it. But now here, that's why I said the question becomes very specific. It's when will that go in? When will the Supreme Court take that case? Is it going to be before, you would think, hopefully, or after the 2024 election? Get the point?
January 4th is the date that put out there.
The thing is, if they do it after, then it's going to be a bunch of mess.
Because something like the January 5th is when they print the ballots in Colorado or something. So it has to be
They have to do it before, or the case will only work in the next incident. They need to hurry up.
Right.
So what they're doing now is hurrying up and making a decision based on what's already available right now, because otherwise justice can't be even done.
Right. That all them.
I don't know. I still think I understand your opinion, Joshua. I still think there's some gaslighting going on here, and that's what I'm reacting to.
No. It's not
maybe not on your part, but definitely on the panel.
It's just the expectation, right? People want to say, "Hey, look."
Right, and what's being gaslit is the expectation. Like there's something extremely abnormal about having this expectation and being outraged at what happened in Colorado. And I think it's completely normal to have the reaction I'm having if you see our justice system as fair and spent most of your time defending it to other people.
No, most of the entire legal process has full of double standards. And
people that believe we live in a country with a fair legal process are delusional.
That's correct.
Right. That's because society says, oh, well, look, we have laws. We're fair. We're this. We're equal. Right. That we lie.
I don't believe either one of you. I do not believe either one of you. I still believe in the American justice system. I don't believe we're
as corrupt.
I do not believe we are as corrupt and fucked up as
nobody said corrupt.
That we are. I don't believe it.
Here's an example. Here's an example of, say, like a double standard, okay? Child custody cases within children, right? Is it fair, do you think?
No, it's not fair, but aren't the laws written?
Okay. Right.
So in the parameters of the law, it's fair. It's according to the law. It's the laws themselves.
Okay. By that definition, the state deciding, hey, look, this X person, I don't care if it's Trump, I don't care if it's you, I don't care if it's somebody else, cannot be on this ballot, right? That's according to their law.
But you just said that the Supreme Court is the final arbiter on that, and it may in fact be unfair. It has not been determined yet. So for you to assert that this is a norm is not accurate, because
the process you're not allowed to go to the Supreme Court unless they rule.
Here's another example, right? New York State, God, my state, horrible, has made many of my firearms illegal. They reclassified the same damn weapon.
Here you go again, pulling in an example that is not an individual.
Because this is
about individual right.
Because it is a commonality. This is a thing that happens.
Hey, Jewel. God, I wish you were up here, because I think you'd have something to say about this too.
Right.
They're trying to disillusion me about the U.S. justice system, and I still believe in our country. And they're saying I shouldn't, because courts can do all kind of unfair stuff all the time, and it's completely normal. And why do I have this crazy idea that individuals have rights and are entitled to due process?
Here, we can either take it from the bottom up or the top down. Which would you prefer? Well, hold up. Let me try this first. Do you believe the United States is one country or 50 countries?
I think we're a federal constitutional republic of 50 states.
Okay, the republic part.
United under a federal government.
Right. Okay. There you go.
The one you work for.
Why is it so? Why is there an expectation that a state doesn't have some type of sovereignty?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So
I said that if there's a legal right to due process, why would that not apply at the state level as well as the federal level?
Because they've defined this process as this thing. Like they've literally made their own.
So each state can define what due process looks like, and they can just make it up.
Yes.
In
So
this
the
concept,
principle of due process
ballot,
no longer has meaning.
right? Technically yes.
Okay. Well, I'll just wait for the Supremes.
Right. And I don't disagree with you. Like if you would ask me, if you'd asked me if it was unfair, I would have said yes, right? You didn't ask me that. You said, can a state do this thing? Yes. And it's commonly done in all kinds of weird, strange areas. But the idea that laws are fair, no, right? Fair in what legally is
This
defined as
specific idea of due process is what I'm bringing up. Not every law, every book, everywhere.
Even due process.
But something as basic a legal principle as due process is what I'm.
Right. So here's an example, right? Do you believe that conviction or a court case, judging a person in absentia is legal?
I thought it wasn't, that they had the right to face their accuser.
Right. It is a thing that can and does happen actually kind of commonly within the U.S. Now, it's usually situational, depends on what certain things are, right? But it is actually legal. We have these all the time in different things. The only difference within this is, I think maybe I'm wrong. This is the first time that it's been something that's been done directly to a president. Well, in this case, either a former president or a president-elect, however you want to describe it, right? It's a thing that's kind of like a first, right? But it's only first in that concept. It's not a first in, say, like weapons laws, drugs laws, family courts, right? All the time.
So you're saying there might be like a drug dealer that got charged and convicted, but didn't actually get to face a jury or a judge.
Oh, in that case, then yes, I can give you two court cases.
Well, see, I think that's fucked up too.
Right, but it is legal, right? If your idea of fair is within the confines of the law, well, then there you go, right?
Well, what is due process and the right to face your accuser?
Right. So now you want to define what due process is.
We don't know what's fair, so we kind of defer to the rest of the legal system. And in fact, in this case, a lower court determined that Trump did participate in insurrection.
The confrontation clause.
The higher court said, "Hey, you made a mistake.
All criminal prosecution, the accused shall enjoy the right to be confronted with
Right. Okay. Here's an example. Is the concept of Trump being knocked off of being prohibited from a ballot, is that a criminal court case?
The justification they're using for doing it is a criminal charge, which they determined that he is guilty of without a criminal trial.
Right. But their ruling itself is not based. Is not.
So if the ruling were if he were found guilty of insurrection, then he can't be on the ballot. That's one thing. But their ruling is we have determined he participated in the insurrection, therefore removing him. So they determined that he participated in a criminal act that he has not yet had a trial for.
Here's the problem: they have to print the ballot soon. If they print him on a ballot and he's convicted,
just because they have,
there's no way to remove him from the ballot later.
Right.
So they have to use the facts they have now and to decide whether he gets on a ballot or not, because he can't reverse it.
That Dolbez is here. I wanted to say Merry Christmas to him. Thank you for stopping by. He debate over the Trump thing. So Merry Christmas, and I hope you're getting snow in Norway or whatever you do for Christmas. And I hope you're getting turkey and ham at least, unlike Joshua.
Jeez.
Okay, continue.
Okay. So here's the question, okay? Within this, what you're calling a criminal court, right?
No. I'm calling the charge a criminal charge. I don't think it went to a criminal court.
He wasn't, okay, first of all, Colorado or whatever state it was, isn't charging him with a crime.
They're claiming that he participated in an insurrection, and that is their justification for removing it from the ballot.
Sure. What crime?
Insurrection.
Right. Oh, okay. All right. So are you saying that them making a ruling on blocking somebody from a ballot is a criminal charge?
I don't know what you don't understand. They're
Right. No.
claiming that because he participated in this criminal thing called an insurrection,
Right.
that they have not charged him for.
Let me
But
give you
it's somehow been determined he's participated in it. They're removing it from the ballot. He's guilty before being proven guilty.
Let me give an example. Let me give a different example, something a little bit parallel. See if we can draw a distinction so and explain what this means, right? So let's say that Colorado all of a sudden decides anybody under the age of 90 cannot be under a ballot.
But how is that
Is that ruling that they're making? Is that a criminal?
I get to ask my questions, Hank. This is my show. I'm going to run the show. Don't tell me when I can let people talk and when I can cut in with questions.
I'm asking the question.
Joshua, again, you're bringing in an example that has nothing to do with individual rights or criminal rights or due process. Being under 90 is not a criminal act.
Right.
So it's not parallel to being charged with insurrection.
Because them blocking their ruling isn't a criminal court. It isn't a criminal charge. They're using some other claim as a justification for
right, but it's not a claim that's been proven. So they're using this claim and they're saying that he meets the standard of this claim, but that has not been proven yet.
And it could just be
correct.
Except they're saying we determined that he met it.
Well, they proved it in a lower
court.
What
gives them the authority to determine that when there's 4 indictment trials coming up that have the authority to determine
the fact that there's state and the 50
Colorado Supreme
states
Court
in the Constitution laws that include from the ballot for violating the Constitution.
Your argument is for the justification for their ruling. Their ruling is not a criminal ruling, so they are very much under any purview constitutionally, unfortunately, to do this thing. It's not a fair thing to do. It is kind of a loophole.
And you yourself said that the Supreme Court is the final word on this, and it hasn't been determined yet. So I don't know why you're arguing for something that's still ambiguous.
They have to go on it before they can go to the Supreme Court.
Your question is
you have to go to the Supreme Court. They actually blocked. The Supreme Court refused to fast track it. They want them. They're forcing.
I just don't understand how
the lower courts first
they can grant themselves the authority to determine someone's guilt or innocence.
Constitution granted the U.S. Constitution granted them
the Colorado State Supreme Court the authority to determine the guilt and innocence of someone without due process.
No,
right.
They're not. It's not a criminal case.
Insurrection is a criminal charge.
Sure. Now,
yes, they use the lower court determined based on the facts to their standard.
Is the Colorado ruling, is that a criminal case?
No, it's a civil case, but it's based on a criminal charge.
So the concept of due process doesn't even exist now. I get I understand your contention. Your contention is you disagree with their justification. I genuinely agree with you. I'm saying that it does not apply, right? Now, it is the case that the Supreme Court ultimately has a ruling over it, right? It could just be the case that, hey, look, we're going to do this thing, right? And we're going to see if we can block him from another election. They could just be gambling on, hey, look, if we can push this off long enough that the Supreme Court can't see it before the election, then they do kind of like one in at least one state to block them. It's definitely politically motivated. But the question is can a state do a thing? The answer is yes, because they have done it. All kinds of states, not just that state, do all kinds of things where Supreme Courts have even made previous rulings and they just finagle the wording on the law, resubmit it, and then just redo it. Happens all the time, right? The only difference with this one case is, to the best of my knowledge, it's the first time it's ever happened to specifically a president or a presidential elect.
So then the answer is you don't know.
No, the answer is yes, they can do it. States do it all the damn time. But if there is some contention with it, right? The Supreme Court.
They impose civil consequences for criminal charges that have not been proven?
Yes. Yes.
Can you give me other examples of states doing this?
New York did it to Trump for that case where he allegedly touched someone inappropriately. So New York did it before.
They do there.
Yeah. So there you go.
What did they do? What was the consequence?
They charged them a whole lot of money for touching someone inappropriately, even though.
But they had a civil trial where he got to be there and defend himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he refused to defend himself.
In this civil trial, he did not get that.
Yeah, Jeff, he actually refused to come in and defend himself.
Yeah. So, let me try to give a better example. So New York State has several times over made several firearms illegal. They basically, by state definition, rechanged some classifications, aka the AR ban, right? Where there have already been previous rulings by the Supreme Court to say this is not an assault rifle, cannot be classified that way, blah, blah, blah. So what the New York State does
Supreme Court or the federal?
Yeah, the Supreme Court has gone through this.
The big one.
Yeah, weapons things have always been a thing, right? It's just, and this is even normal for New York, right? But it's an example of the state doing a thing, and in this case, even in the face of what the Supreme Court has said, right? Now, this is even a worse pace. Like, if you really want to get nitty gritty about it, there's no enforcement agency from a federal level down to a state. An example meaning, let's hypothetically say the Supreme Court overturns and says, you know what, he must be on the ballot, right? And then what is going to basically be the thing that says, you know what, Colorado, we're just not going to put him on the ballot anyways, regardless of what you say. And they just take him off, right? What do you think anybody can do about any of that?
What can they do?
They can't. What they can do is federal government can withhold funding. This is what federal government.
So that's the only enforcement power they have if they disobey what the Supreme Court says.
Threat of violence, but that's like acting like a civil war again, right? So here's a question. Would you be willing to have a civil war over Trump being on a ballot?
No, I wouldn't willing to have a civil war.
Okay. So the most that the federal government could do is say, hey, look, you're not going to do this thing, so we're going to withhold some federal funding as a fine, right? Now, if you think this is an abnormal thing, happens all the time. State of California and state of New York are probably two states. I would claim that they're not exclusively the only two, but they are the two states that I know, like I can go down a long list of cases where Supreme Court says, can't do this thing. They do it anyways. Federal government says, okay, we withhold funding, state funding, right? So now, how you can identify.
But that wasn't a court case involving individual right. That happened in Louisiana. We were the last state to raise our drinking age because we kept it at 18, and the federal government said we're going to withhold your highway money, and we said we don't care, keep it. We're not raising our drinking age, and we have some of the worst roads in the country.
Right. States do this; they go against all the damn time.
Again, I don't know if it's why it keeps getting lost that this is an individual rights issue to me.
It's not lost. We understand. We just disagree with you.
You're wanting it to be okay. It's this one specific case. This is a special thing.
I'm looking at it from the lens of individual rights. Don't try to gaslight me like it doesn't involve a principle related to individual rights, and I'm just confused. Don't come in here and do this bullshit.
You don't understand. You just need to explain it to us better. And
do you understand individual right? Donald Trump is an individual. You and our individual U.S. citizens. This was a case against one person, one citizen. It is not a general issue.
Do you understand that I changed my registration because of January 6th? That was disgusting.
I didn't hear anything.
I used to be Republican. I voted for January 6th was disgusting. I changed my registration because of his actions.
Wait, this is a little easier. What specific right that
due process? I don't want the whole Christmas day to be this one.
Okay, wait. Okay, to be fair, right? So here is the ruling that prevents him from the docket. Is that a criminal case?
He was charged with something criminal and did not receive due process. He was found guilty without due process. I don't understand why that's so hard to understand.
Right. But
they said he participated in an insurrection. We have determined that based on what? Based on what authority and based on what evidence?
Right. So when a state says,
so if they can do that to Donald Trump, they can do that to any individual in the United States.
Should we do a study on the
individual right to due process?
Jeff, would you want to read the criminal case?
He has a right to something he did not receive, and that something is due process, confrontation clause, right to face accusers.
Right.
Jeff, you want to read the case? We can get the court case. We can read it and find out how they.
I want to get that clear. You're saying I'm. So now, do you understand why this is an individual rights issue?
You want to read the court case?
It wasn't a criminal case.
Do you want to read the court case? We can open it up. We can read it. We can go.
I'm talking to Joshua.
No,
you get my concern for the individual rights in this case that appeared to have been breached.
It wasn't a criminal case. It was
the charge was a criminal charge. The claim that he participated in an insurrection is a criminal claim. They asserted that he participated in a criminal activity.
What was the criminal case number
insurrection.
In Colorado? No. What was the criminal?
Follow me. They made a claim that Trump participated in an insurrection, but okay, that
right.
So if they can make that claim about Trump, they can make a claim about Hank or me or you or anybody, and then go off in a room and determine the guilt or innocence of that claim without our participation in that process.
Right. I'm getting you. Here. Let's try this. What is the criminal case number?
Wait. Let me stop you right there. Do you understand why that would bother somebody? If on the surface it appears
that bothers you, but you seem to believe it was a criminal charge. It's not.
I believe. Yes, I believe the charge of insurrection is a criminal charge. Yes.
In what state?
Am I mistaken that insurrection is a criminal activity?
Right. No. In what state?
In general, are you saying some states insurrection is not a criminal charge?
No, you're the one laying claim that Colorado is making a criminal case against him.
No, I didn't say criminal case. I said they asserted that Trump participated in a criminal activity.
Right. If it's not a criminal case, why do you have an expectation of due process where it applies?
Because they're imposing consequences for a criminal act that has not been proven. So they've asserted the criminal act, they've imposed consequences, but the act itself has not been determined.
Right. I'm going
that doesn't sound fucked up to you?
They can make a determination however they see fit. It's not a fair thing. I'm not laying claim that it's a fair thing. But legally speaking, within the state Supreme Court, they are well within their purview to do this. It sucks, right?
To determine the guilt or innocence of a criminal act.
Yes. Well, not determined. They're not determining guilt or innocence.
You just said they're allowed to determine.
No,
what did you just say?
They determine to block him from the ballot.
I'm not talking about that, but in order to block him from the ballot, they had to determine the validity of the criminal of the assertion that
they determined that it was whatever the thing they determined, right? Now the question is the consequence.
That's the part you're glossing over. They asserted his participation in a criminal activity.
They're allowed to do so.
Yes, they can assert it, yes, which they did. And subsequently went on to determine the truth of that assertion.
Right. Doesn't matter how they determined it. They could have made it up in their head, right? It's still
that's kind of what they that's kind of what they did. So that's what I'm saying. They can make something up in their head, determine that made up thing is the truth, and then impose consequences based on only that, with no check or balance on that process.
Right. Now let's go back to the concept. Like, so you consider it illegal or whatever it was based on the concept of they violated his right. What right of his did they violate?
The right to due process.
It wasn't a criminal case, so
you're saying in a civil case, people can make stuff up, accuse other people of it, and determine the truth of that made-up thing without the person having the right to face their.
In several different types of policies, the answer is yes. Unfortunately, but the answer is yes, and it happens more often than you would think.
Okay, well, that sounds very unfair to me, and it sounds ripe for abuse.
Well, technically,
yes. It sounds like something that can be leveled at any citizen of the United States. So any of us can have some state court make something up about us, determine its truth, and then impose consequences based on that thing.
This is kind of why I use slavery as an example, right? Like several states
but individual rights, though, because slavery moves it out of the individual level.
Right. So now here's the concept, right? Your claim is that it's individual, right? But now you have to have a right, right? Like a right that's been violated.
Well, you just said that it happens all the time. That civil.
Right. No.
You can assert criminal activity, but bring a civil charge on it and have that activity proven without the person's participation.
Here's another
as a result.
Here's another example. Moral turpitude. That can block you from a state bill in some states, right?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you just said.
Right. But in those states,
criminal accusations and civil consequences. For unproven criminal accusations.
Josh, I'm gonna kill you for making me get up here and have to defend Trump because I can't stand him.
I know I'm in the same boat. I don't like him either.
I'm not.
But
I'm defending the principle that he's become an illustration of.
In order for them to keep him off the ballot for insurrection under the 14th, do they not have to prove insurrection first?
Yeah, they did that in a lower court.
No. Wait, I'm not sure he's been proved in a lower court. They did the same thing in a lower court. They said that the same shit in a higher court, that he participated in insurrection. I'm not sure they proved it.
Well, that's what they came up with. So in the lower court, they looked at the facts surrounding the insurrection and they said, well, he kind of did it, but they're not removing him from the ballot. Then the higher court said, hey, you made a mistake. If they did an insurrection, they're supposed to remove him from the ballot.
I got it backward. I thought the lower court said kept him off the ballot, and the Supreme Court affirmed. Okay.
No, it didn't happen that way. So lower court said, well, he did all this stuff. That seems like insurrection, but we're not removing him from the ballot. Then the higher court took it and said, hey, you made a mistake. If he did all this stuff, then you're supposed to remove him from the ballot. So they followed through.
But the lower court did determine his participation in the insurrection.
Very good.
The only issue was whether that it qualifies as to be removed from the ballot or not.
It definitely
does. But both courts accepted as proof that fact-finding determination that he participated in insurrection.
All right. And to my understanding, I just recently read the amendment. Because of this, definitely he falls under that purview. It said any public official. It says senator, governor, blah, 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 any official. That would include him.
But first they have to prove it, to me.
I thought you said the lower court did prove it.
The lower court claims that they proved it, but it was that fact-finding trial. It wasn't a trial that included due process. And Joshua is saying, because it's like you can prove a civil charge, a criminal charge in a civil process, and have that stand, and then impose civil consequences.
It's not
from pointing in the ballot, so the standards are lower.
I can accuse you of dealing drugs or murder or theft or whatever, and then I can go to civil court and prove it there without having to prove it criminally and impose consequences on you, financially, whatever.
See if you can.
Criminal charge and just accuse without having to actually prove it criminally.
Roll those dice.
Yes, because it's not a criminal proceeding.
but the charge is criminal. So you can resolve criminal charges in civil proceedings.
State.
Do what?
So kicking him off the ballot is not a criminal procedure that may play into it, even if he was found guilty. This part is not criminal.
That's why the due process doesn't really apply.
All right, I dig it. You see what he's saying, Jeff? These things we're talking about in a conventional criminal court, yes, they would apply, due process, blah, blah, blah. But once he's guilty, if this is not a criminal court and you got good sound logic there, then it just they get in there and say, did he break the fucking amendment or not? Yes, he did. He's off the ballot.
They imposed a civil consequence for an unproven criminal charge.
Kind of like they did with OJ when he won his criminal, but they still found him guilty under the civil. So it is feasible.
But he had a trial. He had a civil trial where he got to be there and face his accusers. So the confrontation clause still applied in that one. Trump did not
trial
that in this trial that they.
Right,
yes,
right.
That's my issue. If the lower court trial looked like the OJ civil trial, I wouldn't have a problem. That's not what happened.
So the real contention now is it the end all be all? The answer is no, right? You've also got the federal Supreme Court, the high court of the land, right? You've also got this thing where Trump can actually civilly go after the state, right? Like he can sue the fucking entire state if he really wants to, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not like there's an end all be all. That's why I said the only real question that this boils down to is will the federal Supreme Court see this before election, right? That it's really
I thought they already said they were not gonna in no hurry to see it.
Yeah, that one I don't know. I don't know when it's supposed to be.
Yeah, and if they decide not to see any of the cases, it becomes a states' rights issue, and whatever state said, it just goes.
Doesn't care. That's like him not being on the ballot in Illinois. He wouldn't go win anyway. Does it really matter?
The Supreme Court this is a separate case. It's the Jack Smith case where he wanted to expedite it to the Supreme Court to determine does he have immunity from the ballot or not? And the Supreme Court declined to hear that one. They said Jack Smith has to go through the lower courts first. But that's not the Colorado rule.
All
right. So it's just a question of how long does it take to go through that, right? It's really that simple, right? So it's kind of like, right? Yeah, it is the case that a state can do this thing, right? Now the question is it really effective, right? And the answer is kind of like, look, if you're going to have an upcoming election and you really don't like somebody, right? This is kind of one really nasty political thing that you can do to a guy, right? Well, yeah. I don't even know if it's that nasty. Like, what stops?
Yeah, it's going to probably work in his favor. People are going to, hate what Colorado did. He might get a few more votes in the red states.
Right. There's also a question of what actually stops a resident of Ohio from writing his name in, right? Like, there's all kinds of weird options in there. It's kind of, yes, it's a political hit piece, but come on, seriously?
But for me, it's the principle of individual rights that was so flagrantly violated. And I may be the only person in the world that's bothered by it, but I don't think there's anything wrong with me that I'm bothered by the appearance of the violation of the individual rights.
It would be the case. It would be the case if you could point to a right that was violated. Like
I've pointed to it 100,000 times already. The right to due process.
Okay.
You're saying it doesn't apply in a civil case.
Yeah.
And I'm saying I think it's bizarre that you can resolve criminal charges civilly.
Here's the problem.
They're not resolved.
Trump has no right to be on the ballot. Trump has no right to be on the ballot, though. So it's not up to a criminal standard.
Well, then nobody has a right to be on the ballot, and a state can determine each election who gets to be on the ballot.
That's correct. You figured it out. You figured it out. That's
correct. It's the underlying bedlock principle. Maybe I'm the only one that has my eye on that, or I don't know why that's getting overlooked.
But you just said
every time you say I'm the
underlying all of this, and it's the violation of that principle that is bothering me, that everyone is trying to rationalize or gloss over.
No. We're not contesting.
If individual rights don't bother you, then fine, but they bother me. That's an important
Jeff,
part of being in the U.S. that I value.
it reeks of ego when you say I'm the only one. Reeks of ego. Yeah, everybody, at least everybody I know is big on fucking rights. And like I'm up here, I hate Trump's, but I don't want his rights violation. You're not violating. You're not alone.
I don't either.
Saying, I'm not up here saying I'm the only one who sees this.
I don't even care if he's on the ballot. I'm the one that keeps saying he's not going to be on the ballot anywhere after those 4 indictment trials. But it's the way it's happening.
I'm uncomfortable too.
Right. That bothers me.
When they silenced the Republicans and started kicking them off of social media, I had issue with that. And they picked some good people who I couldn't stand, but I was willing to fight for their right to say what they wanted to say.
Same here. And January, George Floyd too, I had a problem with. When all of a sudden we were supposed to be on lockdown and they were letting the people go out and protest and telling everybody else they had to stay on lockdown the whole time. But they were making
glad because
fair. It seemed partisan.
I went out there immediately when they put us on lockdown. I was mad because I remember going out there getting threatened by the police. I didn't know the rules and laws. I was mad.
So you were going out on purpose to?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I went out all the time. I flew across the country about 6 times or something. Flights were so cheap. You could buy the cheapest seat and just move to some luxury shit. Yeah, I was flying fucking 3 times a month back then.
Yeah. So I was supporting the Black Lives Matter rally in the lockdown. And in fact, I couldn't even lock down because I worked an essential job. So it kind of pissed me off.
I was out there when Kyle got shot. The guy he shot had just got sprayed some stuff to get some mace out of my eyes. 10 minutes later, Kyle Rittenhouse shot him. I was out there then. We was protesting.
Oh, you were at that protest?
I was at the protest. It was the day after they had set the courthouse on fire, and the next day all of the cars and trucks and shit was still there. This time they brought in military vehicles with the pepper spray guns. I got lit up a lot to the point where I got helped a couple times getting shit out. I got it all on video too. The guy he shot in the arm rinsed me out. That's on the video too.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, y'all like playing with fire, right? Like, I'm serious. Y'all love playing with fire. So I want to give a fair.
Well, y'all like playing with knives.
Live on your feet or die on your knees. No one loves this shit. No one wants to do this shit. It's a duty as an American.
Oh, okay. So I do want to say one little weird thing here, right? You do realize there is a
what was weird?
Well, so there is. Probably, this is what I mean by playing with fire, right? So like the whole lockdown thing. Do I agree with it? No, that was bullshit, right? But I want to point this out, right? When we talk about the legality of a thing, right? Yeah. You do know that there is a branch of government that can legally execute you without a court hearing, specifically in a few case scenarios. One of them being a health epidemic, right?
All right. So I should worry. That's just like me hitting the lottery without even playing the odds of that happening. I should worry about that. Well, is there some rash of people being knocked off by this mysterious entity, or will I be the first?
Well, so the branch of government is the CDC. You wouldn't be the first. It does happen, or it has happened in history. It's like it's a weird thing. Now the question
I'd be the first in 100 years. Not something to worry about is the point I'm trying to make. You bring it up like you should worry. You do know. I don't worry about fucking getting hit by lightning when I go outside. I'm about the same.
Right. If it is the case, say like a state governor says, fuck this, right? Like there's martial law because there's rioting over, I don't know, BLM, take your pick, right? Yeah. That's one thing. But if CDC is ever granted authority, right, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah,
that isn't a doctor like that, or I'm sorry, that isn't a judge giving the order. All of that shit goes down to the authority of, the director, right?
Yeah, hell, Lord Fauci.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird thing that I don't think people kind of comprehend. Like, it's a weird branch. My branch of government's bad, but that one's really, really bad, right?
When you think about it, once you declare martial law, all your rights end for, I think, 5 years or some shit, and they can install who they want in government, non-elected motherfuckers. It's not out of realm of possibility that they could install President Fauci. It's not out of the realm of feasibility.
Well, no, this one is actually a predetermination. So it would be the case that they would just basically transfer authority, specifically say, like, instead of, say, like, if you think martial law, you just think military rule, right? But in this case, it would be under the purview of specifically the CDC. So it would be like the health department coming in.
We're talking about the same thing. Once we're talking about the same shit. Once they declare martial law, they instill some non-elected people to take care of it. I'm sure it will be abused. They will put the worst dictators to put money in their pocket and achieve the most slavery shit that they can.
Right. But that's what I mean by playing with fire. It's kind of like, okay, had it been like, oh, fuck, we hate this one thing. I don't know. Take whatever arbitrary one thing you want to put out there. But when it comes down
to copyright.
Yeah, okay, that too, right? Like you want to go out and fucking riot over that. They declare martial law. That's a completely different thing than when it comes with health crisis. I always thought it was a weird thing that they did the lockdown things because I was like, this is a little weird.
Sense at the beginning because it was an unknown.
Well, I did it on my own initially. I started locking down and staying away from motherfuckers and doing all that shit before any lockdown because I thought it was wise. I studied the numbers. They were saying 1 in 10 people were going to die. It didn't take 30 days before I realized that they were fucking exaggerating their fucking numbers. In fact, the CDC is the one who had to change the fucking numbers. The CDC and the WHO, they put the numbers more in line with the flu, although they didn't publicize that. They were saying 1 in 10. They instituted the lockdown and all these laws. And then when California did a study and found out everybody had the antibodies and the number was like 0.003 or some shit, colleges started doing the studies. Then the WHO and the CDC relinquished and printed the new numbers.
Yeah.
They didn't go on the news, though, and say, we were wrong, take your mask off. They didn't do that shit, though. They was loving it. We got a bunch of willing slaves. We're going to keep it that way.
Yeah, and the CDC said the mask was bullshit to start with, then they changed their mind later.
That's right. I remember reading that, too.
It
was just for morale purposes or something, make the people feel like they can do something. I think I get to decide if I want to participate in fucking morale, where I have to wear a fucking red button or something to make people feel good. That's my choice.
Nah. Oh, I did want to point out the mask thing, right? So you guys are aware, like the stereotype. Most countries in Asia commonly wear masks, right?
Yes. What?
Oh, okay. So after COVID, right? Do you know that that number, like the number of the commonality of the Asians wearing masks decreased by at least 50%?
I would have thought it would.
I'm actually a little bit shocked for I don't know, 12, 14, 15, 17 years, right? This has just been a commonality. And then all of a sudden, right? So over here, there weren't in Vietnam, there were lockdowns. Korea, I don't know if there was, but all of these different cultures, commonly had a mask beforehand, before COVID.
I remember I used to think it was so weird that they'd be over there and there'd be half a dozen motherfuckers on a train car wearing masks. And I had no why.
Right. And now afterward, half of these population, about half, they just don't wear them anymore. And that's weird to me because their original, the original social claims for why masks were wearers were germs and things like that. Yeah. But it's just half the population was well, because you told us to do it, we no longer want to do it anymore, that kind of thing.
I was going to ask you why you think it is. Yeah.
There was never a law or a mandate. It was just a social thing, right? It was everybody socially
back then,
agreed.
Right? It was just they chose when it becomes. You make me do it, Jordan Peterson. He's I'll call a trans what they want to be called, but you make it a law, and that shit ends. I will not do it no more. Same thing. I wear masks. My fucking icon picture is a mask. I'm in Chicago. It's a fashion thing. I've been kicked out of the best stores and banks and shit for wearing that mask. Now suddenly I'm a mask. I wear a mask on my avatar. I've been wearing masks since I came into YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-COVID.
Oh, I like
before you couldn't do that because if you entered a bank wearing a mask like that, you're a robber, right? But after
I
COVID,
literally, this is a true story. The bank that I bank in now, I went in there wearing a mask many years ago, tried many times to get a bank account. They wouldn't do it. I come in there with a mask during COVID, and they were kicking me out. They was like, you don't have the proper ID or some shit. And I laughed because I've been there a few times before and I was expecting it to happen. And someone come out the back who recognized my laugh. He's like, I know you. I know that laugh. You're an auditor, right? And I was like, yeah, man, blah, blah, blah. He's like, you're so cool. I'm sub to you. And he was like a manager. And he took me in the back. I was like, I don't have the property. He's like, don't worry about it. He filled out all the paperwork and all of that shit. And that's how I got my fucking debit card. And the bank account at that bank, yeah. Fuck, the same people now suddenly, they're making me wear masks. Standing in line, I had to wear a mask. Kicked me out over the same nonsense years ago.
Are they still doing that?
I haven't seen any fucking mask outside of voluntary shit. I'm even thinking of videos. I watch a lot of videos where people go into stuff, and I don't think they're even making you wear masks in the buildings because some of those were the last bastions of that mask bullshit. And I was traveling. I had bought a car by now, and I was traveling state to state. And literally, you have to wear the mask, and then you have to take it off when you cross the so-and-so and all of that shit. When you get to take it off, why are you wearing a mask when you go to Tennessee and then you cross over to South Carolina? Where's your mask? But the last bastions were like public buildings, hospitals, or hospitals, I understand, but public buildings and shit was still doing it because they had set those rules during COVID and they didn't want to relinquish them, even after everybody else had stopped doing it.
Yeah, I wear it in the winter because it keeps my face warm. That's it.
Sorry, I had issues with my network. I just had to pray to Lord Fauci, and it worked again.
Yes, be more compliant, get your social score up a little bit, and you can get things like internet with no ads and shit, bro. Get your social score up. I'm working on it.
I don't see any ads. I have uBlock Origin on my web browser. I have authority to have whatever software in my web browser, and it renders my web pages with all the ads.
I picked the wrong thing because I know you got all that shit on your computer, so you don't have to do an ad. I certainly picked the wrong guy for that fucking.
Yeah, but it allowed me to promote uBlock Origin again, so it worked out for all of us.
No, it works out well. uBlock, throw that man a percentage. So what else we talking about, man? Politics, war. I'm telling you, it's really crappy what those Palestinians are doing to Israel. I can't believe it, bro.
What's going on now?
I'm just saying, man, they go over there and attack them people. They ain't did nothing to them, man. I'm glad that Israel kicking their ass right now. They need to blow up more buildings.
Exactly. Just hurry up, Israel. Just
there is one person getting removed from Vietnam. I'm not involved with this.
Wait, before you do this real shit, before you leave, I'm joking. I think wrong is wrong. I was joking. I want motherfuckers thinking I really think it's okay to blow up people. Go ahead with your Vietnamese.
Have you? Oh, I guess you don't know me that well. I've made my prescriptions for Palestine on here. They're not well received, right?
Palestine to surrender immediately.
They're
Palestine.
Yes.
If I say it openly, right, like it's clearly a TOS.
Yeah, this is the Christmas stream.
Yeah. But here's an example. Here's another example, and I'm only bringing this up because it's a recent development here in Vietnam. So here's an example of individuals, double standard. So here's an example. Have you ever looked into the age of consent laws within the United States?
I assumed it was 17, 18. I never looked.
Right. At state level, it's usually around 17, 18. At a federal level, it's 16, with the exception of at federally, it's regulated, unless it's recently changed in the last 2 years. Federally, it's regulated at the age of 16 on U.S. soil. There's also an additional act and law that off U.S. soil, it's 18. So here's an example of a U.S. citizen can get charged with a crime outside of U.S. soil, be picked up in a foreign country, forced back home, no due process, right? Like this, none of this exists because those civil rights only exist on U.S. soil, right?
Right.
And so we've got a guy here getting tossed. Keep in mind, Vietnam is a non-extradition country, right? But that doesn't stop it. If the U.S. wants you, they'll get it. They're going to get you. In this case, Vietnam just kind of gave him up willy-nilly, no problem. The U.S. just said they wanted him. I don't know how, because usually they wait till an asshole gets off the airport and then they come get him. This guy, for some strange reason, they're coming after. So anyways, so federally, like within the U.S., it's the number is age 16. Off U.S. soil, it's a very stern 18. Personally, I think the dude was like honeypotted and trapped, but because all the scams here, I don't know the details.
Yeah.
But this dude didn't get a court case in Vietnam. He's gonna get. It's technically a deportation, but it's just like not the way you would think that. It goes through a court case, which would normally be the case,
so
right?
When he gets here, he gets tried for a crime he committed overseas?
Yes. I hope to God, like if there's rumors, again, I'm not very familiar with the case because I'm not involved with this one at all, but the rumor is
beatable.
Well, that one I don't know either, right?
You get to face your accuser, right? Are they going to fly all these people from Vietnam over here to testify in this trial? I doubt it.
In theory, they could.
I'm thinking the people wouldn't even come over. They wouldn't bother. It's not in their interest to come over. They got the money or whatever the fuck they wanted.
Right. It could be the case that they could just put her like on Skype and you do a video thing, right? Like there's all different kind of weird options. And I don't know, right? Like this is a weird thing to me, just because like it's the idea of these like laws that are in place. But the answer is yes, mostly can kind of do what they want. It's just a weird thing.
Government can do what they want, man.
Yeah. If you make the laws, you kind of get to determine how they're interpreted.
No one asked this or answered this that I heard. Did Trump participate in insurrection?
I have no clue. I honestly don't know. Like, are you asking my opinion? I don't know.
Everyone's opinion on panel because that's his charge, insurrection. And we just talk about whether they can
get
him.
I think the best answer I could give for that about the Trump thing is I think it's kind of subjective on what people interpret the idea of an insurrection to be, because like nothing really happened. I mean, people could say it was a staged insurrection. Some people could even go as far as saying it was a false flag.
I went to a lot of protests with the BLM shit and other protests, and we've done worse. I remember they set a police station on fire in fucking Wisconsin, and went in there and took all their shit out, come out, run out in riot gear and shit, the protesters, and then set the motherfucker on fire. The sprinklers came on and put it out. They ran back in and set it on fire again. That's worse than anything that happened on their side from the shootings, beatings and shit out there in the protest. Why is one a protest? Why is one an insurrection?
Right.
So, yeah, that's what I'm
to determine. That's one of the issues here.
Your political enemy in the United States will get to determine. That's the way it always is.
That's what I've been fighting against.
Yeah. Some Democrat would be like, yeah, it was definitely insurrection. So when I got video of Obama throwing a torch, oh, that's different. Oh, that's different.
You guys really ought to look up like the federal definition of insurrection. Like it's worded in a very, like it was like 100, 200 years ago that they wrote this thing. So it has really weird wording. I still haven't figured out what sets on foot.
You're talking about the 14th Amendment?
No, insurrection by a legal definition. Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously, it would be subjective the way you're going to like read it, but like
rebellion or insurrection.
Yeah, you guys.
Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection. It doesn't define it though. It just
right.
gives the
He
law.
uses the same word, rebellion
right.
and insurrection. It doesn't help if you're using the same word.
Well,
Because
no,
I don't know if there is a legal definition of insurrection.
Yeah, all federal
Hank, get on
statutes have
top of that, Hank. Tell us if there's a legal definition of insurrection.
that is
it's determined by the courts. It would take like a good couple months to figure it out.
right. But to be fair, like that literally is the definition, right? So here's the question. Okay, so inciting. Okay, yeah, maybe we could probably all come to agreement. But your next question is, listen to that one term, sets on foot. What the fuck does that mean, right?
I don't know. I'd have to hear it in context. The sentences before, the sentences after.
Trump set him on foot when he told him to go.
Yeah, does that mean to incite with activity kind of thing? Like, is that what it's supposed to be? It's just weird wording that, 200 years or something? Like, again, these are all problems, right? I think it points to what the dude was talking about is subjective, right? Of course, that's what courts for, but damn it.
They can take
exactly that's what courts are for. And
they can take words that are clear, like shall not be infringed, you shall make no law, and they still find a way around it. So no matter how it's worded, they'll find a way out.
I'm just saying, like this idea of like fair. That's where it's not that I'm upset that you have an opinion of somebody being treated unfairly. I absolutely, this is, well, in my mind, this has always been the case, right? Like that's the whole point of litigation, right?
I'm just not ready to be that cynical about the U.S. I'm the one trying to defend the U.S. to all these leftists that think it's the place they never lived, and I'm trying to say all the good things about it. And if the court system is that corrupt, like not even individual corruption, but the laws itself allows this type of corruption, it's harder to do that.
Okay.
Where have you been on account of black folks, right? The law has been against our favor the entire time.
Yes, it has. And we worked hard to fix that. And hopefully it's not that like it there anymore.
Study just came out, and they took crimes that were universal, like drinking in public, smoking weed, shit that would not be just restricted to a black community, shit that's universal. And it came out that minorities are 5.7 times more likely to get searched or questioned and shit for the same fucking crimes and go to jail for the same crimes. And they also threw in there that we believe white people do all this shit more open, drinking, 4.5 times more likely to have weed on them when they're stopped, but they still target minorities more. And this is a very recent study.
Well, that's in the enforcement then, but not the laws themselves.
Well, that'd be debatable. The reason I found these stats, I was looking at that crime and punishment shit where New York cops are suing because of quotas. New York, all police stations say they don't have quotas, but they do. And they went undercover. They got them on there telling what numbers they needed to produce and this and that. Shit, I forgot your fucking question, but that's what led me to that fucking study.
Like the quota specifically said black people? We need this amount.
No, I said minorities.
It'd be quotas on arrest, quotas on tickets, quotas like a quota meaning that you have to.
So they have to have like 10 arrests that day or something, and they go and they find black people.
And they got them on it also saying that, listen, man, and to a black cop, they tell this to a black cop. He's like, well, fuck, I'm black. How you gonna tell me? Listen, you can't always arrest white people and Asians. Only they got to be black and Hispanic. He's like, motherfucker, I'm black. How dare you? They got all this shit on tape.
So the racial profiling is actually what we call criminal profiling, and it's usually like go to a specific neighborhood that's like say prone to whatever issue of the month that they're trying to deal with. I say if it's domestic violence, say it's loitering, say it's whatever, right? Yes. But so what society would call racial profiling, the system calls criminal profiling. It's a very real thing, right? All you have to do to demonstrate racial profiling is just demonstrate a single instance where racial profiling is specifically being pointed at a race, and then there you go, right? It's just a matter of time before somebody's going to get hit with it. But it's always been the case. Same thing with like quotas. Quotas aren't a new concept. It's just, okay, somebody finally found a federal officer that has something on the record saying, oh, look, somebody's had quotas. New York ain't the first place to get it hit with. California got nailed with it like 20 years ago.
Chicago.
Yeah, like it's always been a thing. Yeah. But now you're talking about the concept of like, okay, so here was like black people were like, there was a long history, say like Jim Crow, say like old slavery, right? Go down your list. Right. Now, so then the question is does the same thing exist now? Yeah, exist today. I would say, what is affirmative action?
It is proof that it exists today.
Right. It's just one form, just in it. Well, okay. So like, it's the same thing in a different form, probably in a different direction.
No, me and you were talking different. We were talking different. I was saying the fact that you had to come up with a fucking law, affirmative action, because don't nobody want to hire black motherfuckers, is proof of my shit that it's an epidemic. You're saying that it's an obvious example of racism because they built into there, it's just racism inherently.
Right. It's basically something that's basically based on race, which by definition, legally, that's what it is. You can't selectively go one way or the other. It just is the thing that it is.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so think of this like as a pendulum. Right? Yeah. Affirmative action is either based on race, in some cases based on gender.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So it has always been the case. Like, look at it like a pendulum, right? It goes one way, right? It goes one way. So let's say far extreme right, okay, slavery, right? And then you've got to combat it. So that pendulum is going to go back the other way, and it's always going to go way too far, right? So now,
well, that hasn't been the case now, right? That little gay ass fucking law. That's the only thing white folks point to is those fucking laws and whatever the fuck. That's all you cats point. It ain't way back any other direction. You cats ain't experienced nothing.
Wait. Okay. Hold up. Fair point. So one example would be, let's take the academic, the academic field, right? That's one place affirmative action is a real big thing, right? So you've got federal funding that specifically targets minorities. Minorities and a majority. So women actually in this case would be one example of a majority that's being listed as a protected class within this, right? So women, except for if you look within academia, who the hell are all of the damn graduates? It's mostly women.
Why I'm not sure where you're going with this.
It's special privilege based off of gender or
we
race.
know that, we said that, but I was talking about your assertion that it's swung in the other direction.
That is the other direction.
Not even close. Are you telling me white people are more persecuted now than
gender wise it has?
Very good. That's a better argument. But for the minority argument, are white people more persecuted? The white man more persecuted than the black man nowadays, Jonah?
How do you determine that?
I'm just interested in anybody's opinion. We can determine it later. I think this was fucking obvious.
See, now I wouldn't claim persecution because to me that's like, boy, that one's a hard one, right? But here's an example of, I would say, an unfairness, right?
No. I don't get an answer before you give me another example.
Okay.
When you've given me four already.
I unfairly have to pay a higher tax bracket to somebody that's getting some type of extra privilege. Why am I paying for it?
We all do, right? We all pay fucking taxes for some underprivileged fuck.
No, sir. I don't receive any of the services and I pay the taxes.
Nor do I. I've never fucking got a government service in my life. I still pay my taxes. Not sure what your point is.
Right. Okay. So here's an example. All of the taxpayers, why are we paying for any specific class for education?
Why do we pay for education?
Yeah, why are we paying for these people's education? More specifically, why did we now
our citizens?
Yeah, why are we educating
our citizens? That's what you're asking?
I think so.
why did we also now, instead of just doing like a loan program or a 10%, assistance budget, we also paid now the 100% of their tuition.
Oh, he's just talking about, again, you're just talking about the 12 motherfucking minorities that get in on a college diploma. Let's talk about, if you want to add in those 12, every white motherfucker in there, if you take my house and take the black people out and put up pictures of white people in there, the fucking house triples in value. For the 12 people that got that scholarship, you niggas got houses and land for fucking ever.
Wait. The 12 people? You might want to go look at the educational statistics.
Oh, please do. Why don't you tell me of the percentage of what's it called that they're benefiting from? What's it called?
Well, for starters, it's 170% women. That's the starter point, right?
It's what?
30% of college graduates are male. 70% are women.
What? No, we were talking about who benefits from the what's the I can't think of what it's called where they give them
affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Thank you. We're not assuming that every woman benefit from affirmative action. That would be grossly incorrect.
I'm only taking one example. I can go down for more, but I'm only giving.
I'm not sure you've proven affirmative action yet. That would mean they've given it to them for a reason because they're a woman. I would imagine the majority of those women got there on their merits, not the minority.
No, sir. That's exactly what. No. They're just like quotas, police quotas, aka they have to fill slots, aka so many women,
but
AKA
these are
so
public.
many black
are you
people,
telling
AKA
me that
so many Indians, AKA right? It's based on race,
yes,
or in this case, gender.
Very good. So you're telling me that half of our female graduates here in the United States are affirmative action graduates, more than half.
We're estimating, I don't know about more than half. We're estimating somewhere between 48 and 53%, but it's an estimation.
I don't know who we are, but that sounds way off. And they
That's your
stay off the internet with that shit because I'm sure someone's going to complain. I'll Google that shit right quick. You guys won't be able to hear me.
Look up scholarships. Or I'm sorry, excuse me. Specifically federal based scholarships. There are both scholarships and Pell Grants. Oh, actually, also, if you're going to look it up, also see if you can pull out the total number, like if there's like some type of total number of payout by year, if there's an average by year, how much the educational payout is. I know the loan payoffs there was 3 of them. The first one was I think 62 million. The second one was I think like 160 million. I forget what it was. There was 3 of them. There was a series of 3 that went through. I just don't remember the total numbers now. Shit.
Joe, do you think it's getting better for black people, like the levels of individual racism and bias?
Hold on, give me 1 second because I can't talk and Google at the same time. I can hear you guys, but give me 1 second.
Wait, what's the difference between race?
Well, like racism. Like I know it was worse in the 60s, and I've gradually seen it get better over my life, but I wanted to get Joe's perspective because
I was always kind of curious about like the concept of business employment. So let's hypothetically say I only want to hire a specific race of people and not another race.
Why would you not want the best person for the job?
Well, you generally would.
Like an odd decision to set out to hire on like a race instead of a type of employee.
Well, now this is where the things kind of get racist because there's benefits to it, right? So here's an example, right? Let's hypothetically see you want the most physically active type of person to work, right? If you really want to get picky and you look at like athletics, well, unfortunately, that's going to be black people. Why? Because they dominate. Like they're absolutely they just excel too well athletically, right?
But not every black person. That's a stereotype.
Right. We're not talking about every, right? If we're always making policies on exceptions, that's how this stuff sneaks.
Well, hold on, because I thought you were talking about an employer hiring.
Right.
But now you switched to making policies. I don't know where you're going.
Not the concept of policies. I'm asking as a business employer, right? Let's hypothetically say that I want the most physically capable person. So if it was me and I'm trying to make this decision, I'm going to look dead at athletics, right?
Why you wouldn't interview each client and like maybe put them through a little test to see what their athletic ability is? You would just say, go find a bunch of black people, they'll be athletic?
Right. To be honest with you, actually, no, because that process would actually cost more. So like capitalism is like this weird thing.
Well, yeah, but it's worth the investment, because if you just hire black people on the assumption they're going to be athletic, you're going to get stuck with some black people that are not as athletic as you want them to be. And it's your fault for not vetting them on an individual level.
Yeah, but that's a bold-faced claim when the reality is you can just...
It is.
Well, okay. So
I know plenty of black people that are not athletic. No more athletic than I am.
Yes, this is true again. But let's hypothetically, I'm trying to nail.
I'm saying if you're making it hiring decisions based on something assumptions you're making about their
okay, no, it's immoral. Here, I'll go with a different way since you don't have that one. Why should I be forced to hire anybody I do or don't want?
I didn't think you were. I didn't know that you were. I thought
I'll take a different argument if you want to be like, instead of actually examining the merits of it.
How about the argument why they came up with it in the first place? Because it was so racist that no one would hire black motherfuckers. It was so bad they thought they had to make laws to make white people hire black people. How about we use that as an example?
Right. So originally you had land ownership that had regulation, like you couldn't have black people owning specific liens. There's actually deed restrictions even. Yeah, right. So nobody's got a problem with that because that's it. Now swing it the other way. Why can't I decide to exclusively hire, say, black people and not white people?
I thought you could. Like I didn't think that that there were restrictions on who you could hire.
No, sir. You cannot hire or discriminate for or against a race.
You can't discriminate, but you have to prove that.
That is the discrimination.
Yes, right. But
I'm now discriminating within this. I'm now discriminating against white people. I'm selecting black people.
You have to prove it, right? You go to fucking the corner bodega, and the guy has all his family working over here. Ain't no blacks, ain't no whites. You go to the black liquor stores, all black people. You go to the white people, and no one can prove discrimination.
Right. So what they use are something called, I'm sorry, again, just like cops, quotas. You have to hire X amount of people to fulfill quotas. So you're not hiring for.
Oh, I didn't think they were still doing that. They are.
Oh, you mean the would you like the federal law, or would you like the labor laws on it?
Yeah, but did the Supreme Court rule against that, or was that only for colleges?
No, that Labor Department, aka employment.
Walmart has to hire a certain amount of women, children, and they have that. I mean, women and children, women and the minorities, and they have that percentage written down somewhere.
Right. It was the example of the pendulum going back and forth, but I mean, nobody liked that.
It's not back and forth, Joe. Listen, here's the pendulum going in black motherfucker. It go out of my screen. Then going back to white motherfuckers being pressured, the shit does this. It is not really going this, bruh.
It's okay. If slavery was the swing to the right, and then affirmative action was the swing to the left, right? To go the back and forth, all I got to do is swing one more time. Is that what I need to demonstrate?
No, I thought we were trying to do equivalencies here. So if you're starting off with slavery, you'd have to show me how it swung even further, I think is what you were saying.
Further in the opposite direction.
Yes, so in slavery, we can say at least the southern states we can say 90% of black people were being fucked up by this. So you give me the example where this great number of white motherfuckers have been affected. Because these jobs you're talking about at Walmart, it's still thousands and hundreds of thousands of people working there. And we're still only talking about small numbers that have to deal with the affirmative action shit. I need vast numbers where white people are being discriminated against in order to compete with slavery.
Well, I'm not laying claim to any race. I'm specifically
okay. So
pointing.
You said pendulum. I think that was
the pendulum would imply that if slavery is so anti, right? Like if that's your standard for what racism is, now you got to swing in the opposite. So instead of being, oh, we've all got to be equal and we've all got to be this, so you go over to this far end. That's what affirmative action is really about. Right, we have to policy put in equality by some kind of
your analogy sucks. Here's slavery and how black people are cheated. Affirmative action swung the pendulum this much. Affirmative action didn't do shit, and for a motherfucker to claim that the pendulum has swung the other way is
okay.
absurd.
Okay. Here, let me try this analogy. Let's see here. More direct way of doing it. Okay, if I'm not hiring you, that's a violation of law due to racism, and I'm forced to hire you. Is that not is that not like a racist policy?
We've all agreed that it was. You keep bringing it up like we forgot.
Right. Okay, so the problem.
It's not equivalent to slavery.
I'm not saying that it's equivalent to slavery. I'm asking if it's the equivalent racism.
We've said that a million times this conversation alone.
Okay. So if the negative is on the right, aka slavery, and then equality is on the left, aka affirmative action. But
no, that is not left and right. You're using really bad analogies. And slavery is over here. Okay, maybe these are the two extremes that you're talking about. I'll just let you continue and see where you're going with it. I'm sorry.
Well,
slavery pendulum over here. Affirmative action is the pendulum swinging far right.
Okay. Let hit it one more time. If I refuse to hire you because you're black, right? Racist, right?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm forced to employ you because you're black, racist, right?
We agree on that part.
Okay. Now, it's not a comparison of like slavery versus affirmative action.
All right, we'll keep it where it is then.
Yeah. I'm pointing at it's racist if I refuse to hire you, or I'm sorry, if I'm don't want to hire you, right? But I want to enslave you. That's the right side, right? And I don't want to hire you.
But I'm made to.
Right. And I'm forced to. Now the change just on the other direction, right? Like on the business per se.
We agree with that. I think you're asking the same question again.
Okay. So if it is the case, you're never really going to get the fairness because the policies are going to keep switching back.
Well, we agree with that. Affirmative action reeks of desperation. If you've been black, especially in the ghetto, you've been feeling that shit your entire life. And if you've been a fucking activist like me, you got to read really depressing studies. Like in some suburbs where black people make up 5% of the population, they get 95% of the tickets and shit. That don't really happen to white folk, and it shows how bad it was that motherfuckers came up with racist nonsense laws and thought they were going to fix something. It reeks of desperation. I agree, it won't work.
Okay. So why not the 90s policy?
Which was?
Pretty much, and I know this is going to sound a little messed up, we mostly left it alone. Does anybody... Okay, so I'm like 40. Older than me for sure.
I'm young. Me and Hank are younger, but not by much.
79 years old. 79 years old.
You don't look.
Wait, what?
Damn sure don't look 79.
Yeah, birthday.
No, you're not.
You're not my father, but you can move around like me.
I'll be 80 next month. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the same age as my father.
Oh man, you look young, man. I want your genetics.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at this from. So let's look at this from a perspective to today, right? If you turn on YouTube, TikTok, I don't know, the media, right? Everything's really about like, oh, well, race this, race that. You almost can't even really have a conversation about anything because Jesus, it goes. No, the right does this shit. No, absolutely
I don't hear a lot of people on the right talk about race hardly at all.
I'm a right winger.
I do. They're rolling back any progress that was made in voting and all of that shit. They the black civil workers that they senators they tried to kick out in the white. I see racist black people still getting hung in the South. I still see a bunch of that shit.
They're getting hung in the South.
Yes, hung everywhere. And I had to. Yeah, I had to look it up. Yeah, and because black motherfuckers, we delve in these fucking statistics. I was just showing my man where I think 1 weekend alone, 5 motherfuckers were hung in the same place somewhere.
Okay. Anyways, so the difference, and please don't say it's just the left, right? Like I'm a right winger. Even I talk about, dude, I hang out on black panels all the fucking time, right? Obviously, the right talks about it. We just do it a different way, right? But okay, so. Here's the concept. 2023, going back probably 10, 15 years, right? It's just kind of like a common talking point. But now let's compare it to something around the 90s, right? Okay, not precisely, but around the area.
Do you remember? Was voted one of the top 20 activists in 94, young activists in 94.
There were 2 lynchings in the U.S. in the 21st century.
That'd be incorrect. It would take 2 seconds for me to find that.
Well, that's off of Wikipedia. So
yeah.
Okay, so
one of them was in Mississippi, one of them was in and they're calling it lynching. Some of it was. It's not always hangings. Some of them they were chased down and shot. One was run over with a truck.
Yeah, I'm talking about specifically hangings, and I just looked it up. Couldn't be more than 2 weeks ago, and photos and everything.
Okay, so anyways, so. Kind of describing today or like modern day, like 2023, right? Like it's a constant talking point. You almost can't even have a conversation with it out being like, this has got to be racist. This got to be racist. That it's like a constant in your face. It's in the media constantly. Oh, somebody did something on, I don't know. Somebody robbed a store. It's got to be a black guy, right? There's always a constant draw onto race, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, that would be like the commonality of today. But if you roll back into the 90s, right, just into that era, right, it wasn't like there wasn't racism. There's always going to be a racist bastard somewhere, right? Yeah. So, like, my claim to fame was my first arrest to Craig Gobb. I hate that little fucker. I'll talk about him later. But anyways, so go back toward the 90s where it was mostly it wasn't a taboo thing. It was mostly people laughed at the racist shit. It was like
as a kid growing up in the 90s, I 100% agree. Dude, I grew up in the South and we all got along. We laughed about it. We did not take it serious whatsoever.
That's my issue. I grew up in the 90s. I was in Chicago in the 90s, and I would say that white people ignored the fuck out of it, and we yell like always. Now the left is throwing it out there in ways just to trigger motherfuckers. It's still not a true conversation. We didn't have it in the 90s. You guys were just better at ignoring it back then.
So
it was worse, by the way, back then.
If it's the perception, wait, it was worse in the 90s?
Yeah, it was worse. I'm telling you, there were no video cameras like they are now.
Rodney King got busted with a damn that was what got him, was a video camera. Of course, it was a video
I think you made my point. It was an 80-pound VHS that no one owned, and that's the only reason they got caught. Now they had to be more fair and treat us better. Back
but that was the 90s.
What was the 90s? What? The VCR, the big camcorder doohickey, yeah. That was
the camcorder's older than that, but like the Rodney King thing, that was what, 92,
like 91, 92.
It was 90s, but there were no camera phones out there in abundance, which is no one walked around with fucking cameras. That's what I said.
Yeah, the big clunky camcorders. Yeah, they were big hot thing. Like every asshole had to have like a family barbecue. You know, that was the standing joke. Was Dad was running around with his damn thing, right?
White society, bro. I'm telling you, man. There was no motherfucker in the black neighborhood was running around with a fucking.
I can
with that
show
shit.
you literally boxes full of black barbecues on VHS.
White people in the background, yeah.
No, they were actually black families. Like that was kind of the cool thing. I'm still trying to steal it. I gotta say, so there's a beer batter recipe that I'm trying to steal. But anyways, that's why I know about the VHSs, because I'm really trying to get that recipe. But anyways,
in my neighborhood in the 90s, this is what policing was. They pull up on a corner. I'm telling you a real story here. Pull up on a corner, grab like 13 people. In this case, it was exactly 13 motherfuckers. Take us to jail, throw everybody in a cage. And then they look for who has drug arrests. The cop literally goes around in front of every cop, and they'll ask the guy who was arrested, "What'd you get arrested for?" Heroin. How many bags? 3. What about you? I just happen to have like 8 bags of weed or something. He's like, "Who arrested you?" He go to my officer. He says he needs 8 bags, 7 bags of my weed or something. Officer says he can give him 4. He gives those 4 to the 13 people he picked off the corner who were doing nothing. I was the only dirty motherfucker in there, and I was selling weed. He gives them 4 of my bags, and the rest of them, he say, "Here are your charges: loitering, gang banking, trespassing." Motherfucker, I wasn't loitering, I wasn't gambling. What are you talking about? These are your fucking charges. Shut the fuck up. This went on 24 hours a day in Chicago till cameras came along, to hand cameras, cell phone cameras came along. Is that what they did in your white neighborhood? Or did the black people go through that shit in your neighborhood? I did on the barbecue. Is that what they go through?
No, that pretty much wasn't Atlanta, Georgia. That wasn't North Florida. I don't know about South Florida. Miami was a really weird place, right? But that was Coke Central down there in the 90s. I still think it's a shithole. But okay. So no, that wasn't. Well, I'm a Southern.
It was worse. They could get away with it. They wouldn't put on blast.
Right.
But is it better today than the 90s?
Listen, I'm going to tell you, my bestest thing I ever saw was that BLM shit that motherfuckers, including me, hate so much. But at some point, it turned to us versus the government. Quickly, that shit got hijacked. And the studies, colleges did studies, 80% of those crowds were whites. I was out there, I got good video of the Asian motherfucker standing on top of the car, the Hispanic dude, the white dude, all coming together. And nothing's changed. COVID came, and white people and black people, especially poor whites, start noticing we're all in the same boat. We've always been in the same boat, but white people didn't notice it. And I'm talking generally here, until COVID struck and some things happened. They're like, we're being treated shitty too. It's better now because, generally speaking, poor people are all in the same boat now. It's less of a race factor now. We've always been slave. Even, I'm telling you, the poorest white guy think he's better than the black motherfucker. That's been the norm. Now, I got so many white brothers. It's stupid. Your race is secondary, tertiary even. It's about us versus them now, which is the way I need it to be. I'll talk to a Ku Klux Klan member, skinhead, Proud Boy, whoever fucking wants to help me get the job done. And got a little bit of IQ. I'm down.
Well, first of all, I might filibuster just a minute, but I'm going to be busy in a minute.
Ahead,
but I want to say one thing real quick. First of all, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas,
everybody. I enjoy being on the panel with all you. Everyone on this panel is some of my favorite people to talk to. So
good to hear.
And I just want to say, like, I come at things from a different angle than you, Joe Cool, but I actually do agree overall with what you said there about. I think that things have improved to some degree, and I say that to say this because what I'm going to say now is going to sound like I'm being adversarial to you, but I'm not.
I love the adversarial shit. You got the right guy. Please.
Yeah, right. But because there's so many things that we all talk about that's all related, but I just want to push back to see your response because I know.
Thank you.
No, I'm not being overly nice. I'm just letting you know, like, I just genuinely want to know how you feel when people bring up this argument. Because,
Okay.
like, I have mixed feelings, right? Like, I really do. Like, growing up in the South, I never had, like, let me put it this way. I'm a white guy, grew up in the South. 99% of the people I ever had a problem with were all white. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But I also just want to put you in perspective. Like, if you look at who's killing blacks, it's usually other blacks in overall in general,
I'm
right?
not gonna push back. That's every race. White people kill more whites, Asians.
Yep.
That's every race. It's not just
Yep.
blacks. Yeah.
Yeah. But also, like, the crime statistics and whatever, they always say, well, 50% of the violent crime in the United States is done by black people, young black males, essentially, right? Which I
Yes,
don't know if that's true or not, but
it's
but
true. I can tell you why if you'll allow me an interruption. It's an easy one. I just talked about it. The studies that show that the people go after black people more. You figure if you're going after the black guy 6 times more often, he's gonna commit a bunch more of the crimes. Then you're going to dedicate more police to going after him. He's going to be more of a villain. As long as there's one-sided racist nonsense where they only go after black folks, our statistics will appear to be blown out of fucking proportion. If they put you under the scrutiny I'm in my neighborhood, that fucking they find every bag of weed that you do and don't have.
no, I agree, and it's the two caveats I want to just mention really quick would be the family degradation, which again, I'm from the
Killed
South,
us.
and I can tell you the same things happening to white people
Yeah.
that happened to black people 100 years ago. So
White flight in the 70s, white flight killed us. Yeah,
yeah.
I took all the companies left my neighborhood, and we resorted to shit that was illegal, prostitution, drugs later on, and more reason for them to lock us up. It killed us, man. By the time I got to high school, all the programs was gone. I'm sorry, you were trying to talk about.
Oh no, you're 100% right, and I would say that right now, like I'm from the South, and when I go back home, I see all the white kids I grew up with. They're all on drugs or divorced or their life's fucked up. And I mean, there's exceptions to the rule. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying in general, like you said, like you started off saying, like we're all in the same situation. We're all in the same boat, and I think that, like you said, I think everybody's starting to realize. And again, I wanted to mention this in relation because I left Flo's panel before I made this point. But what I was saying, like, people should be involved in politics and stuff like that. And I was going to say this to Josh because I wanted to see what Joshua thought about this because it relates to, like, my idea about a solution to all this, which is, let's go buy a local politician because it's a cheap investment the way businesses do. But the reason I say that is, like, Joshua may be a psychopath, or, he's
he might understand it. He might actually be the guy who understands it.
No, well, but he's an enforcer of the law. But what I think Joshua is saying is, if you change the law, he'll enforce that law too. His job is an enforcer.
I haven't
So he's
seen him enforce a law yet. He can't even stop the Navy guys from.
That's because
Marriage.
it's not. First of all, it's not because there's no law there, right? Like, it's them literally, like, getting off of a boat. You can't hold that shit against me, right? A naval personnel spends his ass 6 months on a boat. I do not like. He wants to.
I don't want to get in this conversation again, but you said you were supposed to keep them out of trouble, and your empathy made you turn the other way, and so you can't even enforce whatever law or job duty you're supposed to enforce.
AKA babysitting some Navy personnel that are on furlough to make sure they don't, I don't know, get in a fight, destroy the place, right? Like, because it becomes a big, like, publicity problem, right?
I'm trying to give more nuance to Jack's portrayal of you as a law enforcement officer.
No. Well, my point is this overall, is what I'm saying is this. What I think that people have seen is people who are anti-government people are getting the impression that they want to just pull down the government and we just live in chaos. But I think what I'm trying to say is, well, that's what I'm saying is, like, what I'm saying is, if people really want to change things, it's not a withdrawal of participation that I would recommend. What I would recommend is a more participation and
we have a political process available to all of us. Use it.
Wait. I don't know about the process as it exists. I am with you. I don't know which one, withdraw or correct it. I'm on correct it, but I won't go down the avenues that they provided for me. That's insane.
Sure.
Lay down the road work to defeat themselves.
Sure, and I think for the sake of YouTube and all of our safety and not going to jail, I'm just trying to be very vague for a reason, because I think that overall I would say we should. What I'm saying is we have a law enforcement system as it is, right? And we have a very corrupt political system as well. I don't think anybody would deny those two facts. But what I would say is we try to participate as much as possible along the avenues that we have, and if we find that that's lacking, then we have to adapt. But what I'm saying is, I don't think people should just say, well, fuck the police and fuck the government and fuck all this. But even if you believe that, I don't think you should just go around saying that, because I think what I'm saying is you need to let people know, like, you can trust me if I gain power. If you just go and say, well, I'm just going to tear everything down and there's no police and there's no
power. You don't know till you have the power how much you can trust them, because they can say that
they may change.
Well, exactly, and the whole system that we have now is built on that, where you have good people who are wanting to go and change things, but once they get in there, they realize, like, they're going to get blackmailed, they're going to get killed if they try to actually change things.
If we could get rid of the blackmail shit, and I was the guy creating a new government, it would look a lot like it'd be based on morals and values. It would look a lot like the shit we got now. So I'm okay with changing it to making it work and not destroying it.
Right. Well, and what I'm saying is, we have external threats and we have internal threats. I mean, I'm a white dude, and I'm telling you, like, there's a lot of white dudes who have the ideas for their government, and I would even count Josh and myself in this camp. If we were put in charge, we would do some bad things, thinking that we're doing good. And so, that's just the nature of government. But my point is, overall, there are checks and balances in place, however imperfect they are. And so we have to kind of take advantage of that opportunity if we want to change things. You know what I'm saying?
Let's go with the cop watching shit. There are laws that stop them from doing the shit they do, pushing us for ID or whatever nonsense that they do. They're just not enforced. So the mechanisms may be there already, at least in some cases. I'm with you.
Yeah, well, and look, Joshua has a good perspective, because I've been overseas, Joshua's been overseas. And so he and I know that, like, if America goes down, you're not going to get back anything like what we got. So if we don't learn to appreciate it and we lose it, we are never going to get that shit back, ever. I can pretty much guarantee you that. We are never going to get it. Because you go to Vietnam or somewhere like that, and some politician doesn't like you, you're going to go missing in a rice field somewhere. You know what I mean?
Those revolutions that brought upon those conditions were from harsher people, like from Lenin to whoever, Stalin type shit. Here, the dictator that we have and install would be based on American values. So I don't think we could go from American, bring up a new government that we think is better, and it look like Vietnam or North Korea.
Well, before I would say that I agree, but our demographics are changing, and so I think both whites and blacks in this country have to realize, like, and this is not racist. This is just a recognition of what is. As the demographics change, the attitudes change.
What about that attitude? Speaking of, I hear about this thing. I forget what they call it, where white people believe that they're an endangered species with all the immigrants and shit coming in, that America will no longer be the same. You gotta know the name for it. I forget what they call it. They got a name.
The Great Replacement Theory?
There you go. Great Replacement Theory. What's your guys' opinions on that? Thank you.
Yeah, I think
I'll let you guys
relax.
I think it should be called white and black replacement theory, because I think both whites and blacks in this country are losing their culture and their heritage. And I'm not saying that that's an evil plot. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I just think that it's it's going to change things. But also I think technology changes things too. So I think it's kind of a mix of a bunch of different things happening all at once. But I think that it is true to some degree, for sure. Yeah.
I would say it's an evil plot. They're actually using copyright to corporatize our culture so we don't have access to it, and that's the lever they're using to take our culture from us.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Hank.
How can someone take your culture or you lose your culture? Like,
because you don't have permission
going, you're the only one that can.
Because fenced in for profit.
Wait, I thought he was saying the illusion.
I haven't lost
your
my culture. I keep my culture going.
Yes, but they don't care about your culture because you don't breed.
What the?
What do you're associating culture with reproduction?
Yes, because they're breaking up families using the leverage of copyright.
Well, let me give you a little bit of my perspective just to throw it in the mix before we go off on that tangent. Like I'll give you an example. Like I am not anti people of another color. Okay, again, most of my problems in my life have been because of white people, whether in my family or not. However, I also recognize I do appreciate things about my language, my culture, my country, right? And my main issue with seeing so many people come all at once, like I have way more in common with a black dude born in America than I have with a second generation person from Asia. But I get along.
No argument so far, bro. Sound like
no, I know. I'm saying the caveats up front, but here's my argument. My argument is this: when people come from another country and they just see, oh, this is so much better than where I come from, they don't care about preserving the culture of this place. They care about what they're getting overall, which is a safe place to live and a better paycheck and a better future for their kids, which is all great. And I would do the same thing, of course. But what I'm saying is, because they have no investment in preserving what was here, they are very easy to manipulate with words and stuff like that because they don't have any real connection.
That's one way of looking at it. Another way is that they've been seeing poverty and dictatorships and all that nonsense so long. They come here and appreciate it, and more than American would. There's an opposing point of view because
sure,
I know
but here's what I'm saying. If their deal is let's put it like this. And I know that where you're coming from, it's hard to say that you're going to sit here and defend America. Trust me, where I come from and the way I grew up, it's hard for me to defend America sometimes. But what I'm saying is we've noticed a significant decline in our standard of living in many ways. Although, yes, it's improving in some social ways, I think that overall we can admit, like, we can't really own a house anymore. We can't really...
And what does this have to do with the immigrants?
Well, my point is, if their deal is 50% less good than what we had 50 years ago, but to them it's 100% better than where they came from, they don't really see things in the same perspective that we have, right?
See what I mean? That's okay, because when the Irish came over here, it was the same way. When the Chinese came over here, when everyone come over here, it was the same way. They were spit on. Irish were not allowed. We don't accept dogs in Irish. But thank God some people had hearts. Helped them, and we got through that shit, right?
Well, I mean, sure, but I mean, like my family were all immigrants from Scotland, Ireland, England, and all that, and they were growing up on dirt floors and poor and running away from the police, doing moonshine, and
so thank God that the guy who thought that because they're lower class, they're gonna steal away from America. Thank God that guy didn't win and become president or something, right? Because you guys deserve the shot, and if we're children of God, I was supposed to help you. As an immigrant over here, can barely speak the language. I'm the guy whose door you want to fucking knock on. I'm gonna help you. I don't want you to go no fucking way. In fact, bring some of that crazy looking shit that I'm smelling over to my crib so I can indulge in your culture and learn more. I couldn't learn that from my guy next door neighbor. He cooked the same shit I do. All that music you listen to, teach me. Culture is a beautiful thing. In America, I mean, this is the problem with the great replacement theory. Not everybody thinks that make America great again is a thing, because it's always been greater for some than others. I'm not interested in turning back the hand of time, because I told you it's just getting better along these fucking racial lines. And it seems to me like the more fucking minorities that come in, that's the only thing. Until your neighbor's a fucking black person or a Mexican, and until your kids go to school with them, and you say they're human just like you believe all these fears, stereotypes and nonsense, and you're programming it. That kicks in every time you hear that 100,000 immigrants came over here.
I mean, I think you do make a very strong case overall, and honestly, overall, I do. I would say I 75% agree with you, but I think also at the same time, I would just say that like with the way the technology is going and everything like that, I think we're getting to a point where you know the fact that we're just 24/7 monitored, and the fact that we're just like every transaction we're going to be doing is going to be monitored,
Right.
and the fact that there's no real resistance to that, and my point is like all the people coming over here, they're not going to really want to rock the boat because their deal was so good. But I think overall, like my personal belief is I'm almost, I would say my personal feelings, 95% agree with you, but on a political level, I only 75% agree with you. And if I were to be like, you know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I do. I got a buddy. I love him. J Hub, in case you guys know him. Love him to death. And we were talking about all the great shit, the motherfuckers that we had a heart. We look out for the homeless, blah, blah, blah. And then one of our friends come on who's homeless. And it just so happened that the police, they kicked him away somewhere. He was parked in front of someone's house. And J Hub was like, yeah, motherfucker, you can't park in front of my house too. You get the fuck in front of. I was like, oh, you were the one talking about we need to do all this shit for the homeless. You're like, fuck that. They can't be in front of my crib. That is what we think, that we're all these good motherfuckers and all of that shit, but we're not, bro. We are not. We talk a good game, but the average person is not going to help you if you're broken down on the road. It's not really a thing.
Hold up. I just got to interrupt. You hear that, Jeff, right? Did this man not just repeat the same thing I just said about benevolence? Do you remember? Oh, wait. Is he still on the phone?
I guess he is, but...
Yeah, I'm still here.
No, Jeff's on the phone.
Jeff,
Jeff's not listening. But yes, he did. Joe did just repeat what you said.
Yeah, I just got off. What y'all need?
Yeah. So did you just hear what Mr. McRib just said about people talk a really good game about helping others, right? But we really don't do it. We're just paying lip service. Do you remember my conversation?
I didn't even see that.
I didn't hear the last few minutes. Lip service of what? To what?
The concept of, like, an example, helping needy people. His example is like the homeless, right?
Yeah.
I think some people do, some people don't. I think it's. Oh, hang on, I got a call. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So some people pretend to do it, and some people actually do it, and the people who actually do it tend not to have time to brag about
it.
But
by some he means like maybe 3% of population, right? We're not talking about very many people, right? But I'm trying to get him hammered down on this. Benevolence is not really like a real thing.
Well, and I just want to throw this in the mix too. I mean, look, Joshua lives in Asia. I've been in Asia, and I know people from every walk of life. With the exception, people are accepting, but in general, I don't think anywhere in the world or any people in the world are as accepting as American people. Like,
I don't know that that's true, because the stories I hear back from people who travel abroad would say they were less racism than they ever experienced, more neighborly shit, more acceptance than they've ever even known here in America when they travel abroad. Yeah, but they're just travelers. Maybe they just treat tourists good or something.
Yeah, well, some might say I'm a black gay witch and I help all the wrong people. If I do go out and
you're probably doing God's work. If you're fucking with the wrong people, you're probably doing something right. If you're fucking with all, if you were telling me the people you deal with are upper crusty oligarchy or so and so at the whatever club, then yeah, you're fucking with the wrong people.
Yeah, fuck that. Asians is racist bastards, right? Like, fuck that. No agreement whatsoever. But I have met a few cultures that I think make Southern hospitality look like, kids play kind of thing. Right. Like the Persians, they're pretty damn good on hospitality, but unfortunately, they're attached to a government that's like a bitter enemy for since 1979, probably for good reason, right? Like we do
like that Hamas Palestinian shit. They can't stand them fucks, and Hamas ain't allowed them to vote in like 20 years and all of that shit. Yeah. They claim to be the representatives, and their old people hate them. Kind of like that.
Well, to be fair, that one's kind of
Well. See, here's the differentiation.
Yeah.
Here's the differentiation I would make, and again, I actually agree with almost everything everybody's saying on this panel. So I'm being adversarial just to see where we disagree.
I prefer it. Yeah.
So I would say this: like hospitality is different than accepting of difference. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that a lot of people will be very hospitable to you, but they're not really going to like accept you coming in and changing shit up. Like, if I go to Asia, people are very nice to me. They're very accepting, but I got to get with the program. They're not going to change for me. You know what I mean?
Well, hold up.
Yeah, take your shoes off when you go in the house. You better take your shoes off.
Let me get some. No, I'm not playing devil's advocate. I think I really buy into this. So,
okay.
One, why do I have to accept difference, right?
We don't have to, but if you don't take your shoes off, they won't let you in the house.
Oh, okay. So if there's no obligation, now let's
wait. There may be an obligation when you're in someone's house. Hank came up with the example.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, like if I walk into some house,
right.
Yeah, you're gonna. Well, you're going to act right, or you're going to get punished because you are a guest in the house, right?
But generally speaking, if you're walking down the street, you should not have to accept. I don't give a fuck his race, his loud music, whatever you don't like. You shouldn't have to accept it.
Okay.
I can give you reasons why you should, though.
No, now don't need them because we kind of tend to agree. Okay, so now like the flip side of this. I hate to say this, but no, I don't hate to say this. So like this concept of difference, everything has perks or benefits and everything has negatives, right?
Great, I think
so happens to be that no two people that walk the face of the earth are equal. They're not equal in capability. They're not equal in almost any aspect. So the difference concept really doesn't matter. What we're really boiling down to is what is a useful thing and what is not not a useful thing. It's really just a value judgment call, right?
My buddy, instead of saying useful, says healthy, but I think we're thinking about the same thing. What is healthy? What is not healthy?
Maybe, right?
Okay.
Well, that sounds a lot more moral than I would add to it. But okay, like maybe, right? So here's an example. So damn, see, now I get to be racist, but in different ways where it's kind of like a good thing, right?
Yeah.
So here's an example.
Black
this is my
biggest longer dicks. Yeah. Okay. That was racist and a good thing. Yeah. Black people.
No, that works in your favor. Fuck.
Only in my favor.
You did, right? But okay. So let's take certain aspects. So let's think of like, okay, my favorite sport, NFL. So football, my thing, right?
Mine too. Well,
okay.
College football. I like college football.
Here's a valid reason. Here's an economical reason, right? I'm going to use race, and then I'm going to plug money into it. Say this thing generates a shit ton of revenue. Right. The NFL by itself, not just this sport, not the NBA, not just the NFL generates more revenue than soccer in the entire planet. Of course, that's 6-year-old data, but soccer, the sport soccer in the entire planet, the NFL in the United States, just in the United States, generates more revenue than all of soccer in every country combined at the same time. Right?
Okay.
So let's look at this like, okay, so this is a thing that is dominated predominantly by Black people. Now, we're not talking about the NBA, just the NFL right now.
Okay.
So we're saying, look, these people are extremely athletic. They're extremely beneficial economically, right? So here's a thing where, yes, they're different because let's face it, right? Like, we're talking about white people in sports. Yeah, we're kind of getting our asses beaten everywhere. Like I would say golf we dominate, but come on, Tiger Woods come in and really, matter of fact, Tiger Woods kind of like put us back on the map. I think golf was like going down, and he just, because he was Black, right? He decided to bring more money in, like more attention. bunch of youth fuckers. Like, I like the old people playing.
I was watching before Tiger. I was the only black motherfucker I knew watching golf. I was like rooting for like DJ Singh and motherfuckers like that before Tiger came in.
So it seems like the concept is the perception, right? If it's somebody, let's hypothetically say I'm aware of the crime statistics, right? But I always have to end up bringing this up. It's like, if you
somebody's got a little echo.
It might be Jeff.
Oh wait, what? There's an echo?
Yeah.
Well, it must be me because I was muted for a while. Is it still there?
So
check. Yeah, it's still there.
All right, I'm gonna switch to my headset. Y'all go on. Y'all continue.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So
check.
Let's hypothetically say, okay, and now keep in mind, I only listed off the NFL. I actually don't even really know how to calculate the NBA, at least at a global level, but it's pretty high up there in revenue. But I'm only just for this example.
Get where you're going with it, because you're going to be accused of beating around the bush.
Right. So, okay. So now here's the one side. Now let's hypothetically say I'm going to buy into the stereotype about the crime stats. Yep. I actually agree with the statistics. I disagree with the representation. But let's hypothetically say that the Department of Justice eats up all of this money, and now we're talking about like the prison system. The NFL just alone generates more revenue than the Department of Justice or the Bureau of Prison budget system by 3 times. That means the NFL generates 3 times more revenue than the Department of Justice or the Bureau of Prisons eats in a budget by 3 times. You can multiply it by 3. Right. Yeah. So if there's a justification of, okay, there's this negative thing. Okay, I'll concede your negative thing. Like there's this horrible epidemic of, crime among the black people, right? But not only are they, okay, here's a bill. Here's an economical bill that you're saying this is a negative. But now here's a revenue of what they've generated. It economically shows up at the top. So if it's the case that we have to be racist, right? Let's be racist, damn it. Let's look at the numbers, right? So now all of a sudden you've got money. The one thing that everybody loves to death and we all agree on is, even socially, right? Like this is a metric measure that we use constantly, right? Yeah. So now we've got a net positive. Now keep in mind, I just mentioned the NFL haven't brought the NBA in here, right?
Yeah, so, black people make lots of green paper in small quantities, yes.
Right. It would be like the same concept of saying Bill Gates generates enough revenue and jobs that benefit using modernity. Like, we're talking about like all the negative things like the internet and all that shit. Like he's generated 1/3 of global employment just because of fucking computers, right? Like it just is a thing that it is. I don't even know.
I'm bailing out at this point. If you were still trying to make your point, I'm just telling you I'm bailing out right now.
The point is be racist. I'm saying if we're going to be racist, let's be racist, right? Let's start pointing out all the benefits that also come with it, right? And be done with it. To me,
I thought that was the norm. We found out it benefited us to be racist, so we instituted all these racist nonsense policies, and it works for us. That's how we're able to fill our prisons and shit. It worked during slavery. It works now.
Yeah,
I thought that's what we were doing.
Well, see, now I thought.
And by the way, if I'm going to the NFL and I'm an owner, and 2 people walk up, black dude, white dude, and I say I need a kicker, I'm picking a white dude. I don't even need to know what their backgrounds are. I'm picking a white dude. I'm just saying.
Well, as a white dude, I can kick pretty good actually, so I will say that. It's one of the only things I can do pretty good, I can admit. So I want to mention this really quick. I think that one thing that we're conflating, in my opinion, is racism with elitism, because I think both of those are very easy to conflate
because racism is so tied into money, and the money is tied into elitism. It'd be difficult to separate the two.
Right, and also I want to mention this just as a way to disrupt Joshua's argument, not because I disagree with it per se, but just to give a little nuance, which is this. Joshua, you said a few days ago that you're like anti-degeneracy, for example. Like for me, I'm someone, I love sports. I love playing sports. I don't really watch sports. And one of the reasons why is like, I notice whether it's soccer abroad or football here,
what the hell did your kid get for Christmas?
What do you mean?
It sound like he got 8 other kids is what he got for Christmas.
Oh no, sorry, I'm out at the park and my kids swinging with kids of a different race. So I'm obviously
swing. It sounded like he was like banging on doing construction or something.
Yes,
can we define degeneracy so I know what you're talking about?
For Christmas.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at is like, what is their definition? Because like, I just want to say like, I see people watching sports and drinking beer and getting all into the NBA and NFL as like very degenerate. Like to me, I find that a degenerate behavior. So that's why I'm asking like, what is our definition of degeneracy?
What's more American than that?
Median or degenerate.
Since I'm the one being quoted, I guess I'm being asked like what the definition is. So degeneracy is a degradation of standards.
Oh, so people watch
but from what standards and who sets them and who determines them?
Right. So now I'm okay. Now here we're back to the McRib's new. Okay, so like I'm assuming he's Christian.
Republicans are degenerates. My name is Joe, and I have never been to church a day in my life. If you don't know.
Okay, so I'm an atheist, but I'm also a Christian nationalist. It's a political stance, but so
good luck.
Come on, Jeff. That. Come on, Jeff.
I mean, you can have the stance. It's not a realistic stance, but good luck.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on him too, Jeff, when he's done.
Okay, so
it's not real
you're not gonna have your little Christian utopia here.
Yeah. Right. So my standard would be actually not modern Christianity, but a little bit more old school Christianity. The kind that kind of like went out because, well, there's a lot of authoritarianism, all the ugly parts of society that we.
Wow, you really like to make it harder yourself.
Oh, so you want to preserve Unitarian Universalism?
So are you talking about Christian standards like Orthodox or Catholic?
He's talking about killing the motherfucker or committing adultery.
Well, the U.S. has degenerated from that a long time ago. It was a Protestant country.
Yeah, with a bunch of Puritans that were.
Yeah. So if you're complaining about degeneracy in America, that happened even before there was an America.
Yeah.
So Josh, Unitarian Universalism.
So you're like the outsider.
You want to put white people in power? That'd be great.
The Puritan population was okay. So the Puritan population would have been more strict than, I would say, modern Orthodox. Now, I consider Orthodox standards to be pretty harsh to live by, but Puritans would have been.
Well, you can drink and smoke at least. We see that from Andrew.
So Christianity doesn't oppose drinking; it opposes drunkenness.
Yes.
Difference. Right,
okay.
Like there's a slight difference, right? Okay, all right. So
I was just trying to get an idea of what degeneracy was. So, you sound like any typical proof.
Yeah. My standard would be a slightly older version of Christianity than what you would see in modern day.
Yeah. So basically, you want to put
like everything. Most of modern society is degenerate to you.
Oh yeah. So like, let's see here. An example would be
degenerate. Joshua, leftist.
Well, yeah, but only by definition. Anything that's progressive would be degenerative.
Unless we can have control of what progress is, then be non-degenerative.
But would you say that you have more in common with like an anarcho-communist who basically wanted to see people get back in the fields and work a hard day's labor and no drinking and no smoking than you would with like these blue-haired people who want to burn Starbucks or something, right?
Well, I don't want to put back. I don't want to put people back in fields, right?
Yeah, the rice paddies, right?
Well, that's the best way to stop degeneracy is when you're tired from breaking your back all day in the field. I mean, that's the best way to stop it.
Well, you might as well. It's 2023. Break his back at the office all day. It's the same nonsense.
Nobody's going into the fields. Nobody's going to stop drinking and sexing and all the other stuff. So
we're trying to get down to what's degeneracy.
You're not living in a real world.
I want to know if it's the guy, the media hound, who watches fucking mainstream media, CNN and Fox. To me, he is the utmost degenerate fuck on the planet. He doesn't fall into your category, does he, Joshua?
Who?
The guy, the media hound, who watches strictly CNN and Fox News and believes all that nonsense. That guy's a degenerate. He didn't even take the fucking time to educate himself, follows what other people say blindly, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, listen and believe, guy.
So it's a so you guys don't understand the standard. Okay, so here.
No. Please, I don't want the 30-minute standard again. Get in the habit of answering the question quickly, bro. It's 5 niggas on panel.
Does whoever the guy is you're talking about, does he have premarital sex?
The guy who watches the news, he's yes, he has premarital sex.
Yes, he's a degenerate.
All right, but I just gave you the news. Can you come to the conclusion off to watching mainstream media?
I thought you were asking about the person.
Yes, any person, insert person.
Right. X. Okay. So when
he watches mainstream media, Fox and fucking CNBC, and he believe all that bullshit.
I don't particularly care what books he reads or what TV he watches. No.
Oh my! So he can watch all the porn he wants.
You read my mind, Hank. You do kind of care what he watches and reads.
Porn would be highly illegal. Well, it's not now, but like in Christian nationalism, porn would be illegal, and that would be degeneracy.
Also, Islam, right? You'll ban Qurans. Is that correct?
Would I ban Qurans?
No, yeah, you ban Qurans and burn them. Is that correct? Because they compete with Christianity.
Why are we talking about this? None of this is going to happen. This came off of Neurojack's question. Or he was starting to make a comment about degeneracy. I was just trying to get an idea of what he meant. Joshua back on the microphone.
He was asking for a definition of degeneracy. It's a long list of things. I
have the general idea.
You Ben gave the definition. I wanted to know because I figured that your guy and the political dude could not fall under degeneracy. I think in all of that dancing back and forth, I think you've answered it. No, he's no degenerate in your eyes. To me, that guy's a degenerate.
If he has premarital, if he's
no, I didn't say nothing about my shit didn't entail sex. It was just all you know of this guy is that he watches the news. It could be a female, and they watch mainstream media. That person, in my opinion, is feeding into the oligarchy. Only on very few people on that news source. It has an agenda. Only an idiot 6th grader still believes that nonsense. This motherfucker's a degenerate. It's like sitting around drinking beer all fucking playing video games all day or something.
Yeah, so I'm summarizing degeneracy. Degeneracy is based on emotivism. It's the hurrah-boo theory. So in the context of Joshua Jones, when he claims the degeneracy stuff, he boos. It's that simple.
It was not that simple. I didn't get it. I got some of it, the hurrah.
Let me ask 2 questions just to clarify a little bit. Would you say that watching something like The Crucible, where they watch Destiny and talk about his personal life for 3 hours, would you consider that degenerate?
Y'all didn't see Vosh the other day.
I don't know what the Crucible is, but it sounds like something might be interesting.
Well, Joshua knows, but like when the Crucible's watching Destiny and talking about him and his wife, having an open relationship for 3 hours to their Christian audience, do you see that as a degenerate action comparable?
Yes. Oh, that wasn't to me.
Wasn't to me.
So you mean sexual degeneracy?
No. I'm asking Joshua. I'm asking Joshua specifically.
Yes, that would be degenerate behavior. You're talking about sexuality openly.
Right. No, I agree with you, and that's why I'm happy that I got excommunicated from over there because, again, like I'm not sitting here like.
Wait, you got excommunicated? What happened?
I mean, that's been happening.
You just left on your own.
No, I got excommunicated.
It's always been a problem. Ortho bros.
Is it hoes with bros for hoes?
Ortho bros is it's a term used to describe orthodoxy people that are like basically fanboys, pay a lot of lip service to the standards, don't actually do the standards, right? They're like, look at this degenerate piece of shit over here constantly talking about sex. Let's have a podcast or a YouTube stream about Destiny and his, whore ass wife. and talk about sex for like 3 hours. Yes.
Well, here's the reason. Here's the reason I bring up this thing, because here's what I'm getting at. So, because because you're talking about a political movement as a Christian nationalist. I'm like, I consider myself somewhat a Christian nationalist, but I come at it from a different angle, which is not important. But here's what I'm trying to drive at. Jeff, who's a gay Satanist, could agree with you that we should have limited public discussion and exposure of sex on a public level. Joe Cool, who is probably not very religious, would agree. Even Hank, who is who considers himself a degenerate, probably doesn't think that there should be the level of degeneracy out in the open that we have, right? So we all kind of agree on the level of publicness. Yes. And Josh approaches it from an authoritarian side. I look at it from more of a social engineering side, right? Like, I think that social engineering is so much more effective than authoritarianism in general. Like, that's what's been successful. Right?
I'm opposed to both. I don't want to be engineered or dictated to.
Well, it's unavoidable.
I use that.
No, I have avoided it for 50-something years, and I'm going to keep avoiding it.
Yeah,
so try it.
Wait.
I want to choose the good thing by choice, yet society never does that thing.
Maybe I don't understand. I guess my definition is social engineering. I was just thinking programming. It's better than using the authoritarian shit. And that's kind of what I do when I got a friend who gets mad at traffic all the time. I'm trying to reprogram him on the slick. If I got someone who doesn't know how to communicate well or whatever, I'm trying to reprogram them. I'm trying to fucking program them. I'm actively trying to reprogram these people.
How do you do that? What are you doing with them?
Most of it is patience. You're going to get your ass kicked a lot. But the easiest thing to do is to point out and to highlight how dumb they're.
So conversation and dialogue.
Yes, conversation and dialogue.
But that's the liberal way.
Energy is more important. All right, let's throw that in there. It matters not a whole lot less what you say than how you say it. For instance, you say, "Hey Joe, you didn't wash the dishes." Is your statement? How come you didn't wash the dishes? You say it that way. I got to teach you. There's a way to say it to get me to want to wash the dishes.
Yeah, I had that conversation with my wife all the time.
Such an inefficient system. Why am I not allowed to put my gun to the person's head and say, why are you not doing the dishes, right? I guarantee you I'm going to get the most efficient response.
Here's the problem with that, because if you're allowed to put the gun to my head, that means I can respond, take three as a threat, and put my gun to your head.
You could. I guess it's just a question of who's squeezing the trigger faster.
Yes, or who's got the biggest gang if no one dies. Who's got the most backup?
Right. No, exactly. And this is why I was like on flow trying to bring this up with Joshua, because Joshua has a very powerful argument. But the truth is, Joshua is also engaging in social engineering argumentation, because I think secretly he would prefer not to have to do the authoritarian thing, but he also recognizes, like, if you don't have that as your backup, then there is no real pressure there. Like you can make all the arguments and threats in the world, but if you don't have something to back it up with, there is no point. Essentially,
let me take it a step further. And Joshua, I'm saying my assessment of you. Yes, secretly he wants to be a Christian and wants everything to be groovy. However, he loves too much of the worldly nonsense. He judges himself as being better than you because he has more money, I've been more fluent, I speak more languages, I've been more places. To him, his identity is all wrapped up in that. He cannot put it on even ground and say it's something like moral. Then his watch and his flight time doesn't matter. He must live in both worlds.
That's not 100% inaccurate, to be honest.
Oh, man.
He's not that far off. I couldn't argue wholeheartedly against it. A couple of details, but not enough to really matter. So how's that one, Neuro? He ain't wrong.
Which one? With him or me, or both?
Him. His assessment was not too far wrong.
I don't know if you heard it.
Can you? Sorry, I was chasing my kid. Can you guys? Can you kind of shorten that for me, just
I'll
basically,
give
because
you
I
the
missed
short
it.
version. Yes, he has a foot in both worlds. He is a Christian and wants everything to be good, but at the same time, the way he determines himself, defines himself, is being a better man. His better means I've traveled more, I've met more people, I have more connections. To him, that's what makes him better. So he couldn't. He couldn't kill that and start off on even ground with the rest of us by having strictly morality or truth be the judgment level.
Are y'all
And I
talking about
probably
Joshua?
convoluted
Well,
more. Yeah.
I think that, look, we're all five of us here on this panel, have our shortcomings, but I think that all five of us have some level of elitism because we have a little bit more comprehension of what we're facing in the world, right? Like, I think that we even have our own form of elitism. So that's why, I disagree severely with Joshua Jones. I'm not going to deny that, but I severely disagree with almost everybody I meet. And so, I don't take that as like a thing, but yeah. And I think that
I disagree with myself. The things I do, I see
exactly.
I do the same shit Josh does, just in my own way, right? I'm an elitist. I'm arrogant. I got over 100,000 subs. You think that don't fuck with your head, right? My shit is identity is way too tied into YouTube activism, cop watching. I'd have trouble letting those things go and blah blah.
Well, and here's what I was here's what I was going to just get at real quick, and I want to get everybody else's thing on that, because I think that's a very good point that you bring up about Joshua. But here's what I would say is, like, there has always been and always will be that kind of person and that class of person. And this is what I was saying from a political standpoint. Like, what I see with the truther community and people who are wanting change is they're not looking at things as we must, if we want to see, like, stable change. Like, it's very easy to burn the house down. It's very hard to keep it stable and change it in real time and have something that you can die and be proud of, right? Like, how many people wanted to force change and did the very opposite of what they intended? And I think this goes back to what you brought up about BLM and all that. Like, how many times do people start out with the right intention and it gets subverted, or you just have a lot of dumb people who, with a good intention, who are just burn everything down because they think that they're doing the right thing. Like, it's very careful things that we're dealing with. And honestly, as someone who's been involved in this kind of stuff long enough to see that, like, most of the people who agree with me are dangerous people that if they were ever able to get power, something bad would have to happen to them because they're dangerous, right? And so this is something that we have to recognize, like,
free thinkers as opposed to those who respond and on emotion. I'm still thinking of the protest thing. You got the 5 or 6 guys who came up with this great plan, and everybody else is working off emotion and start busting windows and shit.
That's right, exactly. And I think that's something that the people who are running things know and comprehend, and they take advantage of. And look, I disagree with the way they do and what they do and why they're doing it, but I got to give them credit that they know what they are doing, because guess what? Society hasn't fallen apart. Now, I'm also anti-technology, but also recognize, like...
Wait. Why are you anti-technology? I just had a little...
Well,
me about
because
that shit.
I just think that it's negative. Like, I think that the direction that we're headed is just changing what it means to be a human so much. Like, my grandparents grew up on a dirt floor, and now everybody has a supercomputer in their hands. Like, I think that's a little too fast. I'm not saying it's necessarily all going to be evil, but I think that's a little bit too fast, right?
I'm gonna go there with the all evil thing. I had a near-death experience, and they did not like technology over there. Right, when I leave talking to them, I wanted to throw away my cell phone. I was just they really anti-technology, and I never really got why. I was reading something recently about the tablets. I wasn't happy with the transcribing. I didn't trust the guy, so I went to someone else to hear his version of it. And because I don't read the fucking ancient Sumerian, but he had it. He saw it the same way as dude. That's neither here nor there. But one of the things they talked about was anti-technology, and this is the very, very first civilization talked about how bad it is, and they talked about the reason why. They said that all these things, communicating through your mind, creating shit, shifting matter, you're supposed to do that on your own. The more you lean on technology, the further away you're going to get from realizing your true self. And I was wondering, was that the key all this time? Is that what they was telling me technology is bad because I could do it myself?
It really sounds like it's being described. Those with lots of choices generally take the wrong choices. Like it's some type of like standard, right? So it would seem like the solution to having all of these choices is to start limiting choices, right?
No, that doesn't say.
Yes, but my true self is some kind of algebra abomination, and this technology simply my divine appendages. So I'm supposed to have this technology.
Okay, we like having all of the different options. We just don't. We think when we have control of all of the different options. Oh, okay. So you guys are the authoritarian, not me.
No.
That's correct.
No.
Shit.
There is no authoritarian.
I want all the choice possible.
Yes, I want everybody to have any choice they want possible. Why is that an authoritarian point of view?
Okay, I want everybody to do things my way, and I
think to do what
people
they
we're
want.
the authoritarians for wanting people to have options.
Oh, I thought he was rephrasing me. I want everybody to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sir.
Yeah, self-empowerment, self-determination.
Or burn yourself. Yes. So it's self-examination. Knock yourself out. Do what you want to do.
Yeah. Now that's utopia, right? Like,
we don't want
seen a society like that.
We don't want to protect the stupid people. We'll give them choices, and they'll make the wrong choices, and we won't. So we'll be fine.
No, sir.
What stupid people are we protecting now?
I'm not protecting anybody because
that's paternalism, and I'm not that way, and I don't like when people do it to me.
Just to be fair, right? Like I'm not of the position of protecting anybody. Like
I know you're the one that's gonna push the suicide person off the ledge if they call you.
Well, no, technically my policies would most likely result like in 2/3 of the population being probably annihilated, right? Deleted. I think that's the word we're supposed to use.
Yeah, how wasteful. How wasteful. We could shave off like 3% and be fine.
Yeah, let's face it. With authoritarianism comes a lot of death, right? Like I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Right?
You get killed.
Do it right. Do it the Inksoft way. Do it the Fordism way. Don't do it the freaking Pol Pot way. Do it the Fordism way.
Yeah, but to be fair, Jeff, you do have a choice, right? Like you can either not do this thing, or you can do this thing, right? Like
or I can do this thing and ignore you, which is what I do now. Why would I want a different system than that?
Technically, you have a choice. Right. It's like voting, right? Nowadays, motherfuckers tell me they have a choice. It really, because if you're given a choice between two men and you're happy that you have a choice, fuck out of here. Whoever you wanted to be never really had a shot at being there. You know why? Because he didn't have all the lobbyists and all the backing of a major party. It's just an illusion, which is why I think people who follow that shit and believe in that shit are just fucking children.
You're not exactly wrong.
Well, here's the
make
caveat.
It better. I mean, it's the best we have so far.
Here's the caveat I want to make, because I think you guys are making my point for me, which is that we all recognize that some people handle more choices better than others, right? Like that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like
I'm going through that shit now. My choices are getting better every day. They weren't too great because I've been fucking traveling for years and I was making really bad choices and shit. I'm much better now.
What turned it around?
I guess nature is harsh. I couldn't afford all them fucking hotel rooms and steak dinners for one. And you got to learn that, if I stay out all the time, I'm neglecting my family or this and that. It's such a balance. And YouTube alone, in order to make money off of this shit, it's like a child. You have to fucking take care of it and all of that nonsense. You can't neglect it. You learn those things slowly. I still feel like I'm learning. I'm just learning. I got a bunch of shit. I won't chase money. That's my issue. You've never heard me say like, sub, subscribe, blah, blah. I've probably gotten $5 donated in the last year and a half to me because I'm not asking motherfuckers and all of that shit. That may be an incorrect choice. The fuck do I know? I don't watch my analytics. I don't do none of that shit. It's hard for me because I make dumb choices, I guess.
Okay, so he's definitely a capitalist to a point, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But not a very good one.
Very
He's
bad.
not making the choices that a real capitalist would make.
But I think my free capitalism used to be free, real capitalism. You should be able to do what you want, and blah, blah. So in some
I'm the same. I do my channel the same way. I don't care about any of that stuff either. I don't make any of those choices either. But I'm trying to be a better capitalist.
Yeah, I suck at it.
I do too. It's not doesn't come natural to me.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out exactly, like, what starting point can we work from, right? So, okay, what about you, Hank? Like, pro or anti-capitalism?
I'm pro-capitalism, but I'm a neoliberal, so I'm not going, let's say, fair capitalism, because that system self-destructs. So we have capitalism with proper controls to regulate it, so the system actually stays together, including antitrust law.
Okay. Well, yeah, I would say let's start from our purpose. Like, what is our purpose? Because our purpose will determine our means. Is my kind of
because I think capitalism is going to
purpose
differ.
In
so
what?
Pay me purpose.
Granting wishes, granting our wishes without any wishes that would literally break the system. Allows us to grant our wishes.
Well, what if somebody's wish is just to genocide 2/3 of the people for whatever reason?
Then it won't. They won't be restricted. They can't do it.
Freedom is my purpose. Freedom. I want to know what it looks like before I die.
Oh, shit.
Do you not feel like you have it?
I'm sure I don't have it because I go out and try to exercise it. Is what I do on my YouTube channel. I'm quite aware that anything they told you is a lie. You don't have a First Amendment. You don't have a Second Amendment. And you can't name one. You don't have a Fourth Amendment. You don't have a Fifth Amendment. Go out and try to exercise these things. When the cop,
we don't get to use it because it's
Are you exercising your First Amendment right now?
but not really. I guess not really, because I'm in your room. This is all like more private shit on YouTube.
Yeah.
The First Amendment is going to be more government related shit.
And Joshua, and Jeff, what is your general attitude about what you think your purpose is? I think I'm asking this because I think. Well, yeah, I mean, like, either maybe you don't have political goals per se, but I mean, what would you like to see happen in the world, and why are you doing what you're doing as far as trying to, put your opinion, for lack of a better term, out there.
Good question, John.
This actually started as a mental health channel, mostly for autistic, ADHD, neurodivergent people. It kind of turned into political and cultural.
Is that what
that's all who's in here?
Is that what you make?
Yeah, but I mean, most of us are neurodivergent anyway, or mental health related. So
yeah,
but I don't know what my purpose is. I don't know if I ever figure it out. I go with what I think my purpose is.
Well, now you say
in a given moment, and it seems like my purpose is to help build community, help individuals with mental health, help people on the spectrum.
It was interesting you say it started with mental health, meaning it's shifted at least some, yeah? And in what direction?
It got more political and cultural with all this stuff. We ended up talking more about what was going on in the world, like current events, than we did mental health.
Yeah. In that area, in the forum that you just mentioned, world events, blah blah blah. What is your place in that? What stamp are you putting on that? The mental health shit was probably a bit more obvious, but in this arena, what stamp are you putting on?
I don't think I'm putting any stamp on it. I think what I'm doing is I'm providing a space for conversations to happen without any particular stamp in any direction. So I'm letting things emerge. I'm creating
not smart
a space.
Enough, but in some ways that would tell me, if I was smarter, what your stamp is. That's a statement in itself.
I mean, I'm definitely pro-liberal. I'm trying to conserve the liberal principles that I value about America.
Can you tell me some about them? Because I watched the shit that I call people stupid for. I watch Fox and CNN and all of that shit. I feel like I must, but I don't get a lot on. I don't know. Why don't you just tell me some of your
free speech is probably the biggest one for me. I'm very anti people that try to control conversation, like Joshua was talking about. He would allow or not allow certain things. Autonomy, personal freedom, self-determination, people's ability to decide what they want to do and do it without interference, individual rights. That's why that Donald Trump ruling upset me so much, because it seemed like it was a violation of a very important individual right. So stuff like that, that I think America provides the capacity for better than any other country.
I just don't think you had the individual right to declare yourself emperor. That's just my issue.
Yeah, well, I don't. Who does that apply to?
This is a dry joke.
Oh,
Joe got it.
I mean, he could declare it. Anybody could declare themselves whatever. Like, I support his right to declare it. He has to convince everybody else to go along with it,
or just force them to conform with it.
Open dialogue, free inquiry, like having conversations and dialogue to try to.
Have you not met Hank T do it at the tip of a gun or a spear? He is not open dialogue with no motherfucker. It's gonna be, if he's dictator,
he's
dictator.
Anything he wants. It's when he tries to enforce that on somebody else against their will outside of the existing process.
Well, he is
the problem is that he wants to change the,
like the court.
The problem is he wants to have the right of state. Then he whatever his will is the process, and I won't allow it.
Yeah, but he had 4 years to try to pull it off. He didn't come anywhere. And I'm not worried about that from him.
Yeah, he was an incompetent manager, and that's why I won't vote for him again. But he wants to. He tried to pull Hail Mary and declare himself emperor.
Yeah, Biden's appeal.
State power to just do what he wants because he can't get people.
Yeah, I don't associate that with Trump like you do. I'm not worried about that from Trump.
Well, I vote for him twice. I have 3 MAGA hats behind me, so I think I have that knowledge, skills, and experience to speak on that.
Okay, well, I lived under him for 4 years, so I have some experience too, and I grew up with him. Like, I remember in the '80s when he was the tacky casino owner.
That's what I remember, Joe.
How about you?
WWE?
How about you, Josh? What's your purpose overall?
That's a good question. So, to reverse the vast majority of progresses since the 1920s, 1930s, 1921.
More examples. What progresses specifically would you like to reverse?
Okay, one of the progresses starting from 1921 would be repeal the 19th. I would turn that one right back around.
19th Amendment. Let's go ahead and say why, because it does more harm than good. Or you can name more.
So this would be one of the ones where women's right to vote would be reversed.
You won't get popular with the ladies with that fucking.
I'm married. I'm not even trying to get, score ladies.
You might catch shit at home about that shit.
And so let me, if you don't mind, I just want to ask Josh a couple questions just to tease out a little bit. So, like, for example, if you found that by repealing the 19th, for example, and making alcohol illegal again, that you actually, I already know kind of your answer, but obviously there will be an underground economy and there will be a vast amount of violence to wipe out that underground economy around alcohol, for example, right? And you don't have a problem with that, right? And the thing is, like, this is actually my problem with people like the Crucible and stuff like that, because they kind of try to hide the fact that violence is going to be necessary for what they need to do. You see what I mean? Like,
I'm an authoritarianist. I believe that the only way to enact any type of policy, it needs an enforcement agency. So I don't disown that at all. That's the thing, right?
So here's my totally different postulation around that just to kind of tease out where your standards of where your standards meet the road, where the rubber meets the road for you. So, like, for example, you said that for adultery, for example, capital punishment, right? So let me ask you this: if, like, what if somebody has premarital? And this is going to be very quick, rapid fire questions, and then I want to see what everybody else thinks. So I think this is where we're getting to the really nitty gritty of what you're saying, and all of us are saying, really. For example, like if a person has premarital sex, but then they marry the person, would you still capital punish that person?
Death penalty.
And so then the woman would be raising a kid without a father.
Premarital sex.
Josh has a lot of contradictions, though. In
premarital sex, there's death penalty times 2. There is no single mother. They're both dead.
Well, what about the baby who's there? Will they just be allowed to be adopted, or?
Probably.
Okay, cool. No, I'm just trying to tease it out. Okay, and so let me ask you this: if you found that.
This is the guy who's going to kill his wife if she ever is unfaithful.
Well, he's not a Christian, so he doesn't have Christian standards. So I understand.
He's already discussed that several times.
Right. So
well, hold up. There is a biblical citation. Adultery is prescribed death. There's a biblical citation for this. If I need to pull,
you're not even Christian. You don't have to follow it. So don't use that to rationalize and justify killing your wife.
What part of
just
Christian
own the fact
standards,
that you want to kill your wife?
What part of Christian standards were not clear? So this is clearly biblical.
But okay, we're talking about choice. You are making a choice to adopt this as your standard.
Yes,
rather than the more civilized choice of not killing your wife.
Yes,
and leaving your son without a mother.
Yeah, civilized doesn't work. We've all seen what talking does. It doesn't really get a lot done.
Well, it works if you make it work it. Like I don't plan to kill anybody for being unfaithful. So somehow I make it work.
Well, let me ask my next question, because this will reveal a little bit more. And again, this is actually for everybody to ponder. I'm asking Joshua for a specific reason, but because I think this actually will help us all kind of think about these things. So, like, what if you found that, for example, that the people who were enforcing such laws were adulterous themselves, and then you found that half of your enforcement arm, had to go the same way that these people went, right? And now you find yourself at a disadvantage because you've lost your enforcement arm.
Zero immunity.
So then you'd have to conscript people in who were moral but might not be well suited for the job. Essentially, you see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. There's always a deficiency. Also,
why are we wasting time on this fantasy?
No, it doesn't.
No people left. Everyone in his world are murderers. There are no moral people in his society left.
But this matters. But this matters because
2/3 of U.S. population probably gonna die.
But look, this matters. Look, this is my last point, and I'll be quiet. So this is my last point. So you would choose the standard of morality over the effectiveness of the policy. Do you get what I'm saying?
Correct.
Which is actually more consistent than most Christians. So I actually do kind of respect that. Honestly, I don't agree with it, but I do respect it. And so that's what I was trying to tease out. Thank you.
Yeah, so here's what's going to happen. So if Joshua Jones isn't as more as Jesus Christ himself, in fact, I could probably get Jesus for this too. I'll just use the Bible against him and say, well, by his own policy, he should be dying. Then we can't go.
You're right. He won't even survive this fucking purge. Yeah.
So then I say, well, just don't follow Joshua's rule. Just appoint me the ruler now.
You think this is a negative thing, but
how would it look different under you, Hank?
I'll look different.
Hold on, wait.
Is an authoritarian, I know it.
Wait, he made an accusation, and so now I want to address it.
Go ahead.
So, Hank, I've openly stated that.
Sure Donald Trump did too.
Yeah, I've openly stated these policies would guarantee the result of my own death, because there are policies within the Bible I am in violation of. So I am not immune. I just said zero immunity.
Yeah, so Hank is correct. Right. Yes.
So you're a martyr for a religion you don't even believe in?
Yeah, I am a non-believer when it's all said and done with. Even arguing for Christian nationalism, right? I am literally trying to go in a direction that is ultimately going to result in my own death.
Right.
Well, that's why
that sounds pretty crazy.
That's why he got to call himself a Christian nationalist. He can't call himself a Christian. He's aware. He came up and created some Christian nationalists, and he's like, I'm not even living up to that. I'm doomed.
No, that's fair, and this is actually a huge phenomenon going on. So this is why, like, I encourage people even who don't agree to pay attention, because as someone who is a Christian and kind of halfway Christian nationalist, but almost all Christian nationalists, 99% disagree with my version of Christian nationalism, which is fine, including Joshua. But putting all that aside, I wanted to say this about to Joshua real quick. What do you think about the part of the Bible where Jesus says, "Let he who has no sin cast the first stone"? Essentially, what do you say about that part of the Bible?
Yeah, that part would be a real difficult feat to miss, or a feat to hit, because now you have to find the people that are without the sin, right? So you're going to have to find these people within society that actually live by these standards. It sure as hell ain't me. That's why I'm not the leader, right?
But the philosophy of it, how come you don't follow that philosophy though? You don't fan of Jesus' philosophy. I think I asked you that last time.
Oh no, I'm a very big fan of Jesus. I just don't portray Jesus, or I don't have the belief that Jesus was this happy-go-lucky hippie that sat around, right?
We don't need all of that. Do you agree with he had the philosophy of let him who is without sin cast the first stone.
Right.
We can tell where that is going, the type of philosophy that comes out of that mouth, what type of guy that is.
The person that would be leading and casting the stone would not be me.
It would be well, he's saying that
Jesus' point is that there would be nobody casting the fucking first stone. It's out of our purview. We're not smart enough to do
well, technically, I think you can make the argument that and I hate to say this because people are going to clip this and misconstrue what I'm saying, but I think you could make a strong argument that only Jesus can cast the first stone because he's the only one without sin.
I thought I just said that. It's out of our pay-per-view, and it's in the realm of those who are supposed to make judgments, Jesus being one of them.
Yes, so her policy change.
To be fair,
Joko as Attorney General, we're going to let everyone who in under drug crime out.
Well, yeah, a lot of drug crimes are just gonna disappear from the AG, bro.
But to be fair, the whole system is designed to go backwards. So in this example, right, within this system, you're going to get a lot of people without sin within at least within around 2 generations. The reason why is
everyone who's left
you are deluded
because you killed 2/3 of the population.
You're as deluded as the left
population.
Yeah,
you're all murderers.
Yeah.
You both have the same unrealistic view of human nature and don't account for it.
Yes, Christianity is opposed to human nature. Yes, so
this utopia you're imagining, not necessarily Christianity, but the idea that in a few generations you're going to have no sin is to completely overlook human nature. Just like the leftists think that when utopia happens, we're all going to live in this magical harmony because human nature will have been transcended.
His system only work. His system only work if he's governing angels. That's how I simplify this. This is just like I-Fice bomb. His system only works if he's governing angels. So
it would work then.
So within Christian nationalism, not every sin is going to result in your death. I'm a little bit harsh on a lot of them.
Yeah, we were talking about we wanted your shit. It's funner to get your perspective on shit rather than a general Christian nationalist shit.
Well, no, the general Christian nationalist is going to make the same, pretty much close.
No, Andrew doesn't.
Well, they're not honest about the truth is they're not honest about what they're asking for. That's the difference.
Yeah, Andrew absolutely does. I just have a little bit different. I say.
Well, then he's lying on his own show publicly because he does not believe in force or coercion, and that people should come to Christianity intrinsically.
Yes, he's not straightforward about it openly.
He's flat out lying.
He's flat out lying.
In the back chat, the
on the public record of his own show.
Well, no, in the back chat, in the popularity contest, right? That's what he's going for. That's not the same thing.
Like execution of people that don't follow Christian morality.
Well, he's made.
I don't believe it. I'd like to get Andrew on here, face his accuser.
Okay, like I could get Andrew on here. I think I'm pretty sure I could. And you want to ask him if?
No, I want him to hear how you're characterizing his position and let him either affirm or correct
don't send him no text about your side of
and Andrew, like we're not even each other's favorite person, and I'm defending him because what you're saying about his position is not what I have seen him express as his own position.
My only
not anywhere even close to it.
Yeah, my only claim here is you haven't heard me describe things in a more non-colorful way, where Andrew has made these claims. It's just not done publicly. He's got a different agenda.
So he's saying one thing to his audience and making them think one thing, and secretly behind their back, even though publicly on a Discord, he's saying the opposite, which people could easily expose if they wanted.
Not with that intention. So his intention
is... So this is what I want him to come on and address. Like this discrepancy right here. I think it's only fair.
His intention is to draw popularity by effectively like slut shaming, right? Like degeneracy shaming, right?
That's what religious motherfuckers do,
It's kind of the commonality when it comes down to like large religious groups. Yes. This is why we have that term ortho bros. It's orthodoxy. It's the popularity that goes with orthodoxy.
No, I wasn't talking about. I'm talking about individually. This is how religious motherfuckers make themselves feel better without actually having to do a thing. They just talk about how shitty other people are, and they don't have to do nothing. By comparison, they think they're a good person for the day. Religions, period, living that fucking around.
Oh, well, Andrew's kind of honest that he's had a degenerate past. So I'm stating, like, I obviously don't meet that standard. So, right. It's not like it's being a hidden thing. It's just he has an agenda that's really specific, right?
So here's what I do.
It doesn't involve executing non-Christians.
Yeah, here's what I do that's more than you. I build a world that I can actually live in. Then I move to that. Then nothing bad happens to me. If you build your world, then you pretty much destroy yourself. And you're wasting time. Just destroy yourself now.
I like the world right now.
He has he has openly stated that the position would result in a lot of non-believers' death. He hasn't said like he would be the person to do it, right? But he has said that would eventually be the result.
My road for you that you can't even go to because you don't meet the standards of that world. That's just stupid. That's silly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it does sound pretty crazy. I said the same thing.
Sure, if it is
that you're advocating a society that you wouldn't even survive in, and that would ensure your own death.
Yes, a lot better society than
you have suicidal impulses because you want to kill your wife and people that are committing suicide, and you have a death wish for yourself as well.
Better is
so you just have like basic destructive tendencies in general.
Yeah, he wants to build a place for angels, but the angels already have a place to live. There's no point.
Sure, all good things come with a cost. Nothing of value comes easy.
Man, angels already have a place to live in. You don't need to build another place for them.
See, I don't.
And they wanted the plan; they could just take it. So
I don't have the expectation that a better life doesn't come with a lot of extreme cost to it, right? So I don't live under.
What's wrong with your life now?
No, he meant for every fucking body.
No, yeah, I'm talking about society.
I doubt he's as concerned about other people.
As angels already have a place to live, Josh. If they wanted to take over the planet, they could just come and take it.
Here's an example, Jeff. Here's an example, Jeff. You and I kind of get along really well, right? But now here's the thing, right? Think of it this way. Ask yourself, would I allow my child to actually associate with you?
With you?
No, with you specifically, my child and you.
Oh, well, I don't know that I would associate with your child.
right. So take this concept again, right? Like the whole point of having
I actually would, because when his mother gets murdered by his father, he's going to need some sane people
the kid's
around.
Gonna murder you. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm not going to make that assumption about I don't know, sociopathy, heritable.
It's not about the concept. The idea is the whole idea of pushing for anything within society is you have a goal, right? And you usually have a goal for whatever reason.
Yeah, but realistic goals. But it's more intelligent and wise to push for realistic goals, and what you're pushing for is not realistic.
It's Hitler shit, right? I ain't said it, but it's Hitler thought he saw a bunch of degenerates I'm going to get rid of, and who decides degenerate? It's too subjective. You end up being a murderous son of a bitch with no real
facts. But I think that's what.
Then he's still weak. He can't win the war because he killed too many people that was useful.
Right. So all of these things where we say, "Oh, it's unrealistic, could never happen," and we're all pointing at things in time periods where it has happened.
Wait, I'm not so sure.
I never said it could never happen. I just said the chances that you're going to pull it off.
Successful.
So the claim that it's an unrealistic, idea really actually isn't true. Now, is it?
No, it's
in the United States of 2023. It's very unrealistic. Christianity doesn't have the power that it had at a time where it had a chance of being successful. So if you can convince enough people to get your little movement going, good luck. I don't think it's realistic. Like Nick Fuentes is trying it, and he has almost nobody.
Ooh. No.
And currently, when has it been successful? I didn't go back into the way back then, but any current fucking time this person has tried that shit last few hundred years, it has been vastly unsuccessful.
Yeah, because things have been tried and things die. Christianity was actually originally like this for at least 800 years. The first 800 years, real strict. I'm applying the strict rulership part of it, but that's because I'm not like doing I'm not pulling the whole, like the standard is that was the standard. And I'm trying to I want it that position, right? There's lots of parts of society I disagree with, right? But the whole goal of it is to reverse current society back to that time period.
That's not realistic. Societies don't reverse.
Surely.
You're trying to take the modernized 2020 digital cyber age back to the Middle Ages.
Okay.
That's not realistic. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, not realistic. So within Greek time period, we're talking about 400 BC. Let's take the example of homosexuality being practiced openly. Was it or was it not the case within Greek society around 400 BC that it was or was not practiced openly?
It was the generals and shit took young boys to war with them to fuck. So I guess it was kind of.
And it varied by city state too, because Greece was not a nation.
Okay. Now, roughly, let's see here. Fast forward, I think it would have been around 700 AD. Was it not the case that homosexuals would have been executed if caught? Now, obviously, there's there's some secret stuff going behind closets, right? It's obviously you couldn't stamp it out, but was it not the case roughly around 700 AD? Was it not the common case within most of societies within
wait, we got to stick with Greek because that's all we started with.
They were pretty much annihilated, and you can't because they didn't.
It doesn't work. Then we're talking about the Greeks.
Yeah, but I'm trying to take parts of the Roman Empire. Was it not the case that they were executed?
Okay, well, Roman Empire works, and
I'm trying to take the same period, but fast forward to a different policy, right? So it's not a case of like national, right? The nationalism is me just laying claim that this is the thing in the U.S., right? But the idea of it is the idea that a thing can't go up and down, back and forth, or revolve. That is actually the case, that all of history is usually a big, gigantic repeat of itself over and over and over and over. Women are.
You're not going to take modern society back to the Middle Ages.
Oh, trad culture. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yes. Oh, my. You're going to get freaking wrecked now. Take it away. TCPS.
Because if you're trying to take the gays back there, then if I were Joe, I'd seriously worry about Jim Crow and pre-Civil War too. Because if you think that you can take entire populations back to earlier stages of history, that's all the more reason for him to start worrying and women to start worrying.
It would definitely be a barbaric process, but it's always been a barbaric process.
It's not a realistic process, because you don't take account of human nature the same as the little woke communist utopia does it.
Yeah. Would it be the case that degeneracy would always try to
you're both utopians, you're both idealists, and you're both ridiculous.
Yeah,
welcome, Trad. Merry Christmas.
My stuff will work.
Merry welcome Christmas to the Christmas bloodbath.
Happy Hanukkah and Happy Kwanzaa and all. Of the
happy Kwanzaa, Kwanzaa Ramadan.
What the fuck's the Kwanzaa?
Hanukkah, Christmas. Happy holidays.
I don't know what the Kwanzaa one was, but okay.
That's the Black Christmas.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. I don't celebrate that. I don't know what that is. But let's skip it. TCCS, go ahead. Give Joshua Jones his just desserts, please.
I think they agree. They're both trying
to. What are you guys talking about? You guys are talking about.
Joshua has this far-fetched plan to take America back to the Middle Ages, where gays were executed and adulterers were executed, and everybody lived under Christian morality at the point of a gun.
Yeah, it's called the Zero Mortals
plan. Go back farther than that. How about we go back to before the agricultural revolution?
Yeah, I knew this is where this was going to go. Because we're not going back to mud huts any more than we're going back to burning people at the stake for sexual crimes. Neither one is realistic.
The sentiment. I think there's a lot of base stuff that came out of the Middle Ages. I think that in many ways we were more intelligent in the Middle Ages than we are now. The name that I used when I first came on this stream, that was everybody understood that in the Middle Ages. It's the Enlightenment that wrecked that understanding.
You talking about traditional culture?
No, I mean the other one about women versus men. Everybody knew that in the Middle Ages. It was only the stupidity of modernity that's changed the game in that regard.
No, it would be cool if it was true right now, but it's not convenient for me because it's not as true as you think it is.
What do you mean?
Well, women may be hornier than men, but they don't ask, so they just wait the men to ask. So,
well, you mean in what modern Western society? Sure.
Yes. Yeah, so even women or horny men, they're more passive than men. So men
not necessarily, though. Naturally, I think that's the result of social programming because you can see plenty of exceptions to that rule.
Just out of curiosity, why would it matter if we were trying to execute all of the sluts in the street?
Well, because of all sluts, how do I get my dick wet? Come on. Pretty simple.
You can execute one generation of sluts, but you're not going to execute sluttiness out of humanity.
Yeah, well,
if you have to deal with pain, there won't be any humanity left.
Well, the problem is that during the Middle Ages, they didn't think that they could really control women's sexuality because the view during medieval times is that women have such an incredibly strong libido that the most you can even really hope to do is to shame them about it. Like you can't actually do anything about it. Ultimately,
and that would get them to self-regulate it.
There was some belief during the Middle Ages that what you needed was incredibly strong social controls in order to keep women from, acting on their urges. Now, of course, the caveat of this, I'm talking about medieval Western Europe, parts of medieval Western Europe. Parts of medieval Western Europe were not like this. The medieval Irish were not. They didn't have prudish hang-ups about premarital sex. I'm talking about at most maybe some very heavily Catholicized cultures in Europe.
The base Protestants, yeah.
Base Protestants. Wait, I don't know about that.
No, Irish Catholics. No, wait a second. There's different Catholics. The Irish Catholics didn't give a shit. Italian Catholics, well, they kind of didn't give a shit either. Who's the prudes?
It was a historical. Historically, it was something that spread over the course of Europe as a certain Christianity took over. So, early Celtic Christianity was not, they didn't have a huge hang up about sex. If you look at medieval Irish and medieval Welsh legal codes, they didn't even consider that like they didn't even have a concept of illegitimacy. Like you could have a kid with a mistress or a concubine, and it could still be a legitimate kid. But over time, what you got was basically this ideology spread, I guess you could say maybe out of the ashes of the Roman Empire, and it grew with time that became more and more puritanical about sexuality, especially about female sexuality. And this culminated, obviously, eventually after the Protestant Reformation. You got the Victorians who actually reversed the sexual script and started creating this image that basically women were asexual. Like it's this sort of psychological clitorectomy of women. I mean, it was a clitorectomy because they literally started forgetting that the clitoris existed. And it was this really bizarre long trend towards like total asexualization and prudery, especially on women. And we're only starting to come out of that now, thanks to, modern understandings of sex and modern, scientific understanding. Like we're only beginning in the West to come out of the mess that we've inherited from the Victorians.
Yeah. So I'm in Unitarian Universalist. It's a religion derived from what's called the Puritans, where sex positive now are working on reversing that shame when it comes to sex.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing with the Unitarians is that they sprung out of in the West, because there were Unitarians in like Hungary and Transylvania places, but the Unitarians in the American/British context they derived out of the Congregationalists, who were the Puritans, but they were a reaction against the strict Puritanism. They were sort of almost an example of like, if you push too hard in one direction, you end up having a reaction. The other direction was Newton's third law for every action, all that. And that's what the Unitarians were. They were people that basically very highly educated people, like Harvard students and things like that got sick of the BS that was coming out of 18th century Protestant New England culture. And so they started reinterpreting it. And it was a direct reaction. It was a reaction against an extreme, basically.
Yeah. That's why I'm telling Josh just to hit me his operation manager, because I know how to nudge.
Yeah.
So if you have your vision, I can actually hurry people towards it.
Yeah,
they're all bloodthirsty, power-hungry savages.
This is why there's an emphasis on the usage of force. There's going to be pushback, so you have to be prepared for it and get ready to fight it.
Yeah.
You're going to lose it if you don't.
Yes, he is. That's why I say it's not realistic.
Why would we, if we're looking at, because I'm all about looking at societies in the past as models, but my question is, why would I look on the most controlling, most prudish, most puritanical, most OCD societies rather than looking at the society?
Well, you wouldn't, because you're not a sociopath, but it would be appealing to someone who is.
Perhaps I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Like, I don't even understand the appeal. Like, when I look at traditional societies for inspiration, I'm looking at people like the Trobriand Islands. I'm looking at, the various like Adivasi tribes in India. I'm looking at people like the Tuareg in the Sahara Desert. I'm looking at these people that are not, ultra puritanical. I'm looking at people that are the opposite, that can help emancipate us from our own hang-ups.
What hang-ups? Like, you don't feel like we've evolved to the point where we can begin to emancipate ourselves?
I think that we're in the process, but we're definitely far from being there. Absolutely,
what's a hang-up in particular that you think we need liberating from?
But so I would say, and you're older than me, but I would say even in my generation, we still basically had this sort of unspoken idea that there's something like fun. There is something like sort of dirty about sexuality, and obviously, most people in my generation were not prudes. We didn't think that like, oh, you need to wait until marriage or whatever. But like, we did still have this notion. Like, in high school, I did feel like women that were known for being sexually active were viewed as being kind of slutty and kind of, Like there was this kind of like quiet sort of judgmentalism, and particularly we definitely prioritize male sexuality over female sexuality in such a way that was detrimental towards the functioning of both sexes, because finally, it's better for both men and women if we understand female sexuality. And traditional societies oftentimes understood that, but our society has this huge hang up, and we're only like now in the early stages of getting over that.
So sex positive then, like Hank and I.
Yeah, I would say that it's got to be like, we need to be more sex positive than we are. But the problem is right now that like we're trying to be sex positive, but in the midst of that, we're, instead of being more like, how people were for thousands of years in a more sex positive culture, now we're starting to push it into this like domain of questioning gender and getting into all this trans stuff, which is really fundamentally unhelpful and actually ends up reifying a lot of the negative trends of Western history.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree. Although I don't associate the gender stuff with sex positive, but I know that they do.
Well, that's like, I would say it's actually sex negative. I would say that like all the trans stuff is basically trying to have a new sort of gender essentialism. It's basically saying that like, if you feel, if you don't fit into these really rigid gender roles, you must actually be the other sex. If you're a tomboyish girl, then you need to get a dick. If you're, a soft nurture into male, then you need to cut off your dick. Like it's just, to me, it's actually doing the exact opposite of what the activists claim that they're doing.
I think it's regressive too.
I agree. So yeah, what I usually do is just, hey, you can have whatever level you want, and we'll just focus on the signs. Let me finish. Let me finish, please.
Go ahead.
We'll focus on the signs with the actual sex. So we'll try to keep the politics and the science separate.
Y'all go at it. Trad, Jack wants to know, he wants you and Joshua to discuss sexual degeneracy. We did that earlier. We got everyone's definition. You weren't here. So it's you and Joshua's turn. Joshua was saying it's easy. He's going to oppose you 99%.
My definition of sexual degeneracy is that it's any understanding of sexuality which is maladaptive and ends up hurting the collective good of the species. Is
who determines that? Like, by what metrics?
By the metrics of basically, if people in a society have a certain understanding of sexuality that ends up actually causing harm, that causes them to have worse mental health, have worse relationships, have worse communication between the sexes, which is absolutely essential. You need to have, if you want to have a successful society, you need to have men and women in harmony with each other rather than in opposition and dialectics. And if your sexual script contributes to opposition dialectics, then you've messed something up.
Basically, he just described modern society.
Yeah, but his solution is not to slaughter everybody.
Oh, well, see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We definitely have different prescriptions. But basically, really, he just vaguely described modern society.
I would argue that it was something which has been developing for a while. You can't go back to the Victorians and find a better sexual script, because they were the cause of our problems, because they denied women's need for release, for sexual release. They came up with.
Oh yeah. No, much further back was.
How far back would you have to go to find a healthy sexual script in Western culture, or has there been none that emerged from Western?
Not
culture?
In Western culture, no.
Okay, well, you agree on that?
Yeah, I agree. Not in Western culture.
I don't know. I think the kink community, when I was in it, the gay community was pretty sex positive and more or less
not enough. Not Western culture.
Yeah. That's
particularly the modern kink community more than any of them, I would say.
Well, we're saying like the kink community though, like you're talking about what, like BDSM or something.
Yeah, but there's a sense of responsibility that comes with the freedom.
Well, the problem with that is that a lot of sociologists have looked at it and they found that to a large extent, what BDSM is it's basically just people sexualizing emotional traumas that, I would say would be better off if we just didn't have those traumas to begin with.
Well, I would say they don't know what they're talking about, and they need to come talk to me.
Well, just to be fair, right? Strangely enough, the divorce rate among homosexuality not so bad, or gay men not so bad. You do realize that the divorce rates are now available for lesbian couples. So, like we're talking about now, homosexual females, right? So now we got kind of a problem. It's slightly a few index points, depending on how you want to calculate it, higher than multiple marriage divorce rates. Right, like it's pretty far up there. But now you go to the men, it just completely not nearly as bad, like not even remotely closely as bad. So right, so we've already got a vast difference if we're just talking about within the homosexual community. So there would be your, I guess, violation of his definition within the thing that causes a disruptance of relationships. As I said, the definition.
Yeah, and he focuses specifically on male-female too. But I don't know, could it be adapted to same-sex partnerships, like the conflict dynamics? And my larger point is that I think there are subcultures within Western culture that have produced healthier.
I would say, like, if you look at
you don't have to go to the island.
Like on an ethnic level, you can find like the example I like to think of, which I guess is technically Western because of its location, Western Europe, is the Basques in the Middle Ages. Like medieval Basque society, from what we understand, was more sex positive than typical for medieval societies. And medieval Irish society was more sex positive than was typical for medieval societies. And you could say, like, I guess technically that's Western, but I would almost argue that, like, what happened is that what we think of as Western came in and it overran and infiltrated these more on the margins, still kind of like semi-tribal societies, and it replaced it with the thing we think of as Western society, which just was to the detriment of people's functioning. Actually, I like to view the Basques and the Irish as being particularly poignant examples because once they were deracinated, once they no longer had their own indigenous sexual script, those two groups in particular almost became like the most puritanical extreme of all the peoples in Western Europe.
Oh. Well, I do take your larger point about mainstream Western society. Probably could have healthier relations between the sexes.
And the thing is that, and this is why I talk about, non-Western cultures and other societies, is that, like, we know from the anthropological record that this isn't just something that's theoretical. Like, there are examples of societies that have avoided many of the problems that we've had. And I think we need to learn from those sorts of societies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I wouldn't be opposed to that for people that want those resources.
Yeah. Well, that's the mission of.
I mean, first, everyone, like, more people have to see it as the problem that you see it as to begin with, and even the ones that are enmeshed in these dysfunctional relationship styles still may not see it as a problem or even be able to envision alternatives.
Yeah, well, that's the issue, is that a lot of people seem to have these hang-ups where they don't really understand. Like, they don't want to see, because I see the classic example of this that I've had the misfortune of interacting with is a guy named Ben Thorpe. I don't know if you know who that is.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ.
Lord.
But, I mean, he was the classic example of somebody who's just totally closed-minded. And he actually got, like, I would say angry and triggered when I started making this critique, because it's like so many people, especially like older people, like Gen X and Boomer people, obviously not yourself, but, a lot of people that are in your generation and older, they have this issue where they just have this, like, I don't know, it's almost this, like, this attachment to Americanism and to Western culture.
I have that.
Really, but it's like at the point where they're not really willing to see that perhaps their model is not normative. Like, I had this really unpleasant exchange with Ben Thorpe where first he got mad that I was saying that he made the claim that, like, it's just always normal across all cultures for parents to beat their kids. I said that's horse shit. That like I've been, I've studied the anthropological record for years. That's completely not the way that things are in many non-Western cultures.
Even in Western, like I know very few people who got beat growing up, including our family.
Well, to be fair, I know more, but that's because I live in the South. But, but even so, that's not this thing that's just universally normative. But he wouldn't listen to that, not. and then he got really mad when I started questioning basically like this Whig history sort of narrative that we're just progressing in modernity and that everything is just getting better and better. And he started like, it was the most bizarre thing ever because he started like making personal attacks. He started saying like really bizarre things about me, that if I were a guy that was basically obviously an incestuous relationship with my daughter, I would never say. But he seems to have this idea that, rules for thee, but not for me. And he started like basically with this long barrage of personal attacks because he was afraid of what I had to say. Like I think it was a fear-based reaction because he didn't actually have a counter argument. And so he just threw a hissy fit on the internet and started making all these accusations, which was extremely rich for a guy that sexualizes his own daughter to make.
Yeah. So with those people, I would just challenge them to make their a model and present it. They're going to just trip over themselves because they don't have any idea what they even want. Or if they do figure it out, it's just to be really, really easy to ridicule.
Yeah, well, needless to say, I haven't had any exchanges with him since then, but I've had exchanges with other people that are like, they operate in the same very like intellectually dishonest way. And to me, I don't understand it. It's like, obviously the people that are obsessing on the internet about this or that, they are in some ways being screwed over by the system. So why are they so defensive of the system that's clearly making them unhappy and miserable? I don't get it.
Well, but they haven't been able to decouple their mind from the system. So they can't.
What's the system? Like, what system are you talking about?
How does it describe it? Pretty much just pretty much the zeitgeist, the general order things. That's what I mean by
that. Seems so vague.
It may take a while to understand for you, but that's what I mean. Just the whole culture at large.
Okay. I mean, I kind of understand zeitgeists, but they tend to be transient, temporary phenomena. So to figure out this particular zeitgeist at this moment that people's minds are not detached from.
Yeah, just I guess the average of people's mentality at the moment. They just did not progressing to anything.
Yeah, but I think most people don't detach from that.
Yeah, they're looping, and if they want to get anywhere, they have to stop looping.
Yeah, well, that's the issue though, is that it's like I could understand it maybe if if you're one of the haves, like if you seem like in every way imaginable, you've been incredibly blessed by modernity and capitalism, all this. Like I can understand being defensive, but the thing that gets me is so many of these people that you encounter on the internet. I mean, they're losers. They spend their entire lives on the internet. But they clearly have been screwed over in fundamental ways, and so many of these people are clearly very mentally ill, and yet like they're not actually willing to ask these fundamental questions that I've been asking since I was a kid.
Do you feel screwed over?
I would say that in a very profound sense, yes. In an immediate sense, I think I'm doing a lot better than a lot of the people that are some of my harshest critics, but in a profound sense, I think that we've all been cheated by many of the norms of the society that we live in.
It seems like if anybody should feel that way or have a reason to, it would be me, and I just don't. Yes, the norms work against me, in many situations, but I don't think it's intentional or society's fault, or I think it's just how the cards are dealt. And I always think there are things I can do to compensate for that.
Yeah, good for you.
Wait, the norms today, or say like the norms 15 years ago?
Just whatever norms you feel screwed over by.
Okay.
You can't succeed because this is the norm that.
No, I was asking you specifically, right? I'm asking you specifically the negative parts, right? The norms of today, 2023, right?
Mostly, because I've been up here almost 15 years, mostly the norms of the Pacific Northwest, which are very different than any norms from anywhere else I've lived.
God damn it. I'm unfamiliar with the area or anything, so shit.
Well, it's very woke, it's very feminist, so being a male works against me in a lot of situations. The protocol and social standards here are very complex, so the autism makes it very difficult to integrate. Like when I was in Louisiana recently, I felt completely normal. I didn't have any of the struggles that I have up here. Just trying to like do something like go to a doctor's appointment and
Seattle freeze, right? This idea.
All of that.
I got it. The moment you gave examples,
you have to constantly like think about what you're going to say, because if you say one little thing wrong, it causes this whole cascade of reactions, and you don't have to do any of that in the South. And people here have like people in the South talk like it's normal to talk, and here, if you try to talk, just make conversation, they think there's something wrong with you. So those, like having a conversation with somebody in the South is normal and doesn't work against me. But if I try to have the same conversation up here with somebody, it's going to work against me. I'm going to get stigmatized in a way that I wouldn't somewhere else.
All of your examples revolve around something in society, correct?
Yeah, like certain cultural norms.
Okay. Can I ask what the hell the big emphasis is on, like everybody's like with this whole like fit into society kind of thing? Well, why is that such a big thing?
The emphasis on what?
Why is it such a big thing where there's this big emphasis of I've got to be accepted by the
you don't have to be accepted, but we're talking about one's ability to be successful in a society.
Yeah, here's the thing, Chuck. Not everyone has a dictated mommy wife to take care of them.
Yeah, define success.
So we need to.
Not getting fired from jobs.
Hank, that sounds like a TCPS term.
Not getting fired from jobs, getting jobs in the first place, able to keep a social circle or circle of friends, like able to make friends in the first place, not be isolated or marginalized.
So keep in mind, we're a social species. We're not solitary animals. We're not like tigers or something. Like we do form groups. We do form coalitions.
Yeah, but just to be fair, by social he means like group animals like lions, not social animals like ants.
I'd say ability to form or participate in community, which I think is a fundamental need of most humans. Maybe not sociopaths, but the rest of us.
No, sociopaths need it too, because they don't.
Well, they need a community to exploit.
They need someone to be they need a community to exploit. They need someone to be better than. They need cronies. So they need community too.
They need a community to heal.
Yeah, by definition, or by you guys. Yeah, by you guys.
They need someone to watch them do Quran origami and such.
But okay, despite everything I've just described, I don't feel like it's a system that somebody like created and set in place to deliberately disadvantage me or screw me over. So I don't have those emotions that I would if I was like playing a game and there was a rule in the game that if you have blue eyes, you can't advance to this. I'd be like, well, that's not fair to people with blue eyes. I don't feel that way about things as vague as social norms. I don't feel like I got screwed over. Nobody even took me. These things just emerged. They're not created, and nobody took any one individual into account.
Yeah,
this happened.
So let's assume it was done by accident. don't you think it's a good idea to fix it though?
Yeah, but I don't feel screwed over. Like to feel screwed over, I would have to feel like someone intentionally did something to me, and I don't even like. I don't like the people up here. They don't like me, but I don't think they intentionally planned their society because they knew I'd be moving up here 15 years ago just to make it harder on me.
Yeah, but if someone had to intentionally put the law in the books against blue-eyed people, you can't be mad at that person because they inconvenienced you, right?
So I just want to interrupt really quick. I'm sorry, guys, because my phone's about to die, and I got to put on the charger. So I want to ask Joshua this real quick because Joshua made a very interesting argument about how Christians have been white European Christians have been the strong arm enforcement of the system that we live under now for a long time, and he seemed to kind of like not really appreciate that very much. But then at the same time, he advocates for it, so I'm kind of confused by that.
Wait, I don't appreciate it. I was a big fan of the the strong arm, like say the Crusades, right? Like that would be an example. I'm kind of a big fan of it, right?
Well, do you think that was done under the name of Christianity, really, or do you think that was kind of like an abomination of Christianity?
Pure manipulation, right? Like so you had a political reason to do a thing, right? And these just people were the tool to use to carry that out. But that is by definition what the enforcement arm is. It's just a tool to carry out a thing.
Well, but my point is overall is like, don't you think that Christians have been kind of manipulated into doing things that are against what Christians A stand for and B would want if they were in control of their own society? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yes, I am of the firm belief that Christianity has been wholeheartedly corrupted. It'd almost be like the same stance that the Muslims have within Christianity, like their stance on Christianity. Like it was this big corrupt thing, right? I don't disagree with that.
Sure. Well, even Machine Lies thinks that about both Christianity and Islam, right? And I would extend that further and say all three of the Abrahamic religions have been used as a psyop against the average person, and especially the warrior class in general. Like, I think it's very easy to defend, a nation, whatever you define that as, right, as opposed to being an imperial arm of something, right, even if it's not really what you think it is, right?
Yeah, no disagreement, right? Like not there.
Sure. So this is kind of my problem with most of the Christian nationalists, and I'm not going to name names just out of sake of I'm not trying to come at people. Like, my opinion is, even if I disagree with a lot of these people, my pushback will help them formulate better arguments and better strategies. Just like, even though I disagree with them, I'm happy to talk with them because it'll help me form strategies and disagreements, and in that, I think that Christians will slaughter each other just the same way. If Christians take control and wipe out all non-Christians, the first thing that's going to happen right after that is Christians are going to slaughter each other too. And I don't think that that's questionable. I think that's going to happen regardless, right? So I acknowledge that that's going to be an inevitable outcome.
Yes, that was my point of contention with the concept. So you remember the prescription about the advocacy was like the marriage should be removed from the state, passed on to the church, and then in the event of a divorce, it's arbitrated by the church. The question then becomes as to which church, right? The Orthodox believe that it should be an Orthodox church that's, being held. The Catholics would obviously say, well, us, right? The Protestants would be like all of ours, that kind of thing. The answer is yes, there would be a shit ton of fighting because, well, if you total up Christianity, it's a lot of different things, right?
Right. Well, and also one thing that they see, and they go, I know that this might seem boring to everyone who's not a Christian, but I think this directly applies to what we all talk about, which is that, for example, and I'll explain why if you guys are confused, but I want to mention this really quick because this is something I've been trying to get out, and I think that this is the only time I've had an opportunity. But what sticks out to me about a lot of Christians and Christian nationalists is they do not want a theocracy, which I find odd. It's like you want a secular government and it based on Christianity, but you still want a separation of church and state. It's like that doesn't really make sense. And see, Muslims don't have that problem because they think all government ought to be non-secular.
Well, now that one's a little bit weird to me. So, like Andrew has described it as a theocracy.
His wife said that she does not want a theocracy. So that's why, right.
Mr. E has described it. It's just the problem is he prefers the word monarchy.
But see, this is exactly what I'm getting at. Yes.
Yeah, his description is as a theocracy. So really, it's more of a semantics.
Sure. Well, here's what I'm getting at. Do you think that we can? And this is a question I'm asking myself as well, and I want to get everybody's take on this subject. I just wanted to get all that out really quick because the implications might not be clear now, but it will. Here's my question: do you think that that you could be facing the very same problems now, or something worse potentially, under a monarchy or theocratic or a secular Christian government that we are facing currently and now under a liberalism, state?
Oh, you're hold on. Let me make sure. So you're asking, like, under, say, a monarchy or under a theology, are there things that could be worse than, say, this, like the democracy that we have?
Yes, and also, like, if you have a divine right of kings and it's bloodline related, you're going to have a lot of people slaughtering each other to see who's the right bloodline, right? See?
Right. So under Christian nationalism, I honestly do not understand how a democracy could even exist, right? You're voting on what? Which Christian rulings to apply or disapply? That just basically returns right to degeneracy. I don't understand how, say, modern democracy could operate, which is probably why Andrew actually calls it monarchy. It's just like he's laying claim that it's one person's evolved, but it's based off of, like, say, in this case, Christian rules. So it's definitely a theocracy, kind of like how, like, Islam is, or I'm sorry, how Iran is with Islam, right? It's definitely that. And I don't know how to play that word game and it not be that thing other than.
And you think that's going to happen here in the United States? Do you know our history?
What, with monarchy?
Yeah, there's not going to be a theocracy or a monarchy in the United States. Good luck with that.
Okay, hold up 1 second. What percentage of the colony population opposed the crown?
I don't know, but it's not going to happen in the United States after over 200 years of
30%.
Joshua, I used to respect you and think you were halfway rational, but hearing your crazy ideas today, you're as loony as
that is
most of the other people in the streaming universe.
That is absolutely not the case. There is plenty of documentation to support the concept of the original 13 colonies. Only 30% agree to the concept.
And yet somehow we ended up with the United States.
Do what?
And yet somehow we still ended up with the United States.
Yes. This will tell you that a minority group can obviously make a huge
good luck. Good luck.
Right? That doesn't,
good luck.
That doesn't
Send me a postcard when you get your theocracy.
Do what?
I said, send me a postcard when you get your little theocracy.
Christian
here in the
rule
US.
even exists even modern day today, right? So an example would be, here. Okay, so like in the gay community, do you believe that there's communities that you would not be able to function within? Like, AKA, could be removed from having a job.
Wait,
right?
I didn't hear. I didn't hear the first part. Say it again.
Okay, so do you believe that there are people, groups, societies that, like, oppose homosexuality so much that they would, I don't know, deny you a job, outcast you from
here in the United States?
Yes.
Not nearly as much as in the past.
So your claim of the Northwest before, where you said that there was some kind of thing against you, I didn't fully understand.
Yeah, nothing to do with my sexuality.
Oh, so it wasn't because you were
I said I'm male. I'm from the South. They hate Southerners, and the autism makes it very difficult for me to adjust to the norms here, and that's nobody's fault. But the male and the Southern stuff, I'd say there definitely is a bias here. So just by the virtue of being a Southern male, the society works against me.
Outside of Louisiana, say Southeast, right?
have you been over like Florida, Georgia?
I lived in Vegas for 8 years. I didn't have any issues in Vegas. It was no different than living in the South. Like I didn't have to change or do anything differently.
Not gonna lie, a city literally named the City of Sin, or at least that's the nickname, right? Like, nobody's really gonna pass some judgment here. That's the whole. I don't know the difference between what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas and don't ask, don't tell. To me, these are like almost like similar things, right? So I like the standard of Las Vegas would not be like the Christian concept.
Are you looking for Christian examples? Or are you looking for
I'm trying to look
from
for
my life
I'm trying to look for are there any places within the United States, not because of ADHD, but because of like homosexuality, that you feel like you might be shunned? No? Okay.
No. Not today, not in 2023. Going on 2024. Maybe 30, 40 years ago, maybe.
If you don't mind, let me ask Josh 2 or 3 more questions really quick. And
please have him take it.
I know of a town you as a homosexual can't get married in.
Here in the U.S.
Yes, an exact specific town where there is not only a law on the books, well, technically it's not really a law, it's a policy, right? But you also, if you were to try for it, you would be denied the ability to do so.
To do what? Get married? That's not even legal. The Supreme Court already ruled on that. What's the town?
My town specifically.
You're not going to say it. This is in New York State. I don't believe you. Jack, go ahead. Ask him your question. He's wasting my time.
I will point out that information privately, not on.
Okay, type it in the chat because I want to look it up. Jack, it's all yours.
Yeah. Okay. Let me say this really quick. What do you think about the divine right of kings and bloodlines of rulers within Christianity in the past and potentially in the future?
Yeah, it's a huge form of contention, specifically like so like the what do they call it? It's the major schism between Catholicism and Orthodoxy.
Papal authority or divine right of kings?
The papal, that one, the papal authority. That one I am less concerned with. That's for Christians to figure their shit out, right? They'll probably destroy each other trying to figure it out. But
I agree. I agree. Yeah. But so I get that. So here's where I'm trying to go somewhere with this, and so do not take this offensively or as an attack, or as a as asking you to say. No. Well, when I ask the question, you'll get why I'm saying all this. And do not feel that you have to answer this if you do not want to. But you were part of a secret society at one point, and they seem to have some beliefs around these things. And you're not. You said that you're not a part of that secret society, and I'm not going to name it. So, but do you think that do you have any feelings about what they believe versus how society runs versus their involvement or their ideas of what should happen about all this?
Oh fuck. Shit.
And look, don't feel pressure because I know that you probably can or don't want to say certain things, and so I'm not asking you to say anything you don't feel comfortable with.
So, like, I'll openly admit I used to be a Mason. So there are some problems of some concepts that I disagree with, right? So, like, let's say the concept of charity. I don't believe I'm not a real big fan of charity. Right, and so now this is also a prescription that comes within Christianity. It's not that it's inherently a bad thing. It's how society deals with it, right?
Well, it's hard to know what is actually charity and what is actually enabling and stuff like that.
Okay. Here's an example. Take the PPP app, the 3P loans, right? Like the thing that came out with Trump, right? Inherently, it's the idea was to say, let's say it was to keep businesses afloat through COVID. So they had these like massive business loans out, mostly with the intention of like paying for employment, right? But you also had these huge numbers of fraud cases. I think in the first year, I think there were like something like 200 arrests. That's not the convictions, but the 500 arrests. Now that number doubled within the second year, but you get the concept. If there's a thing that's available freely, there is also a thing within our society where like, shit, they're giving away free stuff. I might as well, sign up for it. Right? So like, it's not the idea that I oppose charity. It's just in modern society how we work. Charity is really just, it comes down to give me more shit.
Right, people are going to take advantage of good nature, but with Freemasonry, if I can, I'm trying to be careful for my own sake as well. But let me just say, like, they do seem to have some ideas about bloodlines and or subversion as a tool in their tool bag, which I think that's necessary for political power anyway. So maybe not the bloodline stuff, but certainly the subversion stuff, right? And so I guess what I'm saying is like, it's difficult to say that you can be a Christian and a Mason. I know some people will disagree on that or not, but what I'm saying is like, you will need some like I look at the military as a external version of something like a secret society, right? Like you have people who are in the know and people who are not in the know, and it wouldn't function otherwise, right?
Yeah. From my understanding, and now I'm speculating, so let me be clear about that one. From my understanding, it was part of a self-preservation, internal protection system, right? I mostly don't believe in that because it's also a system that can be abused. And probably commonly is. I don't know that for sure. I can't cite specific cases, but yeah, it comes with its own problems. You can see that with nepotism today, right? Like it's not a different thing.
Well, and I'm sure you see that in the military and Department of State and everywhere else too, where
you're always going to have like this thing that's going to create some type of unfairness, specifically that gets into some really nasty exploitation. And this is why I have that zero, what do they call it? The zero immunity policy.
Because and you've seen the outcome of lack of consequence, right?
Yeah, the consequences have to be applied from the top one all the way down, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And see, this is where I agree, and this is where I question a lot of people who are.
Yes, because everybody wants their leader to be perfect and everybody live up to the standard, but the reality is there's always some dick's gonna just pull some shit because he can't.
Right, and I guess this is kind of where I talk when I hear people saying something about monarchy, for example, right? Like, my understanding of white Western Europeans before Christianity, or at least in the midst of the early Christianity, there was a lot of slaughtering going on.
Yeah, we're talking about like
like it just happened. Did we lose Hank too?
Hank might have took off, but I know Neuro was having problems. I didn't. Yeah. I'm not sure I fully understood his question, but
and I had stepped away, so I didn't hear it.
Yeah, if he was talking about, like, say, within Europe, yeah, that was a constant contention. Well, that was always a contention within Europe. Monarchy is probably that's actually one of the same things, right? This is why I said monarchy. I don't know why Andrew ever said monarchy. I think because the implication was like there has to be a king up at the top, like it has to be God, but that doesn't translate. Well, see, now
it doesn't have to be a monarchy. Like even like yes, you have to have an authority figure that. That's ultimately accountable for everything, but it could be a president, a prime minister, an elected official.
Well, see, this is why I call it a theocracy, because it is what it is. Now, the rulership can be could be a round table, could be a group of people, could be singular. I hope it's not, only because of accountability.
Well, if it's not singular, I don't think it would be a monarchy. It would be some kind of aristocracy or oligarchy, unless it's democratically elected.
I do. Well, it can't be Democratic because I don't understand what would be the thing that you would vote for.
Well, so you're trying to install a non-democracy in America, a democratic country.
It would most certainly be a theocracy. But now the problem with a theocracy is I'm not so sure that there's theocracy has a definition of rulership of how that works, right? Because there's very few theocracies like in modern history.
Well, didn't you give the example of Iran?
Well, Iran, yes, but Iran has got a really weird system, right? So, they claim that there's certain things that are voted on, aka they'll also claim that they have a vote, right? That I don't understand because I think it's mostly kind of a little bit of bullshit. But they've also got a group of people that specifically select their supreme leader. I'm not.
Who does echo?
That's Neuro. Neuro, you there? Okay.
Yeah. You guys hear me? Sorry about that.
So,
yeah.
Apologize. I'll get right back to you. So, okay, within Iran as being the example is there's a group of is it 7 or 11 people that actually select their supreme leader. I mean, he's in office until he dies, usually is the case, and then there's a replacement. But that replacement is they claim that there's an election process and all this other good shit. But to be real, that's not really the way it is, right? Because you still have to go through the screening process through these 7 to 11 people.
Like something like Vatican City?
No. Well, yes, if you take all of the bishops and shrink them down to a handful of people as opposed to a couple of hundred people, maybe something like that.
Okay, well, who's going to want to live under that? Nobody in the modern world.
What are you talking about? The Catholics have no problem with it. There's lots of people.
I grew up Catholic. We were not living under a theocratic government. I promise you.
You were living under the church. They have excommunication. They just had a lower threshold of toleration. This is why there's a concept of.
Well, it looked identical to a democracy then to me, because that's what it felt like I grew up in.
Right, because of the U.S. and not because of Catholicism, right?
Yeah.
You're claiming, look.
But you're saying Catholics want to live under a theocratic monarchy.
Well, the Catholics
I do know want that.
The Catholic kings, the Catholic kings in the Vatican were fighting forever. I mean, secret slaughtering missions of kings and families and courts, and I mean, there was a very difficult struggle between the Holy Roman Empire and people under Catholic authority for a long time. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Not really.
I mean, go find the people that want to live in your little world if you want it. Y'all get together and do it. I just don't think it's going to be the majority of people in the United States.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit about what people want. That's actually kind of I know this sounds fucked up, but the idea is that the problem is is pretty much down. Most people live based off of what they want. Oh, I want,
instead of based off of what you want.
No.
Wants
other than
somehow
prioritized
idea, over what other people want.
The main contention within society is most people think that they're going around doing what they want, as opposed to actually serving something, right?
Why is it your business what other people are doing if it's not affecting
you?
Well,
here's what he's saying.
The big problem in society is sex. People are having sex.
Here's an example. If you're not serving the United States, get the fuck out.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what Joshua was actually saying. Let me translate. Joshua is the ultimate conspiracy theorist, and what I mean by that is this. You often wonder, Jeff, what is a conspiracy theory and why does it matter? Josh believes that the ultimate conspiracy theory that we're all living under is who has the ability and the means and the cover to do violence and who doesn't, and that's the only thing that really comes down to it. Because what he's saying is, if all the people in the United States weren't serving a function that is being allowed to happen, then it would not happen. That's what he's getting at. We are only being allowed to live in a way that we think is free. When when the truth is, if they wanted to stop that, they would and they could, right?
Right. I can give
I don't
examples.
understand.
Okay, I can give examples. Example, do you believe that you have the right to vote and it cannot be taken away?
Yeah, and I've watched plenty of Andrew's videos on this, and I
Okay.
more or less agree with him.
So one example where votes are taken away is pick up a felony conviction. Gone. Another one, say the right to own and bear arms, your Second Amendment, right? Do you believe that you have this right and that it cannot be infringed on?
No, it can be infringed on. I mean, we spent 2 hours today talking about Donald Trump's right being infringed on.
If it is the case that rights are really just a fiction, right? It could be the case that they were designed to be a standard, right? Or that would be the most charitable I could be with it. But instead of people appreciating a standard, right, they just willy-nilly say, well, I have the right to do what this and that and everything like that, right? It is the case, like how Neuro described this, really what boils down to is pretty much a bunch of pussies talking about shit. Nobody ever does a damn thing.
Like
right?
you do it right now.
Are you kidding
I don't
me?
understand why it bothers you so much. What other people do.
Right. The case that you think I'm pulling your leg, an example would be my town absolutely does not allow gay marriage.
It doesn't have a choice if it's in the United States.
Okay, see, now here's the problem where you think that, okay, the Supreme Court made a ruling, you have to do it.
What you never did put the name of your town.
I told you I'm not going to dox myself that way.
Type it into private chat. That's not doxing yourself.
Right. I'll give you this information. I'll explain how this works. Well, I'll explain how it works now. One, did we just not get finished explaining how a state can do a thing even with the opposition of the Supreme Court, right?
So this one town is deliberately defying
not this one town. There are several towns that do it. You think we just came up with the idea because we're so brilliant? The enforcement arm that Neuro just basically talking about is, here's the concept. Let's say a town says, fuck it, we don't want this thing in our town, right? All they have to do is create a policy, then just enforce that policy amongst themselves. Now, your next question is what can, say, the state or the federal government do about it?
Cut their funds. They'll cut their funds so they can't operate.
Right. Okay, so now we're talking, well, so they don't actually do the fine part, they just cut the funding, right? So now, to deal with the fine part is, okay, not a problem. You just basically up your property tax. This is
but if a gay couple applies for a marriage license in this town,
right,
and they get refused, they can just sue for the marriage license.
Yeah,
they can, right? And so here's your rebuttal for that one is you start by basically having a requirement. You cannot get married within the township without having residency inside of the township.
Okay, well, everyone will move out, and the
so
they'll get followed up. Yeah. It's very simple.
We're not.
Well, here's where I think he's headed with this. Here's what he's trying to get at. Really, I think that Jeff, you and Josh actually agree on a lot of things. What he's saying is, if you have the legal backing and you have the enforcement arm, it doesn't matter what it is. You're going to get what you want at the end of the day.
Right. Well, except the fact that someone may overpower you. So even if you did have the enforcement arm in your little corner of the room,
why
is enforce your hand? And that's what's going to happen to Josh because he won't have enough people.
Why do you think people are so vastly manipulated and dumbed down? Because and for good reason, because the mob is dangerous and you need a enforcement arm and simplified narratives for people who are not capable of governing themselves. That's kind of what Josh was getting at. And Jeff, you agree with that?
In the U.S. that gets together.
But Jeff, you agree.
The masses.
Absolutely, they do. And Jeff, you agree with this too, because you think that if it's legal, then it's moral, basically, right? Like you think that essentially whatever the law is, it is morality.
No, I think
Essentially,
there's bad law out there, or can be.
well, yeah, but I mean, a lot of the times when we get into political debates, you say, "Well, it's legal, so
Yeah, that's
therefore it's
because
okay." I
lib.
mean, you said that
That's
Palestine could
because of
basically get wiped out because what we have.
right. Because
What I'm saying is,
liberty.
if the law says that,
Wait, you mischaracterized me. You misunderstanding those situations. That's when liberty is saying, yeah, the law says this, but morally they should be doing this. He's substituting his own sense of morality for the law, and that's why I keep bringing up. As long as they're operating legally, they're not doing anything wrong. But that's different than what you're saying.
Well, now that's an unfair characterization.
no, it's the same thing because.
No, I'm not creating my own morals. I'm literally selecting, I'm adopting specifically Christian virtues and saying these are the standards that I want.
Yes,
right, but nobody's obligated to listen to you. And
I'm not coming up with shit. I'm actually
I don't have to live by your
lazy
standards
and adopting somebody else's, in this case, specifically Christians.
So I'm technically Christian and you're not. So actually, I would have a bigger say on what policy gets enforced.
Chris, what's going on? Are you sick too, or just Lindsay?
Just Lindsay.
Like some kind of bug or something she ate?
Oh, we don't know what's going on right now. It's some sort of I don't know. She started acting like funny and strange, and like they're taking blood tests. They're doing all sorts of tests right now. We don't know what's wrong.
Oh God, I'm sorry you're having that kind of Christmas.
Dude, you okay?
Yeah, it's okay. I just kind of want to stop in and say hi to everybody, and just kind of like it just makes me feel better to talk to my friends for a minute. That's all.
Oh, you look like you're drugged up. You okay? I haven't been around in a while, so I haven't caught up. What am I missing?
I'm not drugged out. No, I was crying earlier. So.
Oh. You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay at the moment, but I mean, I was upset. So yeah, that's why I look, I guess, drugged out, as you say.
Oh, tired, drugged out. I don't know. All the same.
Is that compassion and empathy that we're seeing from Joshua Jones?
For him, yes. For everybody else, probably not. I don't know. Like, okay, what? I can like him. Fuck all of y'all.
Anyway, yeah.
Hey, Chris. I pray everything will get better for you, man. My service is horrible, but I just want to say that. And Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to all you guys too.
You're gonna find out something today? Like you're staying there until they can tell you something?
They're taking her for a CAT scan right now. So
okay. God, I hope it turns out okay.
Was it behaviorally weird or like sick weird?
Both.
Mental.
Possibly, but it's not. She never acted like this way with the schizophrenia. So it's something that I told Jeff about it before. She had like these couple of incidents where she started like going back and forth to the bathroom or something obsessively, and I had to take her. I had to kind of like get her to the hospital, and like she tried to jump out of the car a couple of times. So it's like she's on herself. They said it was possibly related to a UTI, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, UTI can make people like do weird, crazy things.
It's very, very strange, but she gets very, when she's like this, she's extremely belligerent, extremely strong. She's like took like 6 people to restrain her. So.
Oh my God.
And stuff like that. So. She's kind of sleeping now, but they're taking her a CT scan. So whenever they're done with that, hopefully they give her some sedatives. So hopefully she'll be okay for that. They told me to wait here. So.
Okay, and they're aware of her history and can get her records.
I told them everything. Okay. Yeah, I signed over whatever I needed to sign over medical records and everything.
Well, keep us posted. I hope it.
Wait, she took 6 people to restrain her.
Yeah, it took. The first time it happened, like there was 2 cops, like 2 like the hospital cops, and they were big guys, and like they could barely hold her in that wheelchair. she kept trying to like stand up, and she tried to bite me and two of the cops. Like, I'm surprised they didn't press charges, but she didn't know what was going on, so they knew better. They didn't take offense to it, but she was clearly out of her mind.
I'm a big fan of hers now because like that was my last Demerol shot. Yeah, well, it took 5 people to restrain me to take that shot, right? Like I wasn't willingly taking.
Why were they giving you Demerol?
Oh, I was having I was passing kidney stones or some shit like that.
Oh, God. Okay.
Killer. The problem is okay, so I have a phobia against needles. I don't willingly take, like, I'll take a pill, but a needle, no, bitch, you're fighting me to, get me down. Yeah, I'm so the one
now I'm starting to understand more and more. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a complete pussy when it comes down to needles, right? You'll see me. I'd rather die than take a needle, but it's just
all of this is overcompensation. Continue.
Yeah. It's really needle envy and penis envy. Those are the 2 same things, right? So yeah.
That too. Well, you didn't have to share all that, but okay.
Yeah. I thought we were.
Good thing you have a wife, I guess.
Yeah. So I mean, this is why we have sex in the dark. She'll never know, right? If she can't see.
Well, hey,
dinner either.
You're definitely above average for Asia, from what I heard, right?
Well, thank you. Right, like the one asshole on the panel.
No way he's in Asia.
Right? Jesus Christ! See, this is a weird circle jerk up here, man. There's some messed up. So, how's things going, Chris? Is things getting a little better there? What?
I have no idea what's going on right now. They're taking it for a CT scan. So, if the CT scan comes back with, I don't know what they did this all. They did all this last time. The last 2 times this happened. The second time it happened, like I was asleep with the baby. It was like, I don't know, 2 months after Juniper was born. And she just and I noticed that she was acting a little funny, but I didn't think much of it because it didn't seem like it was before. But then I woke up for the call from the cops, where the cops had her outside in an ambulance because she was completely butt ass naked, banging on somebody else's door, trying to get into their house because she thought it was our house. So I take it. Anytime she's a little funny, I take it really seriously, but like it progressed really quickly this time. She was just like saying she didn't feel well and she wanted to lay down, and I got her to lay down on the couch. That we're at my parents' shop. That's where we're doing Christmas at, and I got her to lay down on the couch and everything. But then as soon as I turned around, she was standing up, saying she could go back to the bathroom again, and it was like I immediately saw the cycle happening, and I was like, yeah, you guys need to take me to the hospital. Take me to the hospital because like I've seen this before. This does not go well. And so now we're here. Yeah, we're just trying to find out what the deal is. They took, they did the catheter and got the urine sample. They got all the blood samples. They have doing a CT scan. So hopefully, if there's anything that they can actually find wrong, we'll find it. It's not, weirdly enough, despite the fact she is schizoaffective disorder. I don't know if they're not, that one doesn't feed the other one, but they, according to both doctors at Parkland the last 2 times it happened, they said that as far as they knew, it had nothing to do with the schizophrenia. It was something unrelated. Because and to be true, like anytime when she was having a psychosis, she was out of it, but she wasn't like this. She was never like belligerent or like angry, or she'd respond to you when you talked. Mostly, she didn't like fight people. Yeah, I mean, she tried to fight cops and everything that first time. So,
how long do you get the blood results back?
Oh, I don't know. It's whenever they get them. Like they didn't give me a timeline, so I'm just sitting here waiting. I'm waiting on them to get back from the CT scan right now. So I just I stopped in just to see how the stream was going and just wanted to say hi to everybody. So
Jeff's bullying me, right? Like he's been calling me needle dick and all this other stuff around here, right? It's you lied on me, so now I'm lying on you. What the hell is fair game?
Well, at least you admit you're lying. I didn't lie on you.
Wait, you said I was compensating.
Yes. Now all we need to do is figure out what I'm compensating for.
Yeah, you admitted. You said you were a big old pussy. I said that after you said you were a big old pussy. So then you're going to try to shift it onto me. You were disingenuous, Joshua Jones.
I'm compensating.
Your sociopathic tricks don't work on me.
Well, hold up. I'm compensating.
I've dealt with your type my whole life.
Try them on me. They probably work still.
Let me get my question in. Are you claiming that I'm compensating for my mangina? Is that what it was?
I didn't use those specific words, nor would I.
Of course you did.
You're just making it worse on yourself.
It's a compliment.
Especially if you watched Andrew's Crucible special, where he critiques some of the Vouch videos. Oh my God. I can't believe he's even allowed to say that stuff on YouTube.
Josh, why can't you take a compliment? I said your mangina looks cute.
Huh?
I said your mangina looks cute. Take a compliment, buddy.
Probably his best feature.
When have you seen my mangina?
Oh, this is Christmas. Come on. People are trying to eat their cranberry and turkey and enjoy their holidays.
I'm sure whatever you have, Josh, I'm sure it's just beautiful. I have no doubt.
Why is everybody commenting on my
I'm not. I'm trying to redirect the conversation.
I thought it was Christmas. I was trying to be charitable. That's all. I was just trying to.
Well, so do you like? See, this is the problem with degeneracy. The standard was Merry Christmas. Now,
who degenerated the conversation?
Now all of a sudden it's, hey, your genitals must be nice, right? Like, how do you go from?
You brought it up. Nobody would be talking about your genitals if you hadn't brought it up.
And you were saying people were making fun of you for it, so I was trying to be on your side. I was trying to be the nice one, be like,
okay. If you would like to be on my side and be assistance, what did Jesus say about all the wicked people? What was he supposed to do? What was his plan for all of the wicked people?
Saving them. His plan was saving them by offering himself.
Well, that wasn't. I don't recall that word "saving" being in there, right?
Are you sure?
He was going to kill it. His plan was to kill
the one that was all about bloodshed and violence. So.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were all on this whole Jesus wasn't a hippie nice guy, right? It really boils down.
He said he came to fulfill the law and he said he came with a sword, not with a.
Okay. All right. Just making sure.
What does that have to do with?
When he said sword, he wasn't referring to slaughtering people. He was talking about he came to divide the wheat from the chaff. He was there to divide the true believers from the Pharisees and that sort of
thing. Can I ask a question? If you were to estimate U.S. population, the wheat from the chaff, would you say roughly maybe around 2/3 of the population's the shit you want to throw away?
Negative.
Using what standard? What metric?
Well, I don't know. That one's kind of a little subjective.
Because it sounds like you use sexual morality. I might use something like IQ.
No. Sexual immorality.
Some people might use kindness or compassion. So what criteria are you using to evaluate?
No, sir. Sexual immorality is one of many.
Well, it's the one you spent all day talking about, so that's why I made that assumption.
That's because home dude didn't want a long list, right? And probably for good reason.
Let me remind you, Josh. I'm not technically the only Christian here, so if you get rid of all Christians,
wait.
Satanism is technically a denomination of Christianity.
Oh, that's a good point. Jeff and I are fine, and you aren't, Josh.
Wait. Are you claiming Chris is not a Christian?
No.
No, he is, Chris.
Yeah, Chris is a Christian. I mean, by the most classical
3 Christians and an atheist.
So, by your standard, Josh, you're only removing yourself.
Oh, I'm not claiming to be a Christian. I'm actually an atheist. I just support
3 Christians and an atheist who wants to live under a Christian theocracy.
I just so happen to believe in the force part a little, probably more than I should, right?
Yeah, but that's more to do with your sociopathy than with Christianity.
That is not.
And your overcompensation, because you just need an outlet for the aggression.
Okay. I might not contest.
That you probably have directed at yourself.
Yeah, I might not I might not disagree with the whole.
You play more video games, Josh.
Which is why you're willing to martyr yourself for this dumb utopia you have.
Yeah, Josh, you should play some video games that will rein your violent urges.
I'm sorry, I don't do too much the video games thing, right? Because my child phase passed. I don't know when I was a child, right? So
to do it last time, they had to sedate her much more heavily. Yeah, Ativan was on that.
Here, I'm gonna put you on mute for a second.
I'll be back, guys.
Yeah. We don't.
That's all her private information.
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn, I hope she's okay. Anyways, oh fuck, I didn't say something nice.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
the nicest I've ever seen you be.
I forgot.
Well,
Sometimes the credit to Chris.
Within the hour, you probably -3 now.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I confuse my words, right? Like I hope she's okay, and I don't care. I usually get these terms confused, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Apologize.
if we have a video game, we can track how many times you don't meet your own standard. Then you probably have to do a recount and say, hey, my system kind of sucks because I'm like -1,000. And this guy don't like, well, he's like -3.
Yeah, I'm not going to catch the video game reference. Sorry.
You could also do that through role-playing games.
Exactly.
I definitely.
So we can role play your society, and you be at the bottom of it,
and you could see how stupid it is.
Oh, yeah. I'm not so good with role play games, right?
Well, you pretty much doing it right now.
Yeah, you're pretty good at it.
Oh no, I'm just answering questions. People are asking, I'm answering. But to be fair, like Neuro was the one asking questions. Well, recently, right? So he said he had to go charge his phone, I think, or something like that. Which I have that same problem, just at a different time period in the day. I would say I feel sorry for him, but you guys are going to start throwing that empathy word at me, right? And I really don't like that word.
You have to worry about me doing that.
Oh, okay.
No danger of that from me.
No, okay. I don't care about empathy. So just safe.
I'm just highly selective with it.
Yeah, that's my excuse too.
Like all the people you don't want to kill.
Yeah,
or the people you can't kill. Like you can't kill some people because it's too powerful, and says you know what, I'll let you off.
Yeah, see, now that is a fair point, right? There are some people that cannot be eliminated. That's going to be a problem. That would be a Neuro question, actually. That would be a fair Neuro question.
Yeah.
If he's listening, he might want to come up with who within that community are ones that have to be immune for at least a short period.
Well, for example, I'll probably be on the person you won't be able to kill because it's Jeff will attest to this. Oh, yeah. I've been able to tame a whole bunch of trolls, and I could cupcake with some of the craziest people on the StreamYard panelverse. Metaverse.
I'm of the opinion you're probably going to be within in the first 2 or 3 groups going to be on their way out.
Yes, but if you don't make me your operations manager, you won't be able to even get to the first round. I promise you that.
I won't be managing anything. I'm really bad at it, right? So
exactly my point.
He's going to be in the power with the rest of us.
I'm definitely not going to be in the power part, right? But I'll be probably what I am now. And
this is masochism. We were analyzing your sadomasochism on one stream, I remember, and this is the masochism part.
Ouch.
Yes, I'm a sadomasochist as well.
So if it is the case that a person that runs to their own self-destruction for what they deem to be something that's the greater good, right? So an example would be like a soldier that throws himself on a grenade, right? That would be a clear cut. Is that person a masochist too?
Yes.
But he's not fantasizing in advance and planning it all out and everything ahead of time.
So I've only ever seen one thing come out of the DoD, and it was actually based on this concept of altruism. And they were trying to figure out how do they get this selfless thing, right? There's only I've got to get this for you because you'd find this interest. The vast majority, good 40% of this shit's redacted, right? So it's really it's useless if you're trying to get any details out of it. But it is technically legal to give out to the public, right? You've got to look at this thing because there's some weird shit in here. But the idea is that there are a subset of group of people that are actually willing to throw themselves on a grenade. And how they go about this, learning this, is very unethical. This is why the DoD shit is always... Well, so you're calling it mind control like it's a magical thing, right? But there's
always I'm a magician, so even if it is a magical thing, I'm totally gonna do it.
You're a like a magic trick magician?
I'm working on that. I mean,
well, feel free to share some tricks.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that.
Indoctrination is definitely a thing, and it's also in everything, right? Giving a person a book is indoctrinating them, right?
No, it's not. First, they have to read the book, and secondly, they have to interpret it exactly the way you want them to interpret it, instead of caught it to their own individual idiosyncrasies.
No, there's literally a standing joke between psychology and neurology about like this is like shit. This has always been a standing joke, right? I know the concept of it is, and it's really a joke. The semantics between like the difference between motivation and manipulation, but it all at the end of the day is all sum total to indoctrination. Period. Right? You want a person to comprehend, learn, or understand a thing. All you're doing is giving them the information. Interpretation is a completely different thing, right? Like all education is
I'm just saying, if you give someone a book, that is no guarantee that they're going to adopt the viewpoint you're trying to get them to adopt.
Yes, but if you give them a bunch of books and grade them on their knowledge of it and say, well, if you don't pass, you get a shitty job, then you're nudging them to at least memorize the information in the book
and perform it back for you for the grade. But how do you know for a fact that they were indoctrinated and they're not just parroting it back to get the grade?
Yeah, well, they're parroting it back to get the grade, but they may not forget all of it after they leave school,
right?
And they'll incept some of it into their mind permanently.
You guys are completely going way too deep for it. An example would be, what makes you think there's a grading system that was in collide with it? Did I state
because they just put it on.
Hank brought that in there. I wasn't even thinking about school. I was thinking about a single person. You want them to think a certain way, so you give them a book. And I'm saying that alone is not sufficient to indoctrinate someone.
But school, well, it is. School has a whole bunch of places to nudge you and prod you.
Yeah, this is why really you guys went way too deep with that, right? So
well, shallow us up a bit.
Oh, okay. So what is your sociological, or I'm sorry, what is your social definition of indoctrination?
Getting somebody to think what you want them to think.
Yeah, that's mine too.
Okay. All right. So now we're just making up. Got it. No problem. I have to learn.
Well, then what's yours? I'll go off of yours. It's your. You were the one that raised the point in the first place.
Right. Well, no, I'm just trying to say, you wouldn't want mine, right? Because I just gave you.
Just asked you for yours.
I want yours for the sake of the conversation moving forward and my own sanity.
So, giving a person a book would be indoctrination. Telling a person a thing, anything. Hey, the sky is green. The sky is blue. The sky is red. It's also indoctrination.
So you're definitely indoctrination.
How is giving someone a book indoctrination?
That's his definition for indoctrination is the same as my definition for communication.
Yeah, or learning. Period. Indoctrination is more like brainwashing, in my opinion.
Well, apparently Joshua thinks he can brainwash you by handing you a book.
Yeah. So
what if I just burn that book?
Colloquially, or by the definition, right? Like it's all the same thing with the one concept of shit. What was the word they used? The uncritical thinking, right? But this is the mass of society. Neuro just actually already explained it to you. Is the vast majority of society is, well, dumbasses. They don't think critically.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can indoctrinate somebody with the Communist Manifesto if their brains are soft
by just handing it to them. That doesn't guarantee the indoctrination.
If they read it,
no. People have been handing people Bibles for hundreds of years, and you've gotten 100,000 different interpretations of each.
Go back to your phrasing. Okay, is there any guarantee in anything?
Negative.
Well, for successful indoctrination, that you would have to, you can't indoctrinate someone unless you're successful at it.
No, damn it, Jeff. I'm going to ask the question again. It's just a straightforward, you know how I am. Is there any guarantee in anything?
In order to have indoctrinated, you have to have been successful at it. Otherwise, it's an attempted indoctrination or a failed indoctrination. So if you're making the claim you can indoctrinate someone by handing them a book, that implies you're going to be successful at that attempt.
It's not a gotcha. Jesus, Jeff, it's not a gotcha.
Okay, so here's Merriam-Webster. To imbue with a usually partisan or sectarian opinion, point of view, or principle. Indoctrinate means brainwash too many people, but its meaning isn't always so negative. When the verb first appeared, it simply meant to teach. By the 19th century, it was used in the sense of teaching someone to fully accept only the ideas, opinions, and beliefs of a particular group. So in order to successfully, like the modern sense of indoctrinate, in order to get someone to fully accept, handing them a book alone is not sufficient to guarantee that they fully accept what's in the book.
Okay, I'll read the definition after we settle the whole concept of guarantee part, right? Because I'm not going to just let this one go. Because now you put a standard on that even you...
That you actually have to indoctrinate someone to make the claim that you can indoctrinate them. Yes, I did put that standard.
No. Name one guarantee in life other than death.
No, Josh.
No, goddamn it.
No. No, if you can't understand this basic point that I'm trying to make about your claim, I'm not going all over the world with you on what guarantee means.
Would military training be considered indoctrination?
Yes.
Yeah, both of you.
Do they do it by handing you a book, or do they do additional things with you?
They do different things. They break you down. They physically exhaust you. They do those things so that you're malleable and you're able to accept what they tell you.
Yeah, they do lots of things, but
okay,
Jeff.
So you have to do more than just hand somebody a book.
No, goddamn it, Jeff wants to prove some point that I made a specific claim that was.
You did rewind the stream. You said you can indoctrinate someone by handing them a book, and I said no, you can't. It takes more than that, and that's what started this whole conversation. So stop gaslighting.
No, now I'm calling you a dumbass.
Better.
Yeah. No, now I'm flat out going to call you
Let's do better.
flat out a complete dumbass. So let's start with this. Name one guarantee in life other than death.
No, go back to the point of the book.
Taxes,
the point about being able to indoctrinate people by handing them a book.
Name one guarantee.
Taxes, Josh.
Name one guarantee in
taxes.
life.
No, I don't pay taxes. That's not a good one.
Lots of people that don't pay taxes. So that's not a guarantee.
No, I don't.
You live in the Pacific Northwest, they tax off the ass.
First of all, there's no state tax here, so
that's true.
I'd only be paying federal.
There's lots of things.
Gotcha.
There's lots of things that people avoid taxes on. It's not a guarantee. Aside from death,
you said he paid federal. I got him.
Believe me, I look forward to the day I have to pay taxes because that means my business is finally taking off.
Am I asking you the question, Hank, or am I asking Jeff?
Joshua, did you or did you not say you can indoctrinate someone by handing them a book?
I'm going to break it down for you real simple here in a minute, but we're going to settle this one.
The yes or no, we'll break it down as simple as it can be.
Can you indoctrinate a person by giving them the book? The answer is yes. Now, here's the next
question. Okay, so the claim was made, verified.
Yes. Now, here's the question. Your claim is there's no guarantee to it. So name one fucking thing other than death, you dumb fuck, that is capable of being guaranteed.
So you're saying you can indoctrinate someone by handing them a book, but it's not guaranteed that they're going to be indoctrinated.
There is not a
because nothing's guaranteed.
Bingo.
So you can't really indoctrinate someone by handing them a book. You're just talking out your hole.
Apply a fucking because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You apply a standard that does not exist. But you apply a standard on something
I've never next year. Make sure your wife gets you the turkey and ham because I think it really had an effect on you. I've never seen you
just a dumb fag
like this
that can't
before.
Possibly comprehend a fucking simple thing.
Like a man cannot live on rice and spring rolls alone.
Your avoidance to run from stupid shit.
You made a dumb claim that you can indoctrinate someone by handing them a book.
Yes,
and then you had to qualify by saying, but there's no guarantee.
Right.
And you even said, because Chris asked you in the military, did they do a bunch of other stuff? And you're like, yeah, you have to do other stuff. And I said, okay, so you can't just hand them a book. That alone
Right. But did I
doesn't
make the
ensure
claim?
indoctrination.
Did I make the claim that you're guaranteed to indoctrinate somebody by giving them a book?
You made the claim that you could indoctrinate someone by
Yes.
handing them a book. So
there's a
implied in that claim is that the indoctrination's going to be
so there's a
successful in order to be
possibility.
able to indoctrinate someone by handing them a book.
There's exactly a 70% chance.
If you want to revise your claim, feel free.
No. You're making me clarify, but you're not getting off the guarantee.
You don't have to. I'm not making you do anything. You don't have to clarify. We could move on to another topic.
You want to quantify? Well, there's no 100. There's no guarantee.
Well, don't accuse me of making you do something.
Yes, bitch. Guarantee.
Don't put this on me because you made a sloppy claim, and all of a sudden it's my fault that you have to go back and improve it.
Oh, well, now I can demonstrate it. Just get off the guarantee part and I can show 70%.
Nope.
All psychology is based on the statistical.
Okay, so you're saying if you hand someone a book, there's a 70% chance they'll be indoctrinated just by reading the book.
There's not even a guarantee within any field of science. They don't exist. There's no such thing as a...
You're really fixated on this guarantee thing.
Yeah. So
yes, because you threw the fucking thing in there like, well, there's
no, it was your claim. You can indoctrinate someone. So the ability to indoctrinate implies it's going to be successful. Indoctrination is going to occur.
I need. You're both looping. I need
a 70%. You cannot be any type of fucking any part of psychology.
Hank, if you think you can do it better, go ahead.
Okay. So here's the hang up. Joshua defines indoctrination the same way Jeff and I would define communication. There's
indoctrination, the process of teaching a person or group
guys,
to
hang on.
A set of beliefs
hey, time out. This is important. This is my mentor, Beverly. I invited her to stop by today. So, let's put this conversation on hold because I want her to have a good experience. Everybody respect her. She's a wonderful lady. She taught me everything I know about peer counseling.
Oh,
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
We were fighting about some stupid philosophy stuff. So.
I love stupid philosophy stuff.
Good. We can continue as we were. Thank you,
yeah,
Beverly.
You sure can.
Oh.
Right.
So
Except for
let me continue moderating. So Joshua's definition for indoctrination is the same one Jeff and I would use for communication. So there is no guarantee implied in Josh's definition. So that's a hang up.
Joshua said you could indoctrinate someone by handing them a book. And I said, no, it takes more than just handing them a book. That doesn't guarantee that they're going to get indoctrinated.
Yeah, he didn't apply guarantee.
Well, if you tell me you can do something, to me that implies you can do that thing. It's going to be successful. You're going to actually do the thing.
You two
Otherwise, I would say you can attempt to indoctrinate someone.
Yeah, you two hammer out apparently my argument. Let me know how it goes. I'll catch up with you in about 10 minutes. I got to go make some coffee.
Yeah, so Jeff implies that there's a guarantee that doesn't exist. Like I could say, I could.
No, if I tell you I can do something, that implies I'm able to pull that thing off successfully.
Okay, so let's
people's characterization.
I thought you were going to make coffee.
You literally said there's no guarantee, except for there's not a single.
This is so dumb. You're making yourself look so bad on public TV.
Nothing was implied. He explicitly stated it.
You said you could indoctrinate someone by handing them a book.
Okay.
Yeah, it's no guarantee.
What do you think that means?
Communication.
So if you meant you might, it might work, it might not. That's different than what you said.
Yeah, no, it's not. It is what he said.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
He did not imply guarantee. You
Beverly, how was your Christmas?
Yeah, I'm with Joshua. It doesn't imply guarantee. He's saying you could.
He said can. He didn't say could, and we clarified over and over and over.
Can would be the same in the could concept.
No.
Yes, it would.
There's a subtle difference between could and can.
Well,
that's why they're two different words.
But you can, but not everybody. So, like, if you hand me a book by Karl Marx, I would be indoctrinated right away after I'd get through the first chapter, and I'm amen. That's right. That's right.
You would be or not be?
I would be.
Yeah, and you can hand me the same book, like the Communist Manifesto, and I'll pick and choose the part I like and reject the stuff that doesn't make any sense to me. So, like, I would claim to be a bourgeoisie socialist because I'm a neoliberal, but then say, well, communism doesn't work, we can't make it. So,
what was the last part?
I would say I would claim to be a bourgeoisie socialist because I'm a neoliberal, but I would say communism can't ever work because of other reasons or whatever.
Oh, right. So I would like, do you guys have an agreed upon definition of what neoliberal means these days?
Oh, that one.
No, we had someone on the stream the other day that identified as one, and they started to define it, but I don't remember what it was. It was something about the combination of capitalism and liberalism with capitalism, but capitalism was already kind of built into liberalism from the beginning, so I didn't see what made neoliberalism particularly neo.
Oh, I can explain it. So it's capitalism on a chain. We was capitalism on a chain. So we have some, I guess, more social policies to moderate capitalism. So the system is optimized and not just some wild all against all hobbying nightmare.
I hope that's what it means, Hank.
What do you understand it to mean?
Well, I was, when I first saw the phrase X whenever ago, I assumed that's what Hank said. I assumed that's what it meant. But lately, the way I've been reading, they've been using it as a pejorative, like throwing, like they're the enemies of liberalism. And
isn't that true about almost every political term that's out there? Like socialist, that's a pejorative in some. A communist, that's a pejorative. Like, hasn't that always been the case?
Oh, I
Even
see.
liberalism gets used in 3 or 4 different ways now.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Definitely.
Wikipedia says it's the reappearance of ideas associated with free market capitalism, which had fallen into decline after the Second World War.
Reappearance from
but that the parts they're talking about
ideology and policy model that emphasizes the value of free market competition, but I thought that was always part of liberalism.
Yeah, read further, Jeff. The parts like this, like the antitrust and regulation. That's the part we want to bring back instead of having, let's say, fair capitalism.
Its belief in sustained economic growth as the means to achieve human progress.
Yeah, exactly.
Its confidence in free markets, resources, its emphasis on minimal state intervention in economic and social affairs, and its commitment to the freedom of trade and capital.
Yes, and you have to have a good referee to make sure no one cheats.
I think it's if I were given the Wikipedia definition, I think it's, for me personally, it's a pejorative. I'm not for the free market 110%.
Oh, really?
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I'm not for it either.
You are my free market. I count on you to exploit my labor.
That's right. Hey. Well, yeah, because the free market exploits workers, just like Jeff said.
Yeah, exactly. I want to be exploited. I need to be exploited. I need to pay my bills. I don't feel exploited. I feel it's a mutual, like I get a benefit from it and you get a benefit from it. So we both benefit from the arrangement.
Help me with the exploitation part.
Yeah, help me with it too.
Well, I don't exploit you, so it doesn't fit the situation.
Well, no, help me comprehend what you mean by the exploitation part.
Oh, well, like the big chicken companies that put people in terrible working conditions and don't pay them very much and use child labor because they're desperate to survive. That's exploitation. It's not free. It's not
Inside the United States?
Yes.
Child labor.
Yeah, they do legally use child labor. They legally use immigrant labor inside the United States.
I think the theory of exploitation, according to Marx, is that the workers, their labor is worth more than they actually receive for it. So the capitalist, the owner of the means of production, get the benefit. But I receive a value, an acceptable value for my work. I don't feel like it's big. Like who gets to decide how much work is valued?
So here's the issue.
I feel like I get to determine that, and the price I put on my value is the price I receive for it. So for someone to come along and say it's worth more and you're only receiving this, that's just their opinion.
Yeah, yeah. But there's some people who don't feel like they're being compensated enough for their work, but they have no other option, so just take what they can get.
Well, it's a free market, though. They can go anywhere else in the market and try to get more, try to get what they feel like they're valued.
Yeah, they can try, but if the system steps so that they can't, then it's probably there's a fault. There's a flaw in the system if they can try and not get anywhere.
That's the power of unions, Jeff. Because
that I admit I know very little about. I was in a union briefly at one of my jobs.
Well,
but I still got fired.
So if the car workers recently said the people who run our company are making millions of dollars, their salary is multi-million dollars a year, and we're still making wages that were set in 1942, we're not going to make cars until you pay us a fair wage. And then the union sets what they think is a fair wage, and then they negotiate. That the union had power because you couldn't make cars without them.
That seems reasonable. I think
it is. I mean, that's the only way to make that we've. Well, it's not the only way, but it's softened the capitalist system somewhat.
Yeah, and it gives the workers some kind of power over their wage.
But like Hank says, if you're an immigrant worker or a child and you can't eat, and you work and you live in Georgia, you're gonna go work at a chicken chop up place like Tyson Foods.
Chicken nuggets.
Slaughterhouse.
Unsafe environment with very low wages.
Aren't those regulated though?
They are, but if you can't find the regulators, then it won't be regulated enough, and so businesses will get away with abusing people to save money.
But there are accountability mechanisms in place.
Yes,
not until this was exposed, Jeff. They get away with capitalism. Gets away with anything they can.
But I wouldn't say that's capitalism. I would say that's corruption within capitalism. But capitalism, there's plenty of people that have factories that don't exploit their workers, and they follow the regulations, that they are accountable.
So corruption in capitalism doesn't exist without capitalism. Do you agree?
Corruption exists anywhere. It exists in religions, capitalism.
No,
politics.
Corruption in capitalism does not exist outside of capitalism.
What?
I didn't get that either.
Okay, so corruption in capitalism does not exist in communism because communism is not capitalism.
Communism can be corrupt too.
Bullshit. I live in a
you're abstracting corruption
right
out.
now.
I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to abstract the corruption out yet.
Well, hold up. Wait. No, I'm currently in a communist country, and it's literally ranked, I think, like top 9 within corruption. How are you making this claim?
Here's the thing I need you to do. I need you to stop abstracting the corruption in the system. That's a hole in the system. I don't want you to extract a hole out. I want you to take the system together.
So the National Assembly that rules the country. Let's start with nepotism. So there's crap. I forget the exact number. I think it's 84 National Assembly members. I forget, somewhere in there, right? Like the exact number, right? 3/4 of them are related either by blood or marriage. Okay, so they're getting the positions. Would you say that's like a fair concept? Would you say that's, they're getting this by merits of them doing it? How is Sister Juan, capable of doing her job versus, she just had, she took a dick the really right way, right? Like she's just really good.
Joshua.
Apologize, right? Well, nepotism, it's within the family thing, right?
So you're having problems with basic philosophy. You're abstracting the corruption of a system out, but ignoring that we're trying to talk about the system specifically.
I'm literally talking National Assembly. That's the top. That's the uppermost top power. Obviously, it's not one person, but it is a group of people. I think the total number is 48. Don't quote me on that. I might be wrong a little bit.
Okay.
But 3/4 of them are related by either blood or marriage. So think of it like a CEO board. Like you've got a company.
I need you to stop. I need you to stop. We're going too far.
Okay.
So I want to point to a problem in a capitalist system. But you're interrupting and saying, "Hey, these systems have problems too." And I'm saying, no, stop. We want to look at this system, this problem in this system. Does that exact problem exist somewhere else? And you're pointing at, there's other problems. I want you to stop doing that.
Your exact statement is corruption does not exist outside of capitalism.
False. Does capitalism?
No, I thought that's what he said at first too, but I don't think
that's exactly what you said. And
I
then you said,
well, let him clarify and make his point.
Outside the capitalist system.
Let him make his point.
It's not inside the capitalist system. It would be a different kind of corruption.
Then how did you say that communism? How did that word come out of your mouth?
Because that's a whataboutism.
You said
no, it doesn't.
So you're talking about a particular kind of corruption that we see within capital, like only in capitalism.
Yes.
Which is the type Beverly was talking about, like with the chicken
and say, hey, that other system has corruption too. You expect corruption.
Okay,
I'm saying no. We need to focus on this system right now.
I forgot the original topic by now.
What is the exact form of corruption that you're pointing at? Get specific. Draw it out to me. That doesn't exist outside of capitalism. What is that exact form of corruption?
Here's one. So in New York City, a whole bunch of people misestimate how big their
price gouging are. Price gouging toward sure. Okay.
Rent, yeah.
Again, would you like to lay claim that doesn't happen in communism? Or let's see, how about the
if they don't have money, then how can they price gouge rent?
You think Vietnam? What country doesn't have money?
But Vietnam's not pure communism.
If you did communism properly, they wouldn't have money.
Oh, okay. So really the claim is if I redefine what country is really communism, or I start redefining everybody else's stuff, then I can make this claim. Gotcha.
Well, it's just
are y'all indoctrinated yet?
Yeah, Vietnam's not really capitalist, right? Because I define capitalism or communist because I define communism something else. Okay, China's not really communist because I define communism as something else. Cuba's not really communist because I define communism as something else, right? Even though all three of those systems slightly different operation functions, right? But hey, you got three different options just there, but fuck, your definition is the one that matters. Somebody fucking call China and tell them they're doing it wrong.
So, Josh and Jeff, you're having issues with basic philosophy and definition. You're having the same issues.
But Jeff, I haven't said anything for the past 2 or 3 minutes. How am I in this?
I think we could find. I don't think we could find or agree on. First, we couldn't find it, but let's say we found something close. We'd have trouble agreeing on it. a true communist system anywhere in time or geography. But I wonder if we would say the same for capitalism. Has there been a true form of capitalism executed anywhere?
No.
I agree. No.
I don't even know what that would look. I don't know enough about capitalism to know
Well, there
what
would be
the ideal form would look like.
There would be no checks and balances like now we have laws that inhibit.
So just the fact that we have regulation at all makes it
Yes.
something other than pure capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You actually, so you'd have all of the evil claims that people, okay. So what US is a mixed market economy, but then again, so is most of the other capitalist countries, right? Now, to what degree, that might be a little bit of a contention concept. But for example, right? So you have actually a lot of what they call social safety nets, right? You do have a welfare system. Might not be the one you like or agree one, but you do have some form of it, right? Like EBT, those are operated by the states, right? You
Medicaid.
have you have an education system at least first through 12. Now it's not like you pay for it, but it is paid for by the people, right? So there's like property taxes that goes to your school tax kind of thing, right? But it's not like you have to pay, kind of like a store where you'd walk in the door, pay your bill, get your school book, and then walk out the door, right? And do it again over and over kind of thing. There are different forms of different social safety nets. You can't call them direct social system like what a socialist would technically be. That's why there's a mixture. Some stuff is highly capitalistic with a lot of regulation. Some stuff is socialistic, but not really based on the best interest, right? So you kind of get that mixed bag. Now, the only real contention is what part is, socialistic enough? What part is capitalistic enough? It's always that argument of that what is that scale there?
That's right. That's what we argue about in politics all the time. And it's so interesting that it's kind of a death knell if anybody says socialism in public and public discourse in the political world. They just don't want to hear that word. They're just they can't engage with the intellectual idea of it or construct of it like you just did, Joshua. They just can't even say the word.
I'm 40 years old. I'm an old dude. I literally work for the federal government. I don't. So it is a problem, as you say. It's more of a problem within the younger generation, right? So then I have to ask you, like, if you're having this political discourse, which I used to many years ago, not anymore. There's a difference between starting a conversation with the intention of bashing a system versus there's this system. I probably don't agree with it, but what the hell is it, right? So if your first question isn't with the intention of trying to comprehend what is this thing, there's no point in having the conversation. Final conclusion. So you have to be very selective on who you have the conversation with.
Right.
It's why you don't just walk into an empty room or walk into a group of people and say, hey, how about that communism today, right? Like it's just not going to work.
I was explaining my family situation to a nurse in a medical interview, and she was asking me all about my family, and I talked about my brother, I talked about my sister-in-law, I talked about my nephew, I talked about my niece, and I said, oh, and my niece is a capitalist. And what I meant was she wants to make a lot of money and she wants to work for big, powerful organizations. And it wasn't pejorative. I just like reporting the news. And when I wrote up the medical description of my conversation, that she included that. Patient says her niece is a capitalist.
Oh.
Well, how is that noteworthy? But you just don't talk about people in those terms, apparently.
Well, now there might be a little bit of accuracy to that. So, like, if you had to step back 10, 15 years ago, certain topics were not open conversation within random society, right? Keep in mind, this is the internet, kind of opened things up a lot, but generally, like politics, religion, and sexuality were generally not, they were considered taboo topics. You weren't discussed in polite society openly. You could behind like closed doors. They were all private within, a small private group that you kind of trusted. Yeah, it's the little bit of the new part, right? It's the one thing. So like I'm a 90s baby. The idea of kids or like, see, even in high school, talking about politics, that's a foreign concept to me, right? And for us, it just didn't happen. We were into other stuff, but because of the internet, the availability, right? Obviously, here's this new tool, let's play with it. And so kids are getting involved with it. So that's why you've got the youth involvement. They're new to it, give them some time. They'll get better at politics. They'll get better at asking questions. It's just a new toy, right? Got to have some adjustment time. Might be 50 years, but it is what it is.
So here's the thing. Why it happened is because we ran out of people near us that we could trust. So we had to go to the internet to find new people to make relations with. So that's why it's just semi-public, yet it's not a big pop and everyone's watching you do the discussion.
Okay, and I have a little issue. A little bit. Okay. So I'm an authoritarian, obviously, right? But they're like, God, that idea of trust. Now that's one's a little bit. Aren't you guys a little freaked out about that?
About what?
Like the idea of I can't trust the people around me.
Well, you mean the breakdown of community? And yes, not freaked out, but I do see it as contributing to some of the problems of today.
Yeah. So Josh says I should just talk to my next door neighbor, even though we don't have enough stuff in common. So it's a waste of my time.
And you don't have to trust every single one around you with your life, but there's like degrees of trust. But you can trust them enough to have a conversation or get to know them.
Yeah, but I wouldn't talk to them for 3 or 4 hours like I have here because it's just I don't have enough in common with them. And Josh said, "Well, it's bad. You should be destroyed for that." And I say, "Well, that's ridiculous. You can't even find me. You can't. No way you can destroy me."
There it is. There's the flip side, the cost that comes with it, right? Okay, so because I can't say the thing that in real life on the street, like for example, I can't throw the N-word around on the street because I'll get my butt kicked, right? Like it'll result in violence most likely, right? But I can get on the internet behind a screen, say the N-word, and because there's this distance and this virtual reality and physically the jerk that's going to kick the crap out of me can't get to the computer screen, I'm safe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's where all the jerk got it. So that's the flip side cost of it, right? People behave differently because they know there's no consequences behind it. Hence, an authoritarianism.
Exactly.
Yeah. Jesus, that's... I told you it's a horrible thing, right?
But you're using it.
Do what?
Yeah, but you're using it. It's horrible, but you're using it anyways.
Well, I
don't think it's a tool. It depends on how you use it. I don't think I use it in horrible ways. I use it to have these kind of conversations.
You change your subject, Jeff. But it's a horrible thing by Josh's standard, but he's literally just doing it right now.
Oh, okay. Have you seen? You've been on a few of my panels. Have I tossed that N-word around out there?
First thing, I don't care about the N-word thing. I mean,
what is the subject? The use of technology?
Yeah, he's using
the social. I wouldn't change the subject. That's exactly what I was talking about.
I know you don't know.
The concept is I'm saying a thing that I'm behaving in a way that I would not do on the street and using the computer screen as a form of protection, right? Like I'm trying to get away with it. Okay.
Yes.
What have I done? First, what have I done that I would deserve protection for? Second of all, I'm a federal officer. Really, what's a threat to me?
aside from my job.
Well, your job. Well, you said you want to destroy 2/3 of the population of the United States.
Yeah,
because
you did.
Your
Yeah,
Puritan
to establish a Christian theocracy. You did say that.
which you can't live in because
I
you're
hope
not.
your boss is not
I'm like
watching this.
myself.
My boss is one of my bosses is, I don't know the other one real well, but one of my bosses is a Christian. He probably holds the same belief.
Most
And
Christians
it's
I
not really
know
hard.
don't want to kill 2/3 of the population to
No, but
establish a theocracy.
they do want a Christian theocracy. I didn't say I wanted to kill.
No,
I said
most Christians I know
likely-
don't even want a theocracy.
Yeah, it don't.
I think you're a fringe minority.
Yes, you are.
And we were talking about community and like the breakdown of community and how it shifted to the internet for a lot of people.
Oh yeah,
Yes, because he can't go on these views with his officer, his superiors, because they would definitely terminate him.
No, my supervisor is kind of pretty extreme Christian. That one I know for sure. There's no threat there. Now he's also, unfortunately, a Democrat. I'm a staunch Republican, so yeah, there's some contention there, right? So like, I can't take political sides. I'm inferior to him. If it ever comes down to like an axe to grind, right? Yeah, that one's going to be one of them. So it's technically other political views that I don't like air out.
So we're all on the internet to see our crazy stuff because there's less repercussions.
But that doesn't go against
block us from the chat.
I feel like he'd say this in person.
That doesn't go against my point of I will say this stuff directly on the street, no problem.
Yes, but you're talking to us instead.
Now,
of
I might not have the
sandwich
same
board.
conversation with my boss, but then again, there's also conversations I wouldn't have my wife, right? But I don't go around talking to girls on the internet like, "Hey, show me your boobies," because I don't know, I can't get them for my wife. Like that's not a thing.
Yeah, and like except Beverly. So,
ouch.
Yep.
So
I'm sorry you had to hear.
Yeah,
the point. I thought it was going to be a happy little holiday.
The point being presented.
It's been 7 hours of this all day.
I think some kinky marriages do husband and wife get on the internet on 2 different laptops and say, "Show me your whatevers."
Oh.
People do anything.
That is true. Yeah, you really can't make assumptions about the internet at all.
Or marriage.
Oh, well. So I've only been married 5 years. I really don't know. But I think if I texted my old lady and said, "Hey, show me your boobies," right? I'm pretty sure the phone would come flying across the room, right? Like, I got this big dent. I'm not sure I'm seeing that one go so well, right? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? It could be a thing.
I got the beads.
Oh, okay. So, Hank, my point specifically is do you think that I talk this way and don't talk this way here, but don't talk this way on the street?
Yes.
I don't think.
I think I think this is you.
So I could put it this way: he would rather talk here than go around on a street corner with a sandwich board and say the same thing.
No, I think he talks like this exactly as he does here because I've been on the stream with him long enough to know he has no filter. There's nothing that I haven't heard him say.
I'm pretty much this and that. The only part where I have like a duality is between my behavior in my personal life versus my behavior within the work environment. Like, so obviously I don't go to work and crap. Let's see here. There's lots of things I don't do at work.
The death of 2/3 of humanity.
So I want to test Jeff's guess.
Well, I don't.
Wait, hold on. I might ask a question to Jeff. So you think Josh Jones doesn't have a filter? Do you think I have a filter?
No, I think you. Well, I think you can when you want to. You know how to kind of play different roles, but I think you're pretty as forthcoming here in your real life as you are here. Like, I think if I met you in person among your friends, you would be pretty much the same.
Oh, okay.
And I think the same thing about Joshua. And I'm the same way too. It's very hard for me to code switch. Maybe Beverly
I
could
can
vouch.
testify to that because I know
I'm the
Jeff
same way in person that I am on here.
Yeah, I know Jeff in real life, living color. He's the same.
Yeah. And I kind of think that's true about Joshua too. And I think Hank, if you had to code switch, you probably could pull it off better than the rest of us. But I think in general, but also you go to all these different churches and you all have them thinking you're one religion and the other church thinks you're a different religion. So you kind of do play different roles in a way that I don't think Joshua and I do. But I think your personality is generally the same.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm an MBTI INTJ. Here's the thing. I don't trust your judgment on filters. So if Josh did do something,
You think he's holding back, or you think he holds back in person?
Yes.
What?
I think he holds back around his wife. I think there's things he says on here that he would never say in front of his wife.
Oh
Exactly.
no! I'm a little bit worse with my wife, right? Like I call her.
I don't.
Are you kidding? I flat out call her a commie to her face. Of course she is, but I mean,
That's
like
awful.
I call her gook to her face.
I have a community story to tell.
Go ahead.
Thursday, I was in the morning. I was confused. In the morning, lots of times I'm confused, and I was giving myself this. I haven't done Christmas cards in 20 years, and I had a short list of people I wanted to send Christmas cards to, and if I mailed them Thursday, there was a slight chance they would get them Friday or Saturday in time for Christmas. So I was putting all this pressure on myself to get up and go to the post office. My post office is 10 miles away. And at the same time, the beeper on my car that locks and unlocks the car wasn't working because the car is 20 years old and the beeper is 20 years old and it's running out of juice. So I was preoccupied with whether I could manage my car. One, I was confused, and then I got preoccupied by the car. And I decided, I had to take my wallet because your driver's license is in there. So I drove to the post office. I reached out and picked up my wallet. I was going to take my wallet into the post office because I had packages that had arrived like a week before, and I thought maybe they're going to charge me overdue postage or whatever. I go in, I mail my dealies, I get my packages. I'm talking to this lady. I live in a very social place. Some lady I don't know about her liver failure. We're just blah 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 in a way. I go back to the car, no wallet. I have no wallet. It's not on me. It's not in the car. I went back to the post office. I said, "You guys, anybody seen my wallet?" No, 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 no. They kind of looked around. No, it's not here. So I had no gas in the car and I had no cash. The only cash I had was in my wallet, and my debit cards and credit cards are in my wallet. So I'm like, So I drove home hoping my car would run on fumes to pick up a check, drove back to town, took the check to the bank without ID, hoping against hope that they would remember who I am, and withdrew enough money to get me through till tomorrow because they would issue me new credit cards, or no, not credit cards, debit cards. And I figured because of the holiday, it would take clear till Tuesday. So I had cash. I went and bought gas. I'm fine. I've reported 2 debit cards as lost. I went home and I knew there were all these other cards that I should report, and I should start working on getting a new driver's license, a new social security card, a new insurance card, blah, 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 all the stuff that's in your wallet. But I didn't do it. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that. And I had this overwhelming conviction that my wallet somehow was going to show up. And I would research the car. I cleaned up my car. It really wasn't there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Friday, about 10 o'clock, I go out my front door and open the porch door, and sitting in front of it is my wallet. Somebody found it and looked inside, found the address, and brought it home to me.
Excellent.
Very nice.
And you live in a smaller community, right?
Yeah, 15,000 people. Pretty rural. So, I mean, really, that's a pretty big deal for community. I mean, we got our bad actors. There are certain people who would found my wallet. I would have known right away because they would have started using it, right?
Yeah.
But as long as nobody was using these, I was kind of saying there's kind of hope out there that my wallet's going to turn up.
Yeah, that happened to me when I lost my wallet on Montreux Trail, and I got I think it was a police officer brought it to me, and I think a lot of that Walmart parking lot, but I found it myself. So I had similar stories.
Good.
So you didn't have to cancel all your stuff.
No,
and get your cards replaced.
Yeah.
God, you were lucky.
I was very lucky. Very lucky. Do you know, Jeff, what country Joshua lives in?
He is in Vietnam, the communist utopia of Vietnam.
Oh, Jesus. Calling it a utopia. I don't know. Not even the local residents believe
He had
that.
spring rolls and rice for Christmas dinner.
Oh, that was the utopia. Suffering is utopia. Okay, I got it. It's horrible.
Do you like the weather, Josh?
No, and it's doubly bad. So I live upstate New York. I'm 6 months in Vietnam, 6 months upstate New York. Originally, I was home for winter and here in Vietnam for the summer because my kid here, gets out for the summer, so I get to spend more time. But I recently had to switch over because there's some work I have to get done in New York that I can't really do in the winter because the damn snow and shit like that. So it's like I'm all year round now. I have to adjust myself to extremes, like AK here, the extreme heat, then go there, and then there's the extreme cold of like minus 14. So yeah, that's it's not a fair question to ask me because they're both extreme ends, right? There's nothing in the middle.
Yep, they gotcha.
I've got a question for you, since I'm assuming, and I don't think it's an irrational assumption, but kind of on the socialist end of the spectrum. So my question would be, did you have the same political views like in your younger years as you would now?
Yes.
Okay. Now that one's a little bit more interesting. I would have assumed that there would have been a change at some point, but it's mostly been the same all the way through? I mean, mostly.
Yeah, because if you think about it, my great aunt was FDR Democrat, and I heard a lot about FDR growing up.
Sure.
And the family lived and breathed Democratic, and I just took it. It just seemed logical to me that, well, try this one out. Tell me what you think of this. I think that innately in each of us, there's either this desire to share or to accumulate for yourself, and that we're all somewhere on that continuum. And I was just born this way. I think we should share.
Jeff and I had this I think it was the first topic that popped up when I came on screen. It's interesting you'd bring this up, right? So I had one agreement on my side. Now Jeff's got somebody to agree on his side. So now we're back to 50-50, right? But it really boiled down to benevolence, right? Like, are humans drawn toward benevolence? Now, I say no, but we're talking like majority of population. There's always exceptions to certain things. But now Jeff seems to be the opposite view. So yeah, we're going to end up having a roll.
Well, I think it's innate. Like, I've always had this impulse to try to be benevolent when I can, and you seem more suspicious of humans, like they're not naturally benevolent, and maybe that's more about you.
No, I wholeheartedly believe like altruism is this thing that'll never be. However, right?
I find it so easy to be altruistic, but it's not even a struggle.
Okay.
That's what it was. He believed benevolence was this really rare thing.
Okay.
And I'm like, no, like most people I know are benevolent. It's not that hard.
We've got some data for this. I mean, not much, but we do have some data. So an example would be the DSM-3. We're currently at 5 version 2.0 on top or something like that.
Yes.
The DSM-3 literally listed altruism within a diagnosis, right? Like, there was a clear thing. They obviously pulled it out, but within the DSM-3 it was there. You realize how many cases there were recorded?
It was a bunch, but that same version lists homosexuality as a mental illness as well.
Not only was there not a bunch, you could count them on one hand. Officially 3.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So now, what I'm trying to do with the fairness of it, because altruism is like really on the extreme end based on that definition from the DSM. I'm trying to play it down a little bit for the concept of fairness. So that's why I'm using the word benevolence, because damn it, right? Like, not everybody's an evil asshole, right? There are some genuine care within society. So I'm trying to find some middle ground.
More people than not.
Now,
like maybe you just grew up around different people or run in different circles, but most of the people I hang around are try to generally be caring to their fellow man.
Most people I hang around are they try to be caring, but they're incompetent at it.
Right. So how you would be able to demonstrate benevolence would have to be some form of selflessness, right? Where you do a thing that costs you something, right? Now, it can't be any willy-nilly. It cost me 3 seconds to say hi, hello to somebody. It's got to be something significant, but I'm willing to work. Definitionally, I'm willing to work with something, right? Just not the 3 second. It took me 3 seconds to say hi to somebody, right? You have to give something up.
Like, if I was spent a $2 super chatting, would that be enough, or how much?
What about your time? Like time you might contribute volunteering.
So a time would be a minimum of 6 hours. If you're willing to dedicate 6 hours.
A day or a week?
I guess depending on what you're giving up.
It's a job. I better get paid for it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously there's a clear, you're getting
Although I've donated 7.5 hours so far to keeping this conversation space open.
So we are end the stream in 25 minutes.
Out of the benevolence of my heart. So you have something to do on Christmas.
Yeah. Are you going to also say
from Beverly's bill?
Yeah. Are you also going to say you're not getting something out of YouTube?
I don't know if I'm getting something positive or healthy out of it.
Oh, okay. So now it's just a value judgment call.
So
okay,
I'm taking a hit to keep this going and having you on here all day.
I need something a little bit more specific, right? So the DOD, they had that thing. And again, I swear I've got to send you this because this thing is interesting hell. I'm sorry it's redacted.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Right? But that was the thing when they were trying to do, they were trying to actually figure out if there was a way to actually influence altruism, like a point of being able to get a soldier to, what causes a soldier to throw himself on a grenade. Unethical. That's why they can do it because, well, you make the laws, you can kind of do your own thing, right? So they had this experiment. Now there's people that were willing, very low numbers, but there were literally random people that were willing to throw themselves on the grenade. It's a fake grenade, to be fair, right? Like they weren't really killing people or anything for it, but it was like a social test within a controlled environment is really what it boiled down. There were definitely people that were willing to do it. The question comes down to, were they willing to do it for selfless reasons or some type of bravado, some type of obviously their interest is a little bit different than my definition, but right, like you can get down to that point of a demonstration of it, right? So yes, people were willing to throw themselves onto a grenade. They're giving up their life in exchange for whatever the thing that caused them to do it, right? Low numbers, very low numbers, definitely not a majority, but it was there. Right. So now I would consider that as an act of benevolence. But again, your life or your belief, that's a pretty damn extreme. Right. But it's something. It's just not the numbers. Right. But now I'm going to argue against they didn't do it for pure selfish reasons, but I'm willing to grant it for benevolence.
Okay. So Jeff and Josh have different definitions of benevolence, and Josh has an absurd price to pay.
It'll just be a difference.
Yes, because Josh was in a very dark world.
Well, no, it's
he's
just
going to rule out every little normal act of human kindness that I would be appreciative of.
Well, that's exactly why altruism got tossed out, right? It was, you couldn't demonstrate it, right? But the only way to 100% ever demonstrate it was to be able to have like a mind reading machine, right? You're never really going to be able to.
So like if somebody does something nice for you, you're not really sure that they're doing it for
even the
selfish reasons. Yeah, I just appreciate the gesture for what it is.
Even the claim that somebody's giving charity is like, well, you're also making yourself feel good because it makes you feel good to give to something to somebody. Thus, it's not really a selfless act. Now, is it?
Well, I still take it. The charity will still help people.
So yeah, here's the thing. I live in the dark world just like Josh does, but I'm a dystopian instead of utopian, so it's fine with me. I'm comfortable in the dark world. Right. So even if someone is doing something selfish, if it's helping me, that's good enough for me.
So yeah, same here. It's
okay. So in that case, then you just degrade the concept of benevolence. Why stop there? Let's
keep going. Degrade it all the way.
Yeah, let's also degrade friendship, companionship. There's no reason to stop at any standard, right? Because really it's about how I feel, right?
Damn right. My fifis are important.
If you want to do that and like live in that kind of mindset, feel free.
Oh my God. I'm obvious.
It's just not natural.
Come on, Jeff. Come on. I'm a conservative.
If I don't have my fifis, what do I have?
I mean, foolishly, don't get me wrong. Like progressive is always going to be an inevitability, right? Like that's the
you better take control of the will, like I am.
However,
or else you won't have any power.
However, I gotta at least be granted the concept of, okay, since there's really like inevitably gonna be a step forward, why can't I make very slow, precise, cautious steps forward?
Because we didn't get the place. The bus is going. The bus is going.
Okay.
We had to. So I'm going to take it to the wheel. I'm going to be the bus driver.
Within benevolence, my slow, cautious, cautious step forward is trying to figure out that metric where, okay, I'm not going to hold on to benevolence has to be purely selfless because I'm also laying claim that probably doesn't exist, right? So I'm willing to grant some type of metric. You asked for an example of like how much time. I tried to give 6 hours out, right? Like, because that's a significant amount, I would think, for a person with, I don't know, impulse control problems. That would cover like a majority of the people. I'm trying to grant something here, but
majority of people have impulse control problems.
Yes, absolutely, yes. That's the whole point of vices, right? Like that's why they're a thing.
Well, here's the problem. You may determine some of my behaviors is a vice, but I've determined that if I don't commit this vice, I'm going to do something much worse. So I say, hey, your standard sucks. It didn't apply to me. So I reject your standard and replace with my own.
Yeah, you're free to, like I said, you're free to pick up whatever your standards you want, right? I mean, unless we're like being hypothetical about like, what system we would like in place, in which case, oh my Lord, mine's definitely the harshest system to live under, right? But they're also
we can go on. No, to live under.
Yeah, it's so harsh. You admitted you wouldn't even be able to live under it yourself, which makes the whole thing silly to me.
We can go zero morals plan, but then there's no one there, so it's pointless.
Why would you advocate for a system that you can't even survive in?
Right. So because the idea of those virtues that are listed off in the Bible, big fan of, right? But because my
except for charity.
What?
Except for charity.
Right. So my problem with charity isn't the charity. My problem is the abuse that is naturally occurring within humans, right? And I gave the example of the PPP loans, right? First year, 500 fraud arrests instantly, right? Second year, that number doubled, right? And that's not the problem with charity. That's just the problem with shit people. They're always going to exist within a society. You're really not much you can do about it other than, well, take severe action. That's my prescription.
You can take mild action over a long period of time, and you can take mild action over a long period of time, and probably get better results.
Yeah, you can disincentivize.
Yeah, we have stuff like that, like jail and stuff like that, right? But yeah, it really doesn't, what's the point, right? Like if
the point's to make the universe look the way it wants to.
What? No, it's not about the appearance. I'm obviously not sugarcoating any of my stances, right? So I'm clearly not trying to make it sound
if the point of society, like improving society, is to improve human flourishing and well-being.
No.
I don't think your vision leads to that.
Yeah, your goal.
His vision only leads to a place for angels, but they already have their own place, so we don't need to do it.
Our goals aren't even similar. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Miss Burley, go ahead.
Oh, thanks for. Yes, let's do that. If you want to Zoom tomorrow, we can do that. So
okay, let's do that. Thanks everybody for including me.
Thanks for showing up. Tell Ella I said hi.
Yeah, I sure will. You guys are fascinating.
Oh,
thank you. Well, I know I
am. Friends.
Here's my egoism, but I know I am. I don't know about him, but anyways, right? Oh crap! I forgot where we were at.
Well, I'm going to take advantage of that. Change the topic because it was probably one of the same old topics we were already talking to death earlier.
Yeah, you guys mischaracterized. You're like, well, if the goal is no, that's clearly not what the goal was.
So your goal is not to improve human flourishing and well-being.
Not the short term. That's not even close to the starting point. The starting point is really a lot.
What's your long-term goal?
Well, the flourishing would be a better society, a better group of call it like this. It wouldn't be the flourishing class of society. It would be a better quality of society, aka better people. Your vast number of people.
You don't sound very different from the woke to me.
No. So here's an
It's
example.
the same thing. Right? We've been over this. It's woke is just a flavor of authoritarianism. So it's literally the same thing.
Based on utopian ideals.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe. So here's an example, right? So all of the characteristics that you would lay claim as like good within a person, right, are most often attributed to some type of struggle. An example would be, let's see here, like appreciation, right? So like if it is the case that the quality of appreciation comes about by comprehending what a thing is valued without it, right? So you're struggling, meaning there's a period. Okay. Meaning there's a period prior to that. Yeah, my kid's got to go to school. There's a period prior to that you didn't have the thing, right? So you've gone through whatever it takes to get the thing. You now have the thing and you appreciate it, usually because of the amount of struggle that was utilized to get the thing, right? If it was an easy come thing, there's a lack of appreciation. So there's always an attributed value to the struggle of thing. That's usually where all of the good values come from. So it's the case that we're always based on a political system where things are easy, worst class of people.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
sure how this entered into the argument.
Yeah, things need to still be possible. Otherwise, then it's a waste of time.
So to be fair, right? Like most of the Bible, again, I'm not a faith believer, right? But I get very good with Christianity, right? Your vast majority of the parables within the Bible are really all about the struggle with human nature, right? Trying to get to now the utopia part.
Plato had that too.
Yeah. The utopia part is like the heaven, right? Obviously, as a lack of faith person, I don't believe in that concept, but better class of people, that would be the goal.
Yeah.
The problem is really, if we're really pushing it down, the only real way to ever get a better class of people is struggle. Now the question is how much struggle? And I just go to the extreme because why do things half-assed like? And I'll be back.
So
I'll be back.
Or you could read perspective or revalue what you consider quality.
But I actually agree with Josh. Hell would be preferable to heaven for me, and I think you would agree.
I'll be right back. I gotta go take the kid to school. I'll be right back.
Okay.
How long does that take you? Because
20 minutes.
Oh, 20. Well, okay. Well, because I was thinking about wrapping up. We might call it a day.
Yes, I mean, just been working all day, and actually, so have I because
we're almost at 8 hours. This is a full-time job.
Pretty much.
If you finish, toss me.
We're gonna toss. We probably
okay.
Let's wrap it up, Jeff.
We'll do that. Like because once you leave, Hank and I will probably just wrap up, and you'll end up getting.
Let's wrap it up while we all here.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. I'll be happy to toss you. Have fun at school.
In fact, I'm gonna leave you both together.
Okay. Okay. Well, unless anybody else wants to come on, actually, I might go. If I try to go for 8 hours, which is less than 15 minutes, I risk Joshua coming back, keeping it going for another 10 hours. And StreamYard I've always wanted to hit the 11-hour limit at some point, like Machine Lies does. But this is officially our longest stream yet. And I really enjoyed doing it, believe it or not. Thank everyone who stopped by. I enjoyed the conversations. I want to have more of those types on here. I think it was a productive day. I expected to have a very light day, sitting around telling Christmas stories and personal stories. But of course, this is the extreme stream. So it didn't quite end up that way. But I had a good time doing it. It was a good way to pass a Christmas. We'll be here tomorrow, or I will be. I hope Chris and his wife end up okay. But regardless, I'll be here tomorrow at the usual time, 2 p.m. for the normal daily stream. And if anyone wants to come on and bring a topic for that, feel free. Otherwise, I think I will. And let me check Twitter. I haven't looked at Twitter all day because I've been on here. So let me peek at the news and Twitter real quick, and then we'll wrap it up. Let's see. Stuff to. I don't see much going on news-wise. Okay, checking Twitter real quick. Not much going on Twitter. Hopefully that means people are spending some quality time with their families and enjoying their holidays.
It's not Christmas anymore.
Shit, you're back already? That was a short 20 minutes.
No, I'm putting my shoes on, getting dressed. The kid's got to get dressed too, but that one's
okay.
on.
I think I'm going to try to go for 8 hours, like hit the 8-hour mark.
All right. So just to inform you, right? It's no longer Christmas anymore. It's now the 26th.
Well, it is where you are.
No. Either your sun is broken or your clock is broken. One or the other.
Or your brain is broken because it's still the 25th over here.
I don't know what you're talking about, right? Like, isn't the Earth flat, right? Like, isn't that not possible?
Well, don't fall off all the way over there in Vietnam at the edge of the world.
What are you talking about? I'm on the flat side. You must be crawling around under the bottom. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't understand that. Like, have they never been on a plane? I was just on a plane a few weeks ago. It was very obvious to me the Earth was not flat. How do you get from one side of the world to the other if it's flat?
I'm gonna reiterate the problem with this, right? So the initial claim is that somebody lied, right? And so it becomes unfalsifiable because anything that you point at is a lie.
Because they don't understand how science works.
It's not really wholeheartedly that, right? Because if you needed an empirical example, there are examples, but they're more like hinted at examples, things, right? That you could, like, over a screen of a computer demonstrate. Like, for example, one would be like, if you're standing in the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate one direction. If you're standing in the southern hemisphere, you stand down there, the stars rotate in a different direction, right? The question would then be is, if you see this with your own eyes, what shape could the Earth possibly be that would allow that function to exist, right? So it would force them to have to think about, like, a design, a model kind of concept. Problem is what people are really asking for is an oversimplified explanation of multiple factors. It's not fair to put that on a person when what they're really asking about is why did NASA lie about this photo, right? So an example would be, look at these photos, right? They're doctored. Well, the truth is really about most star photos is they are doctored. The reason is because, well, if you go out to space, take a photograph, right? It's all black and white.
Yeah, the color is fake. It's added in.
But that's the thing, right? Here's one example of what they're going to call as a lie, right? It's not the fact that it's not the concept of I believe the Earth is flat. It's really the concept of this organization lied, which is why it's kind of like one of those. The ultimate conspiracy has always been that the government has lied, right? And so for them, NASA, government, blah blah blah. It's actually
that's why I say they don't understand how science works. Because if they understood science, it has nothing to do with any particular government institution, and it's a method that they can use to verify on their own, so they don't have to depend on somebody lying or not lying to them.
Okay. So one example of usage would be like a laser. Using a laser over a period, all you have to do is measure a drop, right? You'll find a drop, but now you have an investment of, I don't know, you have to go buy a laser, you have to go find a place that's like pretty much like, say, on water, where it's defined as, what's technically level, right?
I think you just go up in a plane and see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, depending on the plane ticket, right? Like, that's a pretty big investment, and that's hoping that,
that's why I said I think flat earthers are people that have never been on a plane. They've got to be.
I don't know. There's people that fly to those. So, like, the Flat Earth conventions, like, I think it has like 80,000 members. Like, well, that was the old number, right? There's probably a new one, right? Kind of hard to believe that none of them flew to. I think the last one was in Las Vegas, right? It's hard to believe that none of them flew to Las Vegas.
Well, then they're dumber than I thought. If they can't just fly to a Flat Earth convention and look out the plane window.
It's probably more like the case that it's less than to have to do with they actually honestly, sincerely believe that the Earth is flat. More like the concept of, hey, look, these people lied about something, right? And all you have to do is find one lie, and then everything else after that is a lie. Problem with that is, boy, I don't know how a person could function that way, right? If
Yeah,
if it was the case that one person lied, now you had to like basically to maintain that one person
that's the
lied.
conspiracy mindset. That's
Yeah.
It's psychological, and it comes from, I don't know what their experiences of or being betrayed by institutions, but it engenders some kind of paranoia.
Yeah,
that makes it difficult to trust. But
right, that's the result of it. But the problem is when you're trying to argue with it, it's an unfalsifiable claim. There's no conversation to be had within unfalsifiable. An example would be like, let's say a Christian. Okay, so like the common one within religion would be atheist versus theist. God, one side claims that God exists, and then like on the militant atheist side, the other claims that God does not exist. Right. So how do you settle that? They're both unfalsifiable claims on the other end. Yet
but the shape of the Earth is not unfalsifiable.
Correct. It's also not pretty much mostly not their claim. I mean, I know it's the thing they say, right? But it's always going to point back down to somebody lied, right? And so anything after that you're going to utilize is, well, that's a lie too, right?
But if I believed that I was lied to, and then somebody offered me a way to determine for myself the truth of whatever I thought was a lie, it would be harder for me to maintain the position that I was lied to if I don't go out and at least verify it for myself.
Right, but that's not really the contention that they really have. Like it's not that it's they're being assholes. It's they want to have a different conversation. There's really no way to open that door up. Like,
so they're not interested in reality. Their identity is based on this being the victim of a lie. It's kind of a persecution complex.
It could be if you wanted to describe it as victimization. I think there's probably a little bit more to it, right? Like here, there's also a little bit of truth to it too, right? Like for an example, if somebody picked up like a photo from NASA, displaying the stars, yes, they're all CGI. Obviously, there's a reason for it, right? But that in itself is grounds for it. Look, this person lied.
Okay, but that's the fact that NASA colors their star pictures has nothing to do with astronomy. It doesn't invalidate the science of astronomy. Did you drop off? Oh. I don't know what happened. He cut out, but it's like 2.5 more minutes till 8, so I'm gonna go for 8 hours and then I'll end it. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I think it's the whole. Maybe people are. I've always been able to like sense make and truth find on my own. Like I can run an experiment. I can do research. I can determine for myself the truth or falsity of something. So I don't rely on authority to tell me what's true or false. Like in some instances, I do. I rely on quality journalism. I tend to rely more on citizen journalism lately more than mainstream journalism. I can't go out in outer space and explore myself, or I'm not set up to do quantum physics experiments myself. I have done experiments before when I was in school. I had the opportunity to kind of do experiments and see how science works. But any high school kid, hell, even in junior high, we had a science lab and we were doing science experiments, and that was in rural Louisiana. So to me, if rural Louisiana can pull it off in the 80s, modern kids should at least be getting exposure to scientific experimentation. And so I've always been able to like determine for myself, more or less, if something was true or not, or I had the means or the resources to determine that or access the expertise of others to determine that. So if their whole reason for the Earth is flat is because NASA lied to them or showed them some pictures of some stars that they colored because they thought it would look better, and it does. The colored pictures are a lot more aesthetically pleasing than the black and white photos. And they take that as NASA lying to them, and by extension, they must be lying about everything else. Therefore, the moon landing didn't happen. The Earth is flat. That's not people that are trying to sense make or truth seek. That's people that have. That's a psychological phenomenon, and it's people that have had negative experiences with authority, trust issues, paranoia issues, and don't have the ability to, on their own, determine the truth for themselves to counter any of that. So they're at the mercy of whatever authority tells them is truth. And I've never been at the mercy of authority to tell me what truth is, because I can go find out for myself. I can do the necessary research or run the experiments to verify for myself. So part of it, I think, is a powerlessness that comes from not being able to do that and an over-reliance on an external authority to provide that for you. Okay, we're at 8 hours. I'm going to end it. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Christmas. It was good hanging out with everybody today. And I will see you again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central for our Extreme Stream show. See you then. Although I don't know how much more extreme it can get after today. We'll find out tomorrow. Take care. Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho. Uh-oh. What happened on Facebook? Merry Christmas. Bye.